2, 1.
Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you very much. This regular school board meeting will be conducted with board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-01, public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present live comments by attending the KC Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a face mask covering their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own masks and to remain at least 6 feet from other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding notice agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, Supervisor for Official School Board Records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address pursuant to School Board Policy 1100A. In the event that there are a large group of individuals, we may modify the time of speakers, but we do not anticipate that for today's meeting. Before beginning today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Brinkworth.
Present.
Ms. Good.
I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Ms. Murray. I know you're with us, Ms. Murray. Okay, we're going to come back to Dr. Osgood.
Dr. Osgood, you're muted.
Thank you. Present.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert.
Present.
Thank you. And Mr. Mogwin, can you confirm that Ms. Murray is with us?
She is. She's on
I see her nodding her head. Yes. Ms. Bartleman is not, correct?
I do not show Ms. Bartleman as present.
Yeah, I believe that she is on the road today. We're going to move on. As we do prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. We have minutes for approval. August 4th, 2020 special expulsions. May I please have a motion to approve?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Al-Hadaf. Is there any discussion on the item? All in favor of approving the minutes as noted, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So the minutes are now approved. Before we go to changes on the agenda, obviously this is a pivotal day for us here down at the district. Across Broward County, our students are back to school in the very capable hands of our teachers and our administrators. I just want to share a personal experience because I know this morning it's an exciting morning. For some, it may be a little bit stressful. At my own home with two children who are attending our Broward County Public Schools, one of them did have a delay in getting on for Canvas, but with a little bit of patience, she was able to jump right on with her class. My son, who was a senior here in Broward County Public Schools, went on and his computer just would not work at all this morning. So every day over the summer, not a single problem. And then this morning just crashed. So we did find a way around it, at least initially. Already we're able to get him access to his school to pick up a school laptop until we're able to find some other resolution. and he was able to communicate that with his teachers. Again, a little pause with Canvas and getting online, but he was successful and also entered his first class. So I share this story because not only as a school board member, but as a parent, we understand that there are going to be glitches as we go through this process, but there has been a great deal of work on behalf of through Mr. Runcie and his staff, and looking forward to reports throughout the day. But just wanted parents to know they're not alone. Everyone is feeling what it's like to come online for the first time for this school year and have a unique experience. And we are looking forward to being able to have our students back, appreciating and enjoying what school will be like, at least at the beginning of this school year, but also to understand that both of our teachers, our students and administrators, there is a learning curve that goes with this, and we're all in this together. So with that, Mr. Runcie, I'm going to ask, are there any changes to the agenda proposed for this morning's meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have.
Yep. Sorry, 1 second. All you.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have several proposed changes to the agenda. G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 school year, revised item. G5, supplemental pay positions for is revised. EE20, recommendation to approve Second Amendment renewal and additional spending authority for SAT and PSAT school days with College Board is an added item. JJ7, construction bid recommendation of $500,000 or greater. Olson Middle School, Dania, with Johnson Lux Construction, part of the SMART program renovations. That is a special order item at 1:30 p.m. today. And JJ17, Second Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement, Crane Atlantis Incorporated for Parkway Middle School, Lauderhill Project, SMART program renovations. That is a revised item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you. The changes to
Not here.
Madam Chair, you are on mute.
Thank you. The changes to the agenda. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. All those in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Thank you. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, which are single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled for the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items or single letter items that are pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are double letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this process. So our next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public submitted written comments for an item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? So G3 is automatically pulled. Any other G items?
G5, Ms. Salda.
Thank you. A1, anyone?
Yes, Murray.
Thank you. E items.
Was that E, Ms. Corn?
Yes.
E1.
E1 for Dr. Osgood.
E4 for Ms. Brinkworth.
Okay.
Ms.
E2.
Corn, I have Levinson, I have the E items.
Yes.
E4, E6, E8, 9, and 10.
E2 for Ms. Alda.
Again, Miss Aladaff, I'm sorry, I missed it.
E2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I will also be speaking to E4. Any other E items? Okay, moving forward, F1.
I'm sorry, Rupert.
Rupert, F1, Miss Rupert.
Yes, please.
Okay, J items, 1, 2, or 3.
Yes, I have J3 for Levinson.
Okay. And those are all of our open items.
Actually, you know what? I got my question answered. I don't need J3, sorry.
Okay, so J3 will move forward on the consent. Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any other open items to be pulled? Mr. McQuinn, did we receive any public comments for any of the items that have not already been pulled for discussion?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any written comments on any consent items, only for
Thank
open
you.
letter items.
So at this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not already been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Dr. Osgood.
Second,
Second.
Brinkworth.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed say no. So at this time, will board members please identify the open items that they will be asking questions of? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. So are there any CC items?
Yes, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I have CC2.
Thank you.
I have CC2 as well, please.
Okay. And then,
Alda, CC1 and CC2.
okay,
Alda, 1 and 2, 11, 6, 2. Okay.
thank you. How about EE items?
I have a couple.
Okay, Ms. Rupert?
EE1, 2, 8, and 15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Corn,
Ms. Levinson?
yes, I have EE5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and 20.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Dr. Osgood, I have EE 15, EE 18, and EE 19.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Murray?
EE2 and EE11.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes.
I have EE9, EE12, EE13. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cornish, Mrs. Alda, I have EE6 and EE20.
Ms. Cohen, would you add EE20 to me too? This is Ms. Murray.
Okay, perfect. Any others? Okay, thank you very much. And now I have our JJ items. We have a special order for 130 for JJ7.
Yes, thank you. That's Ms. Murray.
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I have several.
Okay,
JJ4, JJ12, and I think I still have a question on JJ18, but I've got to double check.
okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Corn,
Yes,
I have JJ2, 4, and 8,
Thank
please.
you.
And Dr. Ross,
Yes, Dr.
Dr.
Osgood?
Osgood, I have JJ 17.
Okay, thank you.
I've got some, Ms. Corn.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
JJ 1, 4, 5, 6, and 17.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us to the bottom of the double letter items. So as we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, staff will read comments for those applicable items. May the chair please have a motion and a second to consider G3.
So
moved,
move
Rupert.
Osgood.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on G3?
Madam Chair, we've received no public comment on item G3.
Thank you. All those in favor of G3, I'm sorry, to my colleagues, are there any comments on G3? Sorry, I didn't see anyone say they wanted to speak to it. Hearing no comments, all those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So G3 passes unanimously. If we could pause for a moment and recognize our new staff appointments. I will begin with our new Assistant Area Supervisor of Maintenance, Ronaldo Hernandez. Congratulations and welcome. Dr. Osgood, do you happen to have your announcement?
I don't.
Okay. Would you like me to make it for you?
I certainly will, but in the future, I would like to have them. Go right ahead.
Okay, we'll make sure that they are sent out so that everyone is able to review them ahead of time. I apologize for that, but I never do this nearly as excitingly as you do, but our new assistant principal at Peters Elementary is Armel Johnson.
Welcome, Armel.
So thank you very much. At this time, we are now going to move on to our committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. And Mr. Moquin, I will turn it over to you for committee reports.
Okay, 17.
Actually, I believe Dr. Neesmith is going to go ahead and introduce the committee reports.
Okay, Dr. Neesmith, off to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Runcie, board members. Our first committee report comes from Beth Ann Carr, who is the chair of the Technology Advisory Committee.
Hello, good morning. I have a short report. Our first meeting was August 10th through Teams. We had great attendance. Everyone was reminded to complete their mandatory committee training and fill out the conflict of interest form. Unless the governor extends an order that virtual meetings are allowed, we plan to meet in person with a quorum and allow others to join by Teams. The room we typically meet in at Beacon is not large enough for the full committee as measured for social distancing. And we discussed the possibility of having a sign up for members committed to in-person attendance in advance of the meeting to ensure that it can take place where we could ensure social distancing. We also discussed moving the meeting to a different location. Virtual education methods and how student attendance were explained to the committee. However, the board was meeting specifically for that purpose at the same time, so some details may have changed. We had a presentation of the social emotional learning product Rethink Ed. The committee will be able to see a demonstration of the product as they occur. Difficulties in supplying technology was brought up due to the increased need for computers for students across the country. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Madam Chair, the next committee report will come from Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, the chair of the Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. I don't know if everyone can see and hear me.
Yes, we can,
Yeah.
Dr.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Nora. Yeah, thank you, Donna. All right. The Facilities Task Force met on Thursday, August 6th, and we had our annual elections. The results, the following officers are for the 2020-21 school year. The chair, yours truly, Natalie Lynch Walsh. Vice Chair, Linda Ferrara. Recording Secretary, Becky Blackwood, and Corresponding Secretary, Eric Garner. We welcomed our newest member, Anne Murray appointee and BCPS employee, Keith Lindsay. Dr. Posner discussed the latest school reopening update and answered related member questions, and we look forward to having her back, hopefully on September 3rd. We had a very packed agenda, but started to look at the major facilities related items that either occurred or were in process as of our last meeting in June. First up, the program manager owner's rep, the PMOR. We met the ACOM program director, Kathleen Langen, and principal in charge, Juan Alfonso. We discussed the next steps in ACOM's onboarding process. That included examining the process for evaluating the PMOR's performance and further development of the performance evaluation rubric and key performance indicators to be used in determining the performance-based fees. We also discussed why $47 million was needed from unallocated reserves to cover the PMOR's fees for the next 3 years. We also looked at whether there'd be an impact for the remaining 6 months for here in Atkins, and there appears to not be. As far as the DEFP goes, we reviewed the next steps in the process and began the discussion of reserve balances and the difference between project budgets and Atkins estimates. Cost and program controls, manager solicitation. As you know, Atkins contract is up. They're on their last 6-month extension. So we briefly discussed the next step in the process and that we would have a draft of the scope of services to be reviewed at the next meeting. And the 2015 solicitation document is being reviewed for current applicability. They're not just taking it and recycling it. The RSM Roofing Analysis, we briefly touched on the observations, particularly as they identified a lack of long-term planning and program management issues. And we also discussed the timing of the report going to the board before going to the audit committee. New reports. Over the past few years, we've been looking for ways to get reports as far as the status of the SMART program. So this was the last topic we discussed. There's a substantial completion report that will enable users to see when the project's substantial completion dates slip from one quarter to the next. And it'll also allow the user to compare the last quarter to the current month when used in conjunction with the milestone schedule report. Prior to this report, what we were doing is we'd have to examine multiple monthly milestone reports to determine slippage. This report's especially useful in determining whether projects made up for lost time this summer. I used a few examples at the meeting. The big 3 projects, Blanchely, Northeast, and Stranahan, none of them have moved forward during the summer, so we'll look at this report more at the next meeting. The active project log or a duration complete report was being revised to allow the user to see where projects are in the process from start to closeout. That is in a report that we've been working on with Atkins over the past few months so that you can see all the closeout stages and know where projects are, and especially the money that should be coming back to the district. And lastly, the Facilities Task Force voted unanimously to hold a special meeting on Thursday, August 20th, that's tomorrow, to be able to have sufficient time to discuss issues related to the roofing analysis, DEFP, program managers, and reported status of projects. And then our next regular meeting will be September 3rd. And that is all. Thank you.
Perfect. Dr. Neesmith?
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lynch Walsh. Our next committee report comes from Mr. Burt Miller, who's the president of the Broward County Council of PTA and PTSA.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent Runcie, and board members. My name is Burt Miller, the president of the Broward County Council, PTA, PTSA. The Broward County Council of PTA, PTSA welcomes all of our students, teachers, administrators, and all school personnel to the 2020-2021 school year. We have been busy stocking our clothing banks with uniforms so that we are ready when our students are physically able to return to brick and mortar. We held a drive-through back-to-school supply giveaway on Monday at both our clothing bank locations, Apollo Middle School and Lauderdale Manors Elementary. These supplies were open to our families anywhere in the district, regardless of where they lived. Our student involvement representative, in conjunction with our mental health committee chair, held a virtual Q&A with middle and high school students on Monday, August 17th, to help answer questions and concerns they may have about returning to school virtually. I would like to thank Mr. John Sullivan for participating and doing a super job handling all the great questions our students had for him. Our second town hall for parents will be held on August 26th on Zoom via Facebook Live. We will focus on 4 topics: brace and guidance, extracurricular activities, food services, and student wellness. We will be joined by Ralph Aiello, Sean Sierra, and Mary Mulder. We welcome any questions regarding these topics, and they can be sent to townhall@browardptsa.org. Our first newsletter of the year was sent out to all of our units with information of the new school year and guidance for PTAs on starting off the year. We will be showcasing our local PTAs and upcoming issues. All of our PTAs are holding their membership drives, and we encourage you to join, as PTA is the oldest and largest child advocacy association in America. Today's PTA is comprised of more than 4 million parents, teachers, grandparents, caregivers, foster parents, and other caring adults who share a commitment to improving the education, health, and safety of all children. Our PTAs encourage community partners, so we encourage all of you to please join one of our local unit PTAs in your neighborhood. We have encouraged our PTA members and leaders to enroll in the National PTAs Boot Camp, which is a series of 6 2-minute videos over 6 days, which will help prepare our leaders to operate their PTAs successfully. This program can be found at pta.org. We will be holding our annual Broward County Council PTA-PTSA Leadership Conference virtually starting on September 26th and running through October 3rd. We'll have over 30 informative training classes being taught by our PTA board, the Florida PTA board members, and the National PTA President-elect. We will be offering a class called Principal and PTA, which is a remarkable class for all of our principals to attend. Our guest speaker for our general meeting on September 26th will be the National PTA President, Leslie Boggs. Our newly formed Mental Health Committee is off to a great start. They are now planning to have their first of 3 town hall meetings to educate parents and to help lift the stigma of mental health across our district. They plan on holding a town hall in every school board district over the next 2 years. They have also created a student focus group where students will be able to discuss ways for us as adults that can help them. Our students and their mental well-being are just one of the many things that we will do, and will be one of the many things that are at forefront of our council this year. We continue our advocacy efforts, encouraging Congress to provide more resources immediately for schools. We are aware that the $5.4 billion loss in revenue to the state since March may affect state funding for schools adversely. We were thrilled to learn that the Department of Education will be funding innovative learning models for VPK. We as an association compiled a letter to the Department of Education requesting this much needed program to be funded. We also requested our local units to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next report comes from Jackie Luscombe, Chair of the ESC Advisory Council.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and greetings for the first day of the new school year. Our ESC Advisory General Meetings resume virtually next week, along with a rolling agenda of online meetings for our subgroups. We have 4 of those on autism, dyslexia and specific learning disabilities, Down syndrome, and emotional and behavioral disabilities. Our activities over the summer have largely comprised a support role for parents feeling their way through the maze of information and anxieties about reopening, and my involvement representing advisory in multiple BCPS committees contributing to the reopening discussion and preparations. Our advisory and subgroup meetings will seek to continue providing this support. Our EBD and autism committees, for example, will be sharing behaviour strategies for online learning, and all our meetings feature access for parents to ESLS personnel to assist with issues and questions. The Parent and Community Involvement Task Force Parent University for ESE parents was also a welcome event. Thank you. Concerns remain for students who will be left high and dry by the virtual environment because their complex disabilities require different style interventions and multisensory approaches in order for them to understand and make learning gains. Please know that some of those parents are still hanging on every ounce of hope and information that BCPS can give them as to what FAPE can look like for their children. Communication is important to ensure that there are regular updates on any potential pilot program for their children if and when public health conditions and public health advice allow. Also, assistance towards compensatory services from the spring that may be due. While BCPS is not, of course, a childcare provider, it's just relevant at this point as well for me to mention that the lack of private or agency childcare providers in the community catering for students with special needs. This has been a particular challenge for a number of our parents. There is concern regarding an incident in which an ESE teacher currently on reassignment and under ongoing investigation appears to have been accidentally reinstated and assigned a class, situation in which Dr. Wanza intervened once I brought it to her attention last week, having been alerted by a parent. I've asked for and am awaiting an assurance that there is or will be a full and open accounting of where the failures occurred. It's not my understanding that that was within the ESLS division. So on information to parents from the principal involved, the initial problem we understand appears to be a wrongful communication from SIU. It's not acceptable that happened, nor that on Friday, 2 days after I alerted folks to the issue, parents at the school were still being informed that this teacher was lined up to be their children's teacher. There's a concerning chain of events that needs serious, swift and thorough investigation, and I look forward to hearing that an investigation has been opened. To those of you who have not appointed representatives to ESE advisory, it would be assuring to us to know that you'll be doing so. They're your eyes and ears in advisory. They act as a bridge between us to strengthen communication and awareness of issues within our ESE community. And I look forward to welcoming all of your appointees at our first meeting of the new school year next week. Finally, thanks are due to everyone who's worked to prepare for the new school year. I know it's been a heavy lift. We look forward to honouring its successes and working on addressing any non-successes and needs in order to help shape a virtual environment that can honour IDEA and FAPE for these special children and provide equity in education for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Luscombe. And our next committee report comes from Ms. Mary Furtick, the chair of the Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning. On behalf of the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, I would like to recognize the outstanding work and dedication of the following staff members. To our producers of our Parent University webinar, Getting Ready for School and E-Learning, Randy Stephen and Jason Greenberg. To our presenters, Dr. Daryl Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning, Nicole Mancini, Director Elementary Learning, Guy Barmoha, Director Secondary Learning, Dr. Lori Canning, Executive Director, Early Learning and Language Acquisition, Simone Hollingsworth, Executive Director of the Exceptional Student Learning Support Division, Dr. Natalie Naray, Curriculum Supervisor for Behavior in Middle Schools, Giselle Rodriguez, Supervisor of Gifted and Talented Services, Vicki Saldala, Director Bilingual ESOL Department, Susie Cantrick, Director of Applied Learning, Tara Roger, Electronic Manager Systems Manager, Barbara Krakauer, Florida Inclusion Network Facilitator, Pamela Torelli, Behavior Program Specialist, Sarah Samuels, Due Process Coordinator, Felicia Stark, Due Process Coordinator, Carol Beitler, FDLRS Program Specialist, Monica Nelsis, Parent Outreach Specialist, Melinda Mayers, Educational Specialist, Eric Rosenauer, Instructional Facilitator, and also thanks to Kayla Concepcion for spearheading our communications. Last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and this Monday, these staff members presented webinars through Parent University, Getting Ready for School and E-Learning with members of the Parent and Community Involvement Task Force. The webinars had a live audience of over 21,000 people, and at least another 43,000 members of our community viewed the recordings of the events that are posted on the district homepage under Parent University. I would like to thank our liaison, Angel Gomez, who was instrumental in helping us put this together, as well as members of the Parent and Community Involvement Task Force who planned the event, Lou Naylor, Janet Bravo, Debbie Hickson, Natalie Beasley, and Lori Rich Levinson. I'm including Lori on our list of community members as committee members, because as you know, since proposing the task force, she has almost never missed a meeting. and the topic for this particular program was her idea. Committee member Natalie Moffett-Beasley excelled as the moderator of the questions with the exceptional assistance of Janet Bravo, who has served on the task force since its inception. To the board and the public, I would like to recognize the many long hours that Broward County Public School staff have invested in working to respond to an emergency situation by converting brick and mortar schools to a state-of-the-art virtual learning system. Their knowledge and skills are impressive, but it is their energy and dedication and their willingness to work as a team to tackle the toughest of problems that deserves recognition from this board and this community. I hope you will join me in thanking them and congratulating them for the successful presentation. 8 years ago, the Parent Community Involvement Task Force did an in-depth study of parent and community involvement in Broward County schools. We went on to produce a report and make over 100 recommendations. One of those recommendations was to create a parent university. Never in our wildest dreams did we ever imagine that one program presented over 4 nights would attract over 63,000 participants. It inspires us to continue to find new ways to promote and enhance parent and community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furtick. And Madam Chair, our last committee report comes from Ms. Anna Fusco, President of the Broward Teachers Union.
Am I the first person? Well, good morning, board. Happy first day and great to start it on Red for Ed. Proud to be public school proud. Happy to be sitting here this morning. It's been a wonderful 2 days. Had a great night last night. From hearing from all of our educators that have been talking enthusiastically and excited to get started for today. One of the main reasons being is that they've collaborated together all summer long to make sure today would happen and happen with greatness. And I too would like to thank all of the extra support staff out there that have taken the initiative to make sure that our educators and all of our support educators and our ESPs and our technical support have been given help and trainings. We still have a long way to go. We know we have such a large amount of people. We have 14,400 teachers. We have about 3,000 of our ESPs and 500 of our technical support. So we have about 18,000 people to get on board and get trained on this new platform, which to the parent community, you know, is some are embracing it, some are still struggling with it, some just don't want it at all. But right now, until this virus is under control, and I have to thank you guys for that piece on doing your part responsibly of making sure that children don't enter into our schools and our staff don't enter our schools with large groups. As you guys are home happily in your home, you're not meeting here in the KCW building, yet I am here, which because unless if I don't show up, I don't get to physically speak. So I wanted to make sure that our community knows that it's a great first day. Our teachers are eager and willing to go. We have hundreds of thousands of people online, so everybody be patient. Know that there's going to be some technicalities that are going to happen. There's staff on board at schools that are taking time to make sure they can help them work through it. Broward Teachers Union is committed to being part of the solution, making sure we go forward. But I do have to say, we're walking into this first day of school with no MOU. And the Broward Teachers Union has made sure that there was an MOU taken care of with the Pembroke Pines Commission and charter school. So they got to start today knowing exactly what their expectations are under the rounds of the contract, making sure they knew what was to be done and not be imploded and be put under pressure, which is what is happening with our Broward County Public School teachers. So I need you guys to be committed to working on behalf, because you're elected by us, to make sure that the proper district directors and cadres get with the Broward Teachers Union and let's get this MOU taken care of. So there's not this miscommunication when they saw Mr. Runcie's memo, then they saw President Fusco's letter, and there's all this miscommunication to the public when we need to, if we would have taken care of internal business, there wouldn't be this miscommunication. So as you guys work so great to take care of each other and your colleagues, you look out for your colleagues, certain colleagues though, you don't look out for each other all the way. All 9 of you don't support all 9 of you, you pick and choose. I need you to put that on the back burner because it's done. And I need you to work and have a strong conversation today to make sure that the proper people come and sit down at the table with the Broward Teachers Union so we can get an MOU. It's the law. We have a contract. They have a right to know what's expected and not have management step on employees' rights. That's all we're expecting. Teachers opened up today. Thank you guys. I'm on 7 different group text messages from the former school that I'm on leave from, and hearing and seeing everybody working together. It's just amazing. Coming up with what they need to do with Canvas, what they need to do with Teams, making sure the resources are there, choosing to go into a school setting, choosing to stay home just to get the work done, making sure that they are connecting with their students and whatever problems they're going to collaborate with each other. So they're doing their part. I need you elected officials to do your part for the community, for the parents, for the students, and for your employees and all of the teachers and all of the support staff, okay? So that's what we're asking you to do. We need to get this done. There needs to be no more miscommunication. If we would have had this MOU done, guess what? There would have been no miscommunication. It would have just been done. So thank you guys. Red for Ed, Public School proud. Have a great day.
Madam Chair, that is the conclusion of our committee reports for today's meeting.
Madam Chair, you're on mute. We cannot hear you.
Madam Chair, try hitting the mute button and unmute again, and let's see if that works.
Cannot hear you.
But now.
There you go.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we thought we were doing something. Mr. Runcie and I actually are here in the school building downtown. We've actually been here before, so this is second time we've been down here. I do, again, just want the public to understand that we have absolutely made an effort to be able to come downtown with social distancing and have continued to have issues regarding feedback and the clarity of being able to have microphones on, hearing as well as speaking, to having us all in one room. And so that's been problematic for us as chair. I have been working with Beacon. We continue to work to try to resolve the issue, but have not been successful. But I am downtown. Mr. Runcie is actually also downtown. We're social distancing today, but working downtown. So certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be able to work with the other staff that are also here with us today. With that, Mr. Runcie, I am going to turn it over to you for your superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, so today we kicked off the first day of the school year. While we know this is not the ideal mode of learning, it will provide some semblance of much needed normalcy, structure for countless numbers of students. I will say that even in the virtual world, there's still something about the first day of school that makes it so special. I stopped by Nova Blanche Foreman Elementary this morning, where I visited with teachers who were delivering instruction from their classrooms. I was able to greet students online. And I think the thing that I walked away with is just a level of enthusiasm, energy, and excitement from the teachers and their students. I was really encouraging. I think we're off to a good start to the school year. Again, not ideal conditions, but I think everyone's really looking forward to connecting again, developing those relationships. So this morning, students and teachers are logging in, they're launching and learning. As we embark on this journey, those 3 L's, log in, launch, and learn, they will bring us to what we call the 3 R's of learning. It is now incumbent on us to focus on reconnecting with our students, forging positive relationships, and establishing routines for success. Our 3 R's of reconnecting, relationships, and routines will be a strong focus in the first few days of this school year. We must continue to provide continuous encouragement and support to our entire school community through this experience. We must continue to remind our students, their parents, their caregivers, our staff members, and ourselves that stress, anxiety, and nerves are natural things for us to experience at this time. Fear, however, is a choice. It's a mindset, and we need to continue to work to overcome that. We understand that distance learning, or e-learning as we call it, will never be a substitute for face-to-face teaching and learning in our classrooms. But during this time, our students will continue to learn, and we will work to make the learning environment personal, engaging, interesting, challenging, and fulfilling. We know that our parents and guardians will have a lot of questions. And to be proactive and provide answers, our Parent Community Involvement Task Force and district staff and administrators, as you heard earlier, collaborated to deliver 4 live webinars called Parent University, Getting Ready for School and E-Learning. The 4 events took place from August 12th to the 17th, and then we divided them into student groups, elementary one day, secondary the next day, ESC, and we ended with ESOL sessions. The sessions offered step-by-step guidance to help parents assist their students through the school day, and also provided very valuable information on what to expect once classes begin. These webinars were recorded, and they can be retrieved online for review at any time at browardschools.com/Parent University. I want to recognize and extend my thanks to Mary Fertig, the chair of the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, and also to our school board member, Lori Rich Levinson, for bringing this idea to us. I also want to thank staff, especially our directors in academics who were mentioned earlier, who worked tirelessly to make this a success. We will maintain our commitment to provide laptop computers to students who need them and to negotiate free or low-cost internet connectivity through Comcast and AT&T, and also include providing free mobile hotspots to students that need them. We're here to help, and the message to our parents in our community is that if you're having trouble with your laptop computer or any other issue, call your school and ask for the administrators or the microtech. They're there, they're waiting, they're prepared to help. Food and Nutrition Services Department is providing grab-and-go meals at all elementary, middle, and high schools, effective today, the first day of school. Starting tomorrow, August 20th, meal distribution is scheduled going forward for Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and then also at 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. to give our families flexibility. Students enrolled in the Broward County Public Schools will have the opportunity to pick up several days of meals each distribution day. Although students can pick up meals at any schools, the Food and Nutrition Services Department strongly recommends that our students pick up meals at their home school for ease of the meal distribution line flow. I will continue to ask our community for help. The only way our district we'll be able to fully open our school buildings is when the community has lowered the number of COVID-19 cases and reduced the positivity rate. It will require each and every one of us changing behaviors to contain community spread of COVID-19 by continuing to wear masks, by physically distancing, and by washing hands and observing all other protocols. On a bi-weekly basis, the district will revisit its decision on the most appropriate learning model under the prevailing circumstances. When we see a 14-day favorable trend, and that's observed, looking at the categories that we put on our dashboard, which include disease progression, ability to manage the spread, the status of our health system capacity, and the adequacy of district resources and safeguards. We'll look across all of those indicators within the Tri-County area. And then again, once they're favorable, we will transition and open our school campuses. Finally, I just want to say, we know it takes a village to raise a child. And part of our village is the more than 40,000 volunteers who support our schools and students with the most valuable gift that they can give us, their time. I encourage our volunteers to contact the schools that they've been working with, because we can still use your support. Our students can receive services virtually. So I encourage our volunteers to continue to engage with us and work with our schools. Again, so glad to be here and starting the school year back. Just encouraged by the excitement. Really pleased and proud of how our teachers have stepped up and just gone through all the training and everything this year. And so I ask all our parents, teachers, everyone to give each other a little grace, have a little patience as we work through the first few days of a totally new learning paradigm, something that's never been done in our history, so that we can take time to get accustomed, work out whatever glitches that may appear, so that we can move forward to a successful year for our children. Have a wonderful 2021 school year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie, so much. And so we will now move on to our agenda items. We're going to start with our next item, which is going to be G5. May I please have a motion?
Excuse me, Ms. Corn. Ms. Corn, do you hear me? It's Dr. Osgood. I had my hand up. Do you hear me?
I hear you, Dr. Osgood, but for some reason it wasn't showing that here, so I apologize. And Dr. Osgood, before we go to G5, please share your thoughts.
Thank you. Wanted to ask Mr. Runcie to address, there was a report from Ms. Fusco and around memorandums not being signed and confusion. And I think it's important that we have clear communication. So would you allow Mr. Runcie a few moments to address that?
Mr. Runcie?
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. So we have continued to work with the BTU on a MOU. Staff, I know we're engaged this week. We've set and scheduled a time for, I believe it's this coming Friday. Hopefully we'll be able to finalize it at that point. I think we have moved to a good spot on the items that are being discussed. I think that will occur. The memorandum that sent out, which all the board members have, you can clearly see it was really about welcoming back our teachers, which is something that we have a right to do and should do and is absolutely appropriate. Again, we work with the Broward Teachers Union, as I indicated, and we'll get MOU done shortly. That in itself doesn't preclude our teachers from coming back to the classroom, doing what they love to do. That's engaging with their kids, providing instruction, support, nurturing, encouragement, development. That's what they do. That's what they live for. That's what makes our teachers so good and so effective and so essential in our community. So they're there, they're ready, they're providing that instruction from home or in their classrooms, and we sincerely appreciate that.
So that that memorandum of understanding, does it deal with the referendum dollars?
No, no, it does not deal with the referendum dollars. It's specifically around the e-learning environment that we're in. The referendum dollars are, that is, that's not necessarily the MOU. That's almost the essence of the bargaining on compensation that we do each and every year. That's not what we're doing right now. That's not what was being referred to.
Okay, and I'm asking because just having various conversations, these things come up, and I just think it's very important. Although we do negotiations, we have to do a better job with sharing publicly and making sure that communication is clear from the board's perspective when it relates to these things. So that's why I'm asking these questions publicly, and I will continue to do that. I just think it's very important that the public hears the message and that there is not miscommunication. Thank you, Ms. Korn, for giving me the opportunity to get those things addressed.
Thank you. And I apologize,
Madam Chair,
Ms.
you're
Korn,
muted.
there's a problem today that it seems like the computer is muting us because you're muted now.
Okay, so can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's just difficult in terms of being able to hear you while I'm speaking. It's the way we're having to use our microphones. But with that said, I will be as aware as possible to make sure this goes as smoothly as possible. Yes. And so with that, if I could have a motion and a second to move item G5.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on G5?
Madam Chair, we have not received any public comment on item G5.
Thank you very much to my colleagues. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to discuss on G5 document 3, the memo to revise specifically. And so on the memo to revise, there's a supplement list, and then there are employees that are crossed off. It happens to be a coincidence that they are Stoneman Douglas High School football coaches that are crossed out. But if staff could speak on why they are crossed out, and then moving forward, additional coaches from any school around the district are not going to be brought forward to be paid as a coach.
So I guess before we, thank you, Ms. Salda. Before we get started, I guess I'm confused. You're saying there's only one school that has coaches crossed out, because the document you're looking at has coaches from many schools throughout the district that are crossed off. So I just want to be clear, because that's what you said, and I don't want to make sure.
I'm sorry, the majority.
Oh, you're on mute, Ms. Alhadeff.
No, you're okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the majority of coaches. But
So
this
what?
is not about specifically speaking on Stoneman Douglas or the other schools that are being crossed out, like Coconut Creek High School. My understanding is that we are not approving coaches for the fall to be paid because their season hasn't started. So if staff could speak on why we are doing that.
That is correct. Mr. Strauss will speak on it, but we don't pay supplements and compensation to staff if they're not working. We can't do that. We don't do that as an organization to the extent that we don't. So I'll let Mr. Strauss answer that.
Thank you, sir. Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. Ms. Alhadeff, the decision is that since number one, the FHSA has postponed the fall sports and delayed them, but more importantly, Broward County as a school district has pushed back our fall sports and have delayed those, that the supplements paid to any coaches of fall sports would be on hold right now. And then once, as a district, we reinstate our sports, then we would reinstate those supplements. So it is not an issue of not paying them at all. We're just delaying because as of right now, there is no athletic participation taking place, and therefore the paying of those supplements are not occurring. And once they do begin, we will reinstate those supplements.
So for me, and my understanding is that coaches are connecting with their players constantly. So even currently now in the virtual space, they could be meeting virtually with their players and trying to connect with them, whether it's like sharing films or through the mental health aspect of it, doing yoga. Coaches are role models for our players. They are connecting with the players academically, making sure that they are doing their homework, they're connecting virtually on class. I just feel that we are not respecting our coaches by not paying them now. And the truth is, we could possibly lose coaches because if they feel that they're not going to be paid, they might go somewhere else. Or if our players feel that we're not going to have a season, they might leave Broward County Public Schools and we'll lose FTE funding.
So, Ms. Aldef, let me just be clear. In the Tri-County area in which we work collaboratively with Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, we're not having any sports at this time. It's not like our athletes can just go leave and go to some neighboring county. And that's similar in other parts of the state. Yes, there's some that are opening up, but they're in different circumstances than we are here in South Florida. The other thing to think about is the fact that it is our intent to try to give these student athletes a full season. It may be out of sync in what they would normally have. So fall sports may move to winter and even be pushed out to spring, but they're going to have a season. And if they're going to have a season and it's pushed out later, we're going to pay those coaches for a full season. It just won't line up. So we're paying those coaches now, and then we're going to pay them for the season. We're going to be paying them twice what we probably would, or just longer. It's just we're going to be paying their coaches and engaging them the way we would. It's just that the timeline has been impacted by the circumstances we're in. So I don't know if that makes sense to you.
No, I understand what you're saying, but then out of respect to the coaches, maybe we pay them half of their stipend now and then the half of it at the end of their season.
Well.
Okay, so.
I can't hear you.
You're muted, Ms. Corn.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good and then Dr. Osgood, and I have comments as well. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Mr. Renzi, I know it was a difficult decision we made with athletics, and I certainly concur wholeheartedly with your position as it relates to us participating in athletics at this time. It's just not prudent to do so. I will say though, just a question, Mr. Strauss, why is it that on this G5, I just need an explanation, why are not all high schools referenced in this document? Because there's only a few high schools noted. So I think that's what leads into the question as to, why are other coaches from other schools not noted?
Thank you for that question. So in previous supplements, like for instance, in last month's meeting or last week's or the prior meeting to this, there were supplements there and there were potentially coaches on that supplement chart. And then in the future, in the next meeting, excuse me, there would be also supplements that would be coming forward as the schools enter them into the system. It just so happens that in this meeting, those were the supplements that were on there, and upon the decision being made not to pay them, those had to be removed from the list the schools have been given direction to then go back into, and in essence, for those that they've already entered for the fall sports, that they would just have to push off to the side, or hold off, to the future until then, when their season does begin, that then they would re-enter them or reactivate them for payment moving forward then. So it wasn't that the other schools are not part of it. All schools are, just some come at different times.
Well, to that point then, is it your understanding then that we are not paying any coaches at this time, regardless of the sport?
Correct. Any of the fall, right. So right now we'd be paying fall sports coaches would be the ones that would be getting activated. So what we're asking the schools to do is to deactivate any that have been activated, or hold off and putting any that they would be putting in. And then upon us knowing that we're going to have a fall sports season, as Mr. Runcie stated, whenever that might take place, then to reactivate or activate those individuals at that time. So therefore, they're getting paid within their sports season.
And to the point of at what point would the switch be turned on? So, it's not like, a decision is made tomorrow that athletics commence next week. There's preparation for that to occur, correct?
Sure.
So I know you understand that as well. So I think to that point, we really do have to think a little bit about, at what point would the supplement kick in preparation for the athletic event to start occurring. So, I don't want to put our students and our teams in a negative light if they don't have sufficient time to get prepared. So I think in fairness to some of the coaches, we can't just expect them from, and I'm not saying you are or Mr. Runcie is, but I'm thinking out loud. I understand why we can't pay the supplement at this point in time because the decision has been made. But if we know that we're getting close to athletics commencing, I guess, Mr. Runcie, you're on. I think we do have to keep in mind that we have to provide ample opportunity for these coaches to ramp up the programs with their students and not put them in a predicament where we have an expectation from one day to the next that it occur. I don't know if you wanted to.
Right, so I think we would follow the same type of process that we've always had. I mean, in terms of when we would start supplements relative to their season. So we would obviously make sure that they're activated once we know that we're in a position to move forward, so that they're able to receive their full supplement that we pay them annually. They will receive that. Again, The timing of it is just off. They're not going to lose any supplement as a result of this not being on now. We're just going to extend the season a little bit. So they're not going to lose anything.
And
the only way that would occur is if we had no season, and that's not our intention. We're going to work to adjust timelines. And I think this was mentioned by Mr. Sarah a while ago. About 20% of the states in this country have already moved their fall sports to winter and spring.
Okay.
Right? So that is a possibility that may happen in Florida. It may not, but we're prepared to have a season one way or the other and fully compensate the coaches once we're able to do so.
Okay, good. So again, I wanted to keep in mind that we afford them that opportunity. So when we're getting close, and just the last question. So most coaches, are they not our employees? I know not. Are most coaches district employees of some kind?
A majority of the coaches are district employees, but there is a percentage of coaches that are non.
Yeah, so some teach courses, right? Or they have other roles in the school, so they have some other type of primary employment with the district. this becomes a secondary one for many of them. So,
Yes,
but
just a
Mr.
supplement, although,
Strauss said there are some that they just, this is what they do, but they may have other jobs and responsibilities outside the district, and they may just provide coaching. I know a number of individuals like that.
okay. Well, again, I think it would be it's really an unsafe time to have the athletics. And so, I know you have mentioned it's, to pay them at a time when they're not currently doing that role is we're not able to do that. How does this impact? And I don't know if it's a puddle jump, and if not, I will ask it offline, Ms. Korn. So I'll just ask, how are athletic directors impacted?
They're being paid. They're actually on the, sorry. You'll see that many of them are listed here. So athletic directors are actually still being paid, and they are being engaged in work with the district.
Is that everybody's sentiment? Thank you, Ms. Korn, for answering the question. Anybody else want to add? That's it?
That is correct. Athletic directors are still being paid because they have administrative roles overseeing the athletics, and so they're still working with our district athletic department and doing functions of that. So they're continuing to get paid for that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Okay, thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Yeah, as we're thinking about this, I'm thinking about it differently, more in line with Ms. Aladaff. I know a lot of our students depend on our coaches. I never saw our coaches function, although we pay them seasonally as a function seasonally. They work year round throughout the summer, all times with the students. It's hands-on. We've taken a lot of stuff virtual. So in my mind, I would think that, like, for example, football coaches, basketball coaches, that there are virtual meetings going on with the kids. It's just very important that they're able to stay in touch with those students, provide the level of support and mentoring. I just think it's so critically important to their well-being. I mean, in some instances, those coaches are the fathers for those kids. They're really all that they have. And a time where they are so uncertain about college opportunities for sports and different things, to not have engagement with the coaches, I think it's going to be dramatic. If we have a pot of money or a stipend that we pay over a season, and we know that that is the stipend, I just believe some kind of way we can find out, whether we do it in threes or whatever. We know that there's amount. We're not changing the amount that we pay those coaches, but I just think it's going to be detrimental. Even though we're delaying the season, I get it. I understand the rationale, but the engagement and the moral support, the academic support that the coaches and that whole team spirit add to our students, I don't think that it would be destructive for us to delay that, even if we're doing winter sports or whatever. I just think it's the role of the coaches, the role of the team, the family-like engagement. It would just be devastating. I think about, one of my schools in particularly, where we've lost the coach that's the backbone of kind of the whole program in school, in that element. Now having a new coach that's not able to engage now because we're pushing out the season. I just think that, I would, support Ms. Aladaff in a motion. I just would like for us to at least to consider to look at maybe this differently, where if we didn't give all the stipend, if we broke it out in threes, and we don't go with the amount of money that's allocated, whatever that stipend amount is. But I don't want to wait for engagement, and I'm not looking for practice or those types of physical things that are going to put people's health in jeopardy, but the emotional support, the social emotional learning, and the dynamic that comes from the coaches, the mentors, the team, it's going to be hurtful and harmful to have that element delayed. So I will hear from my other colleagues, but I'm going to ask if we could strongly consider looking at this piece a little differently.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I actually agree with Ms. Alhadeff and Dr. Osgood. It would not be adverse to paying a third, and a third, like I believe, I think even Ms. Good said that. So I was definitely for that. I also wanted to ask what the difference was truly between the athletic directors and the coaches, but understood what Mr. Strauss said, but it doesn't settle right with me. So I'll wait for the rest of my colleagues, but I would be accepting of moving forward with an amendment for this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, are you going to clarify something? Otherwise, I need to go to board members. Okay, perfect. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you. I do think that we should consider paying our coaches, and I agree the third is probably something that we should look into. One of the things, though, that was mentioned by my colleague, Ms. Aladeff, with regard to coaches that are currently doing yoga possibly or other activities with their athletes gives me a bit of pause. And so I just want to make sure that if those types of activities are occurring, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, but I'm very concerned as a school board member that all of the proper paperwork, the required, forgive me, but the word is escaping my mind right now. Doctor form, I don't know what it's called. The medical release form that is required for athletes to participate, and all of the paperwork being completed in order for that to occur. And then I guess additionally, where I would have trouble is that some coaches would be receiving a stipend now for work that they're doing now with their teams, and other coaches would be receiving a stipend now and wouldn't necessarily be engaging with their teams. And so how do we make sure that that's a level playing field? That would be my question. Is that something staff could do?
Can you ask specifically when you say, is that something staff can do? You mean identify which ones are engaging and which ones are not engaging, or what do you mean by that?
Either that, or there would have to be a requirement for, a certain level of engagement. Certainly when you're a coach and you're coaching a season, you have requirements of when practices begin, meaning like the time frame, and when games occur and what your responsibilities are. And if we're going to be in a virtual arena and we're going to be paying coaches for coaching in a virtual arena, then is that something that staff is going to be able to do? I just have some questions about what that looks like for all coaches.
Okay. I'm not sure how staff address, because right now coaches are not, the way it's set up, coaches are not virtually coaching. They may be connecting, but they're not virtually coaching. We are not in phase one, and if staff can maybe, but right now there is no responsibility of a coach until we start to transition. Dr. Wanza, I don't know, or Mr. Runcie or Mr. Sarah, but there's no responsibility at this point that would align with us paying them.
I understand, and one of my colleagues mentioned that there were things that were occurring that she was aware of that are happening virtually. So I just want to make sure that we at least have some guidance from the district as to what are the expectations, what can be done, what can't be done.
So, good morning. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Runcie. I'm sorry.
No, so I would, let me just first say that, coaches work with students all year long, typically. And most coaches do that outside of the season. And we've never had this issue come up that we need to start to compensate them because they're doing some of these things. I mean, some of them take kids to college trips. I mean, they do a lot to support their student athletes, and we very much appreciate that. But we have a set compensation for them that we provide to all of the coaches. And as I said before, they will receive their compensation. It's just going to be out of season year. We're now asking to do something in addition to compensating them for their season that they will have. We're going to compensate them for some new type of service, which we've not agreed to or outlined or figured out what it is, and it could be all over the place. I can't even properly address your question, Ms. Brinkworth, because we haven't set up or established or asked to do some virtual support of athletics.
No, I don't want you to misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that there would be additional compensation. Coaches do what they do. They're loved and appreciated and revered on their campuses, and I understand that. If the question of my colleagues is whether or not we should pay them now because they are engaged with students, and then some specific things were mentioned about things that were occurring with coaches, between coaches and their students, we need to make sure, number one, that the proper paperwork is completed if those things are occurring, if there is any type of virtual training that is occurring. And then or if that's something that's even permitted. And then number two, to make sure that if the coaches if it would be in our best interest and the coaches' best interest to pay them a stipend over, a third, and a third, if that's something that all of us would agree makes sense, then I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that we're very clear as a board what it is that is permitted and what is required.
Is there anyone on staff that needs further comment?
Yeah, I don't think we're prepared to answer that one. I would have to go and look at that a little more, Ms. Brinkworth. So again, because this is just a new circumstance that we've never had before. We were just really focused on when we get the go ahead and move out of the current phase we're in. Working with the athletic department, our local medical experts, they meet every week actually on this topic to see when we can move to phase 0 to phase 1 to phase 2, beginning workouts, strengthening, and so on. So I think what I hear from the board is trying to somehow break out the payments, which that can be done. We do run the risk of if someone is being paid and they leave or not available when the season starts, we would have already provided compensation. But that.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. I'm going to go back around to my colleagues. I'm just going to share a couple of thoughts. There's no question our coaches work well outside of their quote calendar for their event, for their sport. And we by no means enumerate them in a way that would truly compensate them for what they do for us. I have a couple of concerns in paying them now when they are not actually engaged. They're not actually supposed to be engaged in the sense that the paperwork isn't due yet from students. And there are steps that have to be taken before a student can even try out for a sport, let alone be actually engaged then in the team. So I'm concerned that we would be paying them because if we have coaches for whatever reasons are considered coach today, but let's say 2 months from now when they're actually starting their season, they are no longer going to be the coach for whatever extenuating circumstances. Well, now we're going to have to pay that stipend again. So we have always paid our coaches during their season. Paying coaches prior to that, then I think puts us in a position where, as the stewards of our taxpayer dollars, we're risking some of the responsibility, or we're risking the fact that we may have some coaches who are paid now, but then do not remain with us when they are asked to be engaged in actively coaching our students. No question, we have coaches that work year round with their students, and we can't thank them enough for that. But at the same time, there are some problems, I believe, with paying them in advance of their sport. And so they absolutely need to be paid, but I think they need to be paid aligned with when they are actively engaged in their responsibilities. What they're doing now are outside of those responsibilities. And I think that's where we start to get ourselves in a little bit of trouble, potentially, with paying them early. And I guess one of the questions I had was around band. I know that we do have band teachers that are listed on the supplement, and I just wanted to ask a quick question, not knowing where we stand with that. Are our band directors actually engage with our students right now?
Good morning, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So band as a class, yes, ma'am, but we haven't started marching band season, just like we have not started athletics.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So I believe there are some, I believe there's a supplement being paid or
For
a
the
couple
band
of them.
director.
Right.
And we can certainly clarify that and make sure that they are receiving the supplement that is expected for their responsibility, because a lot of our band directors they oversee multiple bands, right? So they may have the marching band, the symphonic band, the orchestra, and so we will make certain that whatever they are entitled to on the supplement listing, that they are certainly receiving, because we do know that some of them do oversee multiple bands. It's not just the marching band for the football season. They do have symphonic, orchestra, wood, strings, you name it.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that it aligns.
Yes, ma'am.
They don't want a football coach to come and say, well, you're making me wait for our season, but then the band director for football is receiving their supplement if they are not actively engaging. And maybe they have different, engagement levels with students and they're able to do things virtually that our other coaches are not doing. But I just wanted to ask that question so that there wasn't any ambiguity. And with that, I really truly hope, one of my colleagues said that this decision is disrespecting our coaches. Please know that, at least for me, personally, this is the opposite of that. This is to acknowledge that those coaches who are going to be actually working with our students when their season begins are going to have supplements available. Because if we pay supplements now prior to having those coaches engage with those students, and that coach is then not with us, we now are at a deficit for a supplement for the coach who actually will be working with those students actively during their season. So just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that as we're having this conversation. And with that, I have Ms. Levinson and then Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I would agree with really what you have just said. I'm not going to really repeat, but our teachers go above and beyond every day outside of their hours and outside of what they're paid. And I believe our coaches do what they do because they love interacting with our kids. I believe it's our fiscal responsibility to handle the finances the way we always have. And when practices begin, it should correspond with that, and it should be paid during the season like it always is. We certainly appreciate all the work they do and want to compensate them for it, but I'm not looking, I don't support having a separate way to do it right now, for the same reason that when the season actually starts, we don't know if those people will be in place, and that could perhaps cost us more financially. As far as band directors, I just wanted to state that band directors are having rehearsals virtually. Band is something that can be done virtually. Athletics is something that practices have to be in person. So in my mind, I don't equate the two. I'm sure many of you have seen concerts being done with kids in the different squares performing together. So I anticipate that will be going on as scheduled and is very different than athletic practices that are in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Dr. Osgood and then Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you for the fruitful discussion, and I understand the fiscal responsibilities. I'm certainly not asking that we create a new program, but as an avid athlete, I can tell you that athletics can be done virtually with coaching and viewing of films and other aspects of the game that is to do with knowledge and understanding the game. My position is more from a team perspective. I think our discussion today says to our coaches that we do value them. But if we have an item come forth like this and we're just not paying stipends and supplements and those things, and there is no discussion around it, it sends a very strong message to the person that's not getting the stipend or the supplement. And if we lose those individuals because they go now and get other jobs to supplement their income because they're not getting this stipend at the beginning of the year that they were planning on, then we will have to deal with it at that time. I believe that many of the people that work with our children, because they do love them, they will continue to do what they need to do to support the students as they always do. But I think it's very important that as a board, we discuss these kinds of things and we show that people are valued that work, and regardless of how we pay them. So I still don't understand why we could not, do some type of gesture. And I do get the argument is if we pay now, and that's what kind of sticks me, if we pay any portion of the stipend now, and then they're not with us when the season starts, and I guess it would be such a bureaucratic process to have something in place that if they leave before the season, we would have no way of recouping those dollars. So from a fiscal perspective, that kind of sticks me. But I don't want, when we have items where we're not going to do stipends and business as usual, that impacts someone's income and their budget. I think that we need to have a discussion around it or something attached with it that it gives the message that we're being fiscally responsible and that we do care, because these things drastically impact people's income and their capacity to provide for their families because they were depending on those dollars to go as a part of their budget. So thank you for the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I don't have any other hands up that I can see, and I know I've missed them before. So is there anyone else that at this point wants to speak before we move forward with a vote? Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to make a motion to pay the coaches 1/3 now, and then 1/3 and 1/3 based on when their season starts.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. Is there discussion? Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I can support that as long as I know what activities we expect the coaches to do. And I think that, the whole thing about, mental health and I think right now there's such a disconnect. So certainly, virtual learning and having the coaches interact with these students can provide a benefit. I don't want to dismiss that opportunity because we've never had to deal with this before. We are in a whole new world as far as how we deal with this pandemic. So I think there could be a positive win-win here. But I do want to understand from my colleagues' motions what those expectations would be. I do not want to say that I'm going to support this and not know what those expectations are. So I don't, I guess I need more information. Just to say that coaches do this, I know many of them do, but I don't know at this point in time which coaches are engaging or would engage with our students in a positive way. And so I would need to know what that is. So.
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Moquin. I think we also need to understand too that I do not believe the payroll system is set up currently to pay supplements in thirds. And so it's going to take some reconfiguration of the system in order to accommodate this. I would ask Mr. Strauss to chime in, but I believe they're paid in halves currently in the system. So I don't know how much reconfiguration would be required in order to facilitate this motion if it passes.
That is correct, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, can you hear him? Ms. Korn, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, my computer is just not functioning in a timely manner.
I heard you breathe, so that was pretty good.
So Mr.
So
Strauss, you said it is not set up that way right now, and I guess we would just need Ms. Marte to weigh in on what would be the lift to make that happen from a timing perspective as well as from a cost perspective.
So, Ms. Korn, maybe so that we can continue with the agenda, I don't know if it was prudent to maybe, I know there's a motion on the floor. My colleagues would be amenable to maybe deferring this particular item later in the agenda. I'm sorry, I hear noise, and it's not me. That we can maybe postpone it later in the agenda to afford staff the opportunity to let us know if we're capable of doing it, and of those coaches that wish to participate, what would be the parameters by which we would give them to engage. And
Ms. Marte is here. She may be able to address this, so we can try to move through it. Ms. Marte, if everyone can please mute their microphones, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. So I can't come up with an exact figure. I'd have to meet with the staff that reprograms and does the payroll changes. Might I suggest, though, that given the fact that we ultimately will pay them the entire stipend, there will be a cost associated with the reprogramming that perhaps we want to consider just doing half and half. But if it's the will of the board, I can get back to them with how many hours of staff time it will take, and including the testing. But if we will ultimately pay the entire stipend. Respectfully, I'm suggesting just do the half and half and save the money of the reconfiguration. But obviously, it's the will of the board.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marte. That was helpful. We'll have more feedback, and then I'll go back to Ms. Al-Hadef if she wanted to revise her motion or if the second needed to revise. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I was actually going back to what I believe was part of Mr. Runcie's address this morning, and of the 3 R's. I believe, to Ms. Good's point, relationship building would truly be an important aspect, just like my colleagues have already said, and for the mental health and that extra connection that is missing with our kids for right now. So I'm not going to write somebody's curriculum or give them any leeway with that. My only suggestion is to build on one of those 3 R's in relationship building and learning how to be together, I guess. So as much as they can feel more of a group than they do since they're online. So that's me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you to my colleagues. So I guess I still, I'm not opposed to the half and half, as Ms. Marte said. I mean, certainly we're not looking to spend additional dollars, but getting back to that expectation, there may be, if we're going to provide a supplement, then I have an expectation that there be an interaction. So I don't know if we're able to do that. There may be coaches that do not wish to do any interaction at this point in time and want to wait. So do we have that kind of flexibility of paying supplements only to those that are willing to engage at this point in time?
Thank you for that question.
Marte has her finger up.
Mr. Strauss, could you respond, and then we'll go to Ms. Marte?
He's going to respond the same thing I am.
Yes, each school selects who they choose for the supplement, so it is at the school level. So if they have 5 different coaches and 3 want to do it and 2 don't want to do it, they can do the 3 coaches and not do the other 2 coaches. So they do have the ability.
So my last point then to Ms. Korn is that if that's the case, I would ask that the schools confirm that the coaches will engage in some kind of positive interaction with their students, maybe get a sense of what that will be in preparation for the sport to commence. Listen, I've seen coaches, I know we've all.
Ms. Good, you're muted.
Sorry, I touched it. I was just saying, we've all mentioned that coaching is a year-round activity. Many go above and beyond. And so I'm not, the supplement is small. I believe sometimes in the relationships that they build with some of these students. And for some students, it is life-changing and life-saving for that matter. So I would just hope that if we can provide some parameters, that the school leaders get confirmation and look into what those interactions are, then I can certainly support doing it at this time. And I thank my colleagues for bringing it up. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Where's Mr. Sarah? Wouldn't he have some more insight on this, Sean Sarah? Isn't that his area?
Mr. Sullivan, I know he's with you. I'm not sure if he's here today.
Yeah, he's here today through the chair, John Sullivan, Chief Portfolio Service Officer. Yes, so I was going to add that what Ms. Good was talking about and the sense of the duties and parameters. We could definitely work with the principals. We do know that the coaches right now are doing duties just to prepare for the start of the fall season when we do start at our intention, as Mr. Runcie, as the superintendent has said, is to start in a delayed schedule since we can't do so safely. But Mr. Sarah, do you want to add anything in terms of how we can help the principals with parameters to ensure that the coaches are indeed connecting with the students during this time?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Sean Sarah, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. Thank you so much, Mr. Runcie and board, for this conversation. Our office absolutely can work with the principals. Mr. Strauss mentioned it would be a principal discretion. We can definitely set the parameters as to what the expectations are with regards to the coaching supplement, especially if we're going to move forward at the will of the board to do half now, half later. You guys had really good points just to advocate for the coaches. They are a year-round position. They are paid through their supplements. I'll use football as an example. Football head coaches have been in pretty much weekly communication with their athletes for the past month. They are collecting physicals for us so that when we do launch, we can do it quickly. We are going through a critical phase with colleges and recruiting. So they are making sure that the colleges who are basically on downtime now have constant contact with the athletes so that we can get them to the next level. We are once again stressing the importance of communications, not only with the athletes, but parents, and we have that mentoring piece. Health and wellness is critical because a lot of our kids are struggling right now. They want to go back to school. They're very, very engaged by athletics. Their curriculum is important, but obviously some of them, this is their future. And, the one thing I want to close with is that the coaches in some regards do work proactively with the classroom setting teachers to make sure that the kids are engaged in their day-to-day activities and classes and that they're attending and that they're participating and get their assignments done. So I'm at the will of the board, but if the decision was made to move forward with half now, half later, we could absolutely put some protocols and procedures in place to make that accountability piece in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. So I just have a question. I did not hear in the motion, Ms. Alhadeff, that you were making this motion specific only to those who were actively engaged. So is your intent was the motion intended to pay all coaches or for it to be a selection by principals of who is engaged and who is not engaged?
Yeah, it definitely can be a selection by principals on who wants to engage and who doesn't want to engage.
Okay, so could you revise your motion to say that it's at either principal discretion or however you had intended it to be?
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to pay the coaches half now and half when the season starts based on principal discretion.
I second that revision of that.
Clarification, I don't think we mean season starting. I think you probably mean engagement of coaches for phase one.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, and if I could just to Mr. Strauss ask the question, are there other supplements that would be occurring sometime during the year where we may have staff or teachers that would have otherwise had a supplement and we're going to potentially then ask to pay them before they actually provide services as well?
Typically, I'm just trying to think real quickly on that question. Typically the other supplements outside of coaching are clubs and activities, as well as department chair, grade level chairs. And then there's some specific, academic competitions and things of that nature. The other ones that come to mind or obvious that we would not be paying right now is there's a supplement for cafeteria duty. Well, that's not obviously occurring in the e-learning environment, or bus duty. So those things are on hold for right now until we're back into the physical space. But other than that, I don't know that there's other ones that off the top of my head that would fall into what you're asking for.
Okay, and so just because I want to make sure that we're consistent across the base, if I was someone that was getting a supplement for bus duty, will my supplement potentially be different when we come back because it's a shorter year, or is there a set amount of money that you would make for that?
No, it would be prorated from when you begin the supplement.
Got it. Okay, so we can talk about those. I just want to make sure that as a board we're consistent, and we're not just talking about athletic supplements in this case, and that this is something that all of our supplements would then potentially be have to, I guess, adhere to some extent. So I have Ms. Good and then Dr. Osgood.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just a friendly amendment to my colleague Ms. Al-Hadaf's motion. When she said with the principal's discretion, I'd like to also include with athletic department guidance. Because as it was referenced before by Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Sarah, that they would provide guidance to the school principals in regard to what this would look like. And I just don't want principals to be picking and choosing coaches without there being expectations set. So I just wanted to make that amendment.
Accept it.
The second accepted as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood next.
I just want to be clear. Mr. Strauss said something very critically. I'm under the understanding that like MTL, Latinos in Action, student government, all of those activities are continuing, but in a virtual way. Our students need all of those supports. So if they're not taking place or there has been some different discussion, maybe we need to bring that to the board. But I'm of the understanding that we're not looking to stop those types of support, student supports and activity programs for our students. So those individuals that are receiving supplements for MTL, Latinos in Action, student government, I could just go on and on with the list of things that we've found a way to provide those things virtually. I was concerned about MTL and Latinos in Action because I know that it's the personalization period for some of our students. So I just assumed that those types of activities and supports would continue and those individuals getting those stipends would continue to receive them. So if we're doing something different, I think that that's certainly a critical conversation or something that the board needs to weigh in on.
So this is Valerie Wanzer, School Performance and Accountability Officer. Dr. Osgood, those activities are continuing to occur. Principals are continuing to process those supplements for payments. Anything that can be done in the virtual space, and one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that with compensation, we have to have accountability for auditing. So we can audit how most of those advisors and sponsors, they have Canvas courses already set up for the kids in Canvas. A lot of them have Teams meetings already scheduled. So we can easily go to those records anytime an auditor asks. Those activities have taken place. So now that we are rethinking the athletics arena, since they are not going to take place as we normally would have them, then obviously OSPA would work with Mr. Sarah's office, work with the schools, provide guidance. And I just keep reiterating, as my good colleague, Ms. Marte, and Mr. Javoan have always reiterated, we have to make sure that when the auditor comes, we can document what we did.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So at this time, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. May I please have, unless there's further
Madam
discussion.
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Moquin. I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement in terms of how the amendment affected the item. I think the principals will need to I think these individual names stay off, because we can't assert that these are in fact principals that are engaged, and the principals will now have to enter supplements for those coaches that will in fact be engaged during this time frame.
Okay.
So
thank you.
there's no changes to the item itself per se.
Yes. Okay. So it's amended then to reflect that those are the parameters by which coaches will be paid, but that the item itself is not further modified, indicating the names that have been stricken remain stricken until they're resubmitted.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All in favor of the item as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The item passes unanimously. At this time, it is noon. It is time for our public speakers. So if you'll give me just one moment. As we begin to take our public comments for today's regular school board meeting, I am reminding the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. In addition, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. At this time, I guess we will start with our public speakers that are here present at KCW.
Madam Chair, I do not believe that there are any public speakers that are present at KCW. Dr. Neesmith, can you confirm that?
Yes, confirmed. We have no public speakers here at KCW.
Perfect. And Mr. Moquin, do you have one written comment for today?
Yes, Dr. Neesmith will read the one written public speaker comment into the record.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this comment comes from Marcus Pasco from Miramar. Dear School Board of Broward County, on this matter of utmost importance to families' life balance, our fate has already been decided by this committee. There's no proof that this action you have dictated on us was done before with this desired results. You have not demonstrated that your decision will create favorably results for my child's educational growth, and the Office of the President of the United States of America has provided evidences that contradicts your decision and highlighted the devastation school closures causes to working families. You're doing this to protect the children from an outbreak. When? Number one, there is no evidence of this, just a personal forecast that has no basis. Number two, if it does, I presume you are equipped by now to handle this situation with all the insight we've gained. And if you need volunteers, you simply ask your community. Give your community a chance to bond and tackle the common enemy. Soldiers sent on missions for their country faces death for the betterment of one's country. So they come up with a plan that gives them the best chance of survival. They execute their plan for the betterment of one's country. Education, Mr. Educator, is for the betterment of one's country. You say we want to open schools, but safely. How long has this broad been aware that opening schools weren't safe? Because as far as I know, schools have always been the safest place for any child to be. If the broad did not mislead me to believe that schools are safe, then Mr. Superintendent, how long does it take to make a safe place safe? Over 4 months. What plan did this committee put together in preparation in school learning? We have learned so much, it's actually ludicrous to see the board's level of enlightenment is only one option, the same presented 4 months ago. It's either one, Mr. Superintendent is not fit for this position, two, an abuse of authority to push self-interest agendas. Number three, there's an elaborate cover-up. This board should be convincing parents of the values of in-school learning to properly educate children as was ordered and put forth an agreement of paying taxes. My family survives on 2 incomes. Now, because of your actions, my wife is walking away from her employment. How's my family to weather the storm now? How do we keep a roof over our heads? It seems this administration has turned the board into a vehicle for hardship rolling into our communities. And Madam Chair, that is the public comment, the public speaker's submission, and the only submission that we have for today's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will then move on to our next item. May I please have a motion and a second on A1?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Rupert.
Thank you. Mr. Moquin, do we have any public comment on A1?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item A1.
Thank you. Do I have any comments from my colleagues? I currently have Ms. Murray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing the list, we've had this discussion before in regards to maybe sunshining some of the resolutions that have been on the list for many years and allow others to move up into those positions. Has this happened this year?
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Murray? Is this what we've done? This is the standard item that we bring every year, and trying to have all of the standard resolutions approved before the start of the school year, so that way the school-based teams are aware of them, recognizing that some of them have some instructional content associated with them. We do every year send that out to our contacts to update them and make sure that they're still appropriate and timely for this year, which we did. And this is the culmination of those efforts.
Okay, so there's nothing in the background that we don't see that might not be recognized because we don't have the time or the space?
It's not related to time or space, Ms. Murray. There may be some new ones that come forward that we're not aware of, that weren't presented as part of the standard one. But at this point, those are the ones that we are knowledgeable about coming forward for this school year.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of A1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. A1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Any audience input on CC1? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item CC1.
Okay. And I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document number 3, under job description, can you explain why required was removed and explain the minimum qualifications?
Mr. Chisholm or Mr. Strauss, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was working between the systems. Mr. Chisholm, are you on to respond to Board Member Aladeff's question?
I am. I'm pulling up. Ms. Aladeff, could you just repeat specifically?
Sure, on document 3, the job description, can you explain the minimum qualifications and experience and why was required removed? Do you see on page 2?
Miss Aladeff, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, Ms. Aladeff, it is still saying the same thing. I think when compensation was cleaning up, this is more of the cleanup verbiage. The requirement still remains the same, that it is an accredited institution. So some of our job descriptions are a little bit older and some are outdated. And when compensation does the actual update, we also committed to this board that we will fully review any job description that we touch. So what you see here is just really an alignment around it. So what will be required, as you see there, the minimum qualifications and experience, everything under there are all requirements. So we get away from repeating the word required. As you can see, it's been removed from the first 3 bullets, but everything on the minimum qualifications and experience, it's all required.
Okay, so you're saying consistently you did that with all job descriptions to
Yes,
be
ma'am.
uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the bullet point, number 4, did you add that within the 1 year of appointment because you're having difficulty finding a state fire marshal? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What we're seeing in the data that we've gotten thus far, we are getting a lot of people that are applying for the jobs that are either out of state or in state. And the SREF requirement in many instances, the people here in the school district may work for another municipality or as a fire chief, but the SREF requirement is not a requirement for another fire chief at that institution or that entity. As well as out of state, we got a lot of people who actually made application for the job from out of state, and the SREF is very specific to the state of Florida, but it is a requirement and we want them to have that. So we want to give them a year to obtain that here in the state of Florida.
Okay, and do you think that you would get more people to qualify for or not qualify, but apply for the position?
We do, and not only that, we actually minimally believe that it provides us with an opportunity to engage more people, because at this point, we can't even talk to people who do not have the SREF training. We want to incentivize them when you really think about it. It is a course that is offered by the state, and we have an opportunity to incentivize them by going through the interview process and moving through it, really keeping them really engaged. And if that's a candidate that we want to pursue, that's a minimum requirement, and they will have a year to obtain it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other colleagues with their hands up, so Ms. Rupert?
Unmuted. There it is. Actually, just going back for something, Mr. Chisholm, is underneath the minimum qualifications, the bullet that you were just talking about, and how you've had other people from around the country and not really per se SREF trained. But this also says that they'll also will be in accordance with the Florida Building Code. So how do you go about making sure that happens with requirements as compared to the other one?
And let me just make sure I repeat back to what my takeaway is. I think you're asking about it if we have someone that have to meet the requirements for the building codes. That is a minimum requirement that they will have to have before they can be appointed to the position. So what we talked about at the last meeting, we talked specifically about the fact that we want them, if they're out of state, they will have to go through that process. I think it's the Florida Fire College, where they will have to make application to them. And that organization actually independently will identify if they meet the minimum requirements. And there's an on-demand test that they will be required to take. So the takeaway, the takeaway from that, they will have to have that. That is a minimum requirement.
Okay. And I guess I told you bullet 3, but it was bullet 4. I apologize. Where the second half, which Ms. Alhadeff had asked, or within 1 year of appointment, verification of completion of course. And then it says in accordance with the Florida Building Code and state requirements for educational facilities. So that's where the 1 year comes in, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
That's the only place that the 1 year comes into place.
I got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. All those in favor of CC1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. CC1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC2?
So moved, Rupert.
Second,
Good.
moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Any public input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item CC2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, there were just a couple of errors in the document. I just wanted to make sure that they were changed since it's a temporary emergency policy. On the attendance, section D, it says recoding instead of recording. And then can I do them all together as one amendment or should I do them separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then in policy 5306, page 6, section C1. The last sentence of number 1, Broward County public schools should be capitalized. So I'd like to, I think I had another colleague that wanted to speak on the item, so I'll allow that colleague to speak first and then I can make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Ms. Myrick, are those Scribners or do we need a motion?
Those are just Scribner's errors. I don't think there needs to be a motion at all for those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, for mentioning those. Next, I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. Just to add another Scribner's on page 5 of policy 2170E, section B1, the last sentence should be or an individual, AN, instead of AND. Okay, so my comments are on that same page, actually, on that policy B4 for visitors. I would like to add in there, if a visitor blatantly disregards, just like with the other categories, that visitor would be asked to leave campus. For some reason, it's not in that section as well. So I'd like to make a motion about that. We have that in the other for employees and for students, but not for visitors.
Second, Rupert.
Ms. Korn, you're on mute. Did you want to see if there was discussion?
I did. I went through the process. It's just you all didn't. So is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Anything else, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, policy 5306. Page 3. Section, item AA.
This is page 12 of 17 for the whole document. Thank you.
Yes, 12 of 17, thank you. What training and how will it be delivered? Suitable training shall be provided to students regarding appropriate online behavior, that section.
Noria, can you respond to that as to the training that students are going to be getting, or Dr. Hickman, regarding behavior online, what these schools are doing?
So, Ms. Myrick, while our colleagues and Student Support Initiatives and Recover come online through the chair, this is Dan Gold. I'd like just to make a quick remark to Ms. Rich Levinson's question. So we have our digital citizenship course, which was rolled out in the spring, has been modified, and has been made available. It is part of our standard orientation processes for our students to have the teachers review with them and then for the students independently to complete that digital citizenship course. This is in addition to the work that is within the Student Code of Conduct. And I see Dr. Hickman. Sarah, I'll hand it to you.
Which students are required to do that?
We should be having all of our students who are literate, that is able to read on their own or with the assistance of a teacher. So last year, we required it for all students grades 3 and above, and we provided it to parents for access for all students grades K through 12.
And we know that all students completed it?
Well, I did not say that all students have completed it, please, if I implied or inferred that in any way. What we have are records of who has. It is our expectation that students will complete it moving forward, right? So last year we began a standard in-person school year and then had to adjust. This year is very different. This year we've had the opportunity to plan and move forward. So, Dr.
So
Hickman,
what does that mean? When and how will it be completed?
they should be completing it hopefully within the first quarter, but we're trying to provide time during this week. I know that even this morning, my own children were having these issues reviewed by their teachers with them online of not only the technical pieces of where do you click on a button or move things forward, but how do we conduct ourselves? So it's part of our social emotional approach, not just on a disciplinary approach.
Okay, so that's your explanation of what suitable training is. That I'm trying to
These are
ascertain
the
from the
efforts that we're
policy.
making, but Dr. Hickman, do
In
you want to speak?
addition, sure. In addition to that, we've been working through the summer to work to have like Nearpod interventions are also available for our students. Those not only interventions, but they do provide training on appropriate internet behavior, appropriate behavior in the virtual space, as well as with everything that we're focused on with our social emotional learning pieces. That's where we are also providing that training.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because when we put it in policy and say that suitable training shall be provided to students, I just want to make sure that that's happening. Okay, page 4, section 5, a comprehensive and continuous short and long range board technology implementation process. When will we be receiving that?
Ms. Levinson, this is Barbara Myers, if I may. The part of this policy that is being changed is actually the 2 paragraphs that are on page 9 of 17. I just attached the old policy there so you could see it, but the emergency part of this policy is only those 2 paragraphs, number 9 and number 10, which are on page 9 of 17. I think these comments are great for us to be addressing when we come back. Within the next 90 days, we can add not only these 2, number 9 and number 10 to the policy, but we can review the entire policy, which we will be doing as we bring it back within 90 days.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful, Ms. Myrick. So I will just quickly make the comments of the items that I'd like to see addressed when it's brought back to us. It would be that section there, the initial sentence on item 513 of 17. Also on item 8 and 9 on 14 of 17, when those will be happening as well. And then on page 6, page 6 and page 7 have personally owned device guidelines, social media use guidelines, web publishing guidelines, and district email guidelines. I'd like to know when those were last updated and if those could be communicated to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the extent of my comments for when you bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Aladeff.
So on document number 5 for face coverings, if someone has a medical certification and reason not to be wearing a face covering, are they going, I noticed it didn't say anything about then they have to wear a face shield. So they'll just wear nothing?
This is Barbara Myrick. They will, depending on what the medical documentation says, all of these things for accommodations will be sent to the EEO department, and the EEO department will work with them about the appropriate accommodation. And yes, probably the appropriate accommodation would be that they would need to wear a shield. And that might be something that we eventually put in here. But again, I just wanted to remind the board that all of these policies will come back to you within 90 days. After we get a chance to use them a little bit and see what we need to do to change or whatever. But yes, anybody who has a medical issue with wearing a mask will go through the EEO department and look for accommodations under the ADA.
Okay, thank you. And is there anywhere that says anything about students at their desks and having to be, they can wear their mask as an option, or they can take it off, or they can wear it? Do we talk about that anywhere at the desk specifically?
We did not. What we basically put in there is that face coverings are required, and that there are exceptions to that regarding, which was one of the comments that came back from the board the last time, regarding school administration, IEP teams, 504 authorization to allow students to remove their masks. But that needs to be a decision that is not based just with the teacher, that it is based with the administration and or 504 or IEP team.
Right, but I'm talking about just a regular student.
Well, again, it would have to go through school administration. That would be under little b1 at the top of page 5 of 17.
So I remember when we were doing the workshops, we specifically had on there that if a student was at their desk, that they can remove their face covering.
Ms. Myrick, if you don't mind, can I jump in? Just for.
Well, I just want to say we did, but there was lots of discussion that we were not sure that we wanted an individual teacher to be able to make that decision of when they could do that, or whether we should be allowing that, because there will be times when kids will be working together, maybe not separated. So we decided not to put that in there, but that's something that we can look at when we come back. Yes, Dr. Hickman.
I want to say that it was in there, and then we met with the public health experts, and they reviewed what we were thinking. They totally disagreed with that, leaving that in. So we removed it because we want everyone to have a face covering on when they're in the presence of others or when they're on campuses.
Okay, so for clarification purposes, every student at a desk will wear a face covering unless they have a special circumstance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then in our technology policy, is there anything about the student having to show their screen, to show their camera when class is in session, or they can turn their camera off?
I don't think that was addressed in this. That might be something that we want to address when we bring it back. What we really, and Phil Dunn might want to comment, what we really were addressing in the policy at this point is the issues that came up regarding the expectation of privacy and the recording of classwork during the online learning. We did not we have not discussed that, but that certainly is something that we can look at and bring back. And if we feel that that's a problem, currently we can bring back another emergency policy to institute it immediately if we're having a problem with that, and then still add it to the final policy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I just know from my own child that they are trying to shut their camera off so they can do something on their phone. And so I don't feel like they're being fully engaged in the class because they have that ability to shut their camera off. And then, oh yes, for the attendance policy, what about if you're late to class? Like, for example, my son was signed on and then he lost power in his computer about 2 minutes later. And then when he finally was able to get power to his computer, his teacher marked him absent.
The teacher can then mark them tardy. Or I'm sorry, you said, I think you started with the question was what if they're tardy? So the teacher has the ability to mark present, absent, or tardy, similar to before. And that's to when there's an extenuating circumstance, remember that conversation that we had is captured in A2, that teachers should be flexible and consider extenuating circumstances of individual students and may consider other evidence of attendance. So it is a time that gives the teacher the ability to either code or recode if need.
So that can they code as late?
Yes, tardy.
Okay, okay. And then what happens if they're late a certain amount of times?
Then it comes into it's not written into the attendance policy, but there's consequence for a number. I'm sorry for not knowing off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said then that's when the discipline policy, they have a certain amount of, to maintain attendance, but the number of tardies that they have available to them without a consequence, I'd have to get that information.
Okay. And then do we address anywhere, I guess, about the dress code, making sure that they're wearing their shirt?
That's in the code of conduct, dress code part. That's the only thing in the code of conduct, which is page 3 of 17. That does talk about dress code, and they're expected to be appropriate for being on camera.
Okay. And I guess if somehow with our communications department, if we can highlight maybe some of these on a one-pager to be able to effectively communicate out to parents and students on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, I think that would be really helpful moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oliveff, just for clarification, when you say what's appropriate and not appropriate, are you talking about what they're wearing or?
Just in general with all of the rules for e-learning.
Okay. Mr. Runcie, we have a board member who is asking for a one-page document to be shared. I just want to make sure, because she's asking it, if it's realistic or not, because I don't want her to have an expectation if it's something that we can or can't do. But she's asking if we can do a one-page document that goes out to all of our students, capturing these expectations of online learning regarding the policy of, sorry, Mr. Gold.
Superintendent through the chair. No, that's fine. So thank you. What I'd like to say is that we have disseminated both parent, teacher, and student guides now. They are not one page, but I hear the request from the board members, and what I'd like to see is what we are monitoring the questions that are coming up, both at the school level, district email, and phone calls to find out what the biggest concerns are. We certainly know what we anticipated them to be. We are now learning what we did not anticipate them to be. I can assure the board and the community as a whole that subsequent communication will be coming out from many aspects of the district, not only from the Office of Academics, but through our Office of Communications, through our schools, through OSPA and others. We will provide to the board such simplified documentation. Will it be one 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper? I cannot exactly say, but we will certainly provide updated, enhanced communication as we hear what we have not yet met in terms of our community expectations. So Ms. Holiday, yes, as long as you're generous with what one page means.
Yeah, no, definitely, as long as we can effectively communicate.
Thank you. I just wanted that point clarified because Ms. Alhadeff, I didn't want you to have an expectation, and staff, we didn't really weigh in on your request. So if I could have Ms. Good and then Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one point, I don't know if this was addressed. Are students allowed to videotape their class session, their teacher, their classmates? I don't know who can address that.
I will say that the guidance that the Office of Academics has been putting out is no. That any audio, video, or other recording of the interactions is a one-party recording, and there's various Florida statutes that come into that. But more importantly, that the extension of our virtual classrooms, our e-learning ecosystem into homes extends the privacy of the physical classroom into those spaces. So non-compliant recording, or, it's not appropriate in the physical, nor is it in the virtual.
So I really appreciate you saying that. I was very concerned about it. I know we've talked about teachers posting their, and there may be certain aspects of their class lesson or something that doesn't pertain to showing any children, just the class assignment itself. But Ms. Mark, I think that, I don't know if it's clearly defined in policy, or I just want to assure our teachers out there that this is not going to happen. And I think parents, because there's parents that their particular child is protected, they don't want them being filmed. And so, we kind of fall in a gray area that we normally wouldn't be with the virtual classroom being, allowed into every home of every child in a particular classroom. So how can we assure that this doesn't happen? And number two, the ramifications of if it does.
Well, I think what we have been encouraging is that, we would like teachers to record their instructional time, because we would hope that that gets put up on Canvas, and then students that are absent or students that maybe need to hear it a second time around to get it will have an opportunity to do that. We have basically, it's going to be something that will be very hard to control, but we have said that no one, teachers, parents, students, if anything is put up on social media that we hear, that's what this policy talks about, there will be discipline all the way around if anything is seen on social media regarding a student or a parent or a teacher posting anything from a class on social media.
Well, I really believe that it needs to be in some policy. I don't know where. I could see a lot of problems stemming from something like this, not only for the teacher, but for the student or the prospective families. So, getting back to that one page, 8.5 by 11 that my colleague was talking about, that has to be front and center as far as what we are discouraging or not allowing to happen. So I think students need to be clear, especially this day and age where cell phones are just so openly utilized. People are so accustomed to videotaping every situation. We need to, I think, continue to focus on the privacy factors. And so, I, as one board member, just need to know where it's going to be listed, including the ramifications if a student were to do that, as well as how it's going to be communicated.
I think Ms. Good, if you would look at 9 out of 17, 10A, it does talk about no user or participant, which includes students. If they post any data onto a social media platform and they may not intentionally download to a non-public data, any non-public data on their personal cell phone device or any personal device. And that's teachers too, that nothing can be downloaded to personal devices. So it is in there. And if we find out about it, there will be, that will be something, I think, for students that will be added to the code of conduct. And, you know, it already is, you know, a violation of policies is already something that teachers can be disciplined for.
So the discipline and the ramifications for a student is listed there.
It's not listed that whatever, but that will be part of the redo of the part of the code of conduct as that's coming forward. Yes.
So I guess I'll leave with this, Ms. Korn, is that Mr. Gold, I think we just need to remind parents that they need to understand that this is not something that's allowed. I don't know that it's clear. And I don't mean that anybody's doing it in any bad way. I think we're all trying to survive through this situation in the best way possible. And parents may innocently want to capture a given lesson so they can go back and share it with their child, especially for those in the early grade levels. And I wouldn't want a parent to not understand that it's just completely not acceptable for them to do that. So I don't know what we could do to make it clear. I leave it in your capable hands, but I ask that something be sent out to ensure that it's extremely clear that that's not something that is acceptable.
Well, I'll certainly work with Ms. Koch, Dr. Wands, and anyone else to make sure that we successfully get that message out, that even if well-intended, praising someone on social media by capturing an image is inappropriate. That discretion, we've worked very hard to maintain an absolutely secure ecosystem, and Mr. Dunn's done an outstanding job. It now has to be behaviors. And I hear your request for us to be explicit with our community that any recording is only under the teacher's discretion and only within our secured garden. So thank you.
Thanks. And I would share that same sentiment with our teachers because many have expressed a concern and I want them to know that we're all on the same page. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Korn, Ms. Appleton has a comment maybe that can talk about the code of conduct with students.
Yes, I think Mr. Gold has answered the question. Okay. So unless we need further clarification, I'm going to ask to take Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I just had one additional comment. It had been brought to my attention by some teachers that the attendance course that they have been asked to take does not align with our attendance criteria that we are passing right now. What have we done about that?
Can you handle that one for us? Or maybe maybe Dr. Hickman could handle that one for us, because that was an issue that came up in a training that was under his direction. Dr. Hickman?
Sure, I'm here. Can you repeat the question, please, Ms.
The question was, there is a course right now that teachers are required to take that does not align with our attendance policy. What are we doing about that? Because that is creating confusion.
That course was corrected. The course does now align. It was revised the following day. So the board met on Tuesday. The course was placed. Staff took it on Wednesday. It was taken down and it was replaced and is definitely in alignment with this course. I've taken it myself so that I can make sure that in fact is the case. It was an error.
Why would a course have been published before a decision was made by the board?
Well, actually, what we were trying to explain during the last workshop meeting was that staff worked over the summer along with all the committees with multiple representation to put a plan in place. And as we saw, it was changed at the meeting. The staff returned on the 12th. We were being prepared for staff to be here on the 12th. And that's what happened. But on the 11th, when we met, the decision changed. We tried to stop all things, but we missed that piece. And we corrected it the following day as soon as it was brought to our attention.
And what have we done with all the teachers who took the course initially?
And all the teachers who they were taken out of the course, and they were informed that that it was revised. There was a principal's memo that went out that shared the new information. We met at the principal's meeting. We went to to the high school principal's meeting. The word is definitely out. The memo is there. The course has been revised. We try to do everything we could to correct that issue.
Okay, well, I don't know if Mr. Runcie's on, but I would ask in the future that things are not developed until the board has approved what's going to be happening.
So, Ms. Levinson, if I could just bring a little color to this. This was actually brought to my attention early on Wednesday. And I know it does take a lot of time for us to get this, these tools up and running. To your point, I think that it is imperative that leadership take our direction and immediately that day, if necessary, implement it with their staff. And I believe that is where things fell apart here.
Because I also advised last Wednesday about this.
And this was a lack of follow through at a leadership level for ensuring that this was, as we spent hours potentially addressing this, how it did not rise to the level of having been implemented across the board is one that I will tell you I was very frustrated. And so appreciate you bringing this up. And it was unfortunately an afterthought in getting this one taken care of. And I don't want leadership to speak further to this point because it's already been addressed at this point, but not when it should have been. So, Ms. Levinson, did you have further comments on that topic?
Nope. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I don't have other hands up at this point. So with that said, all those in favor of CC2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. CC2 passes unanimously. Before I take E1, I need to step away for just a short period of time, or may have just gotten a notice that I don't have to. So with that, if I could have a motion on E1, please.
So moved.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we do not have any audience input on item E1.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. On this item, I have a question just about outreach in general. And what I want to know is we get these wonderful, wonderful reports, and Mr. Blue, I think, has really helped strengthen us tremendously in this area. My question is, how are we doing outreach for services? Like, we have several mental health items that are coming later, and there's no MWBE inclusion. There are other things outside of instruction, outside of construction, and outside of equipment. There are professional services that we procure. And how are we doing outreach to minorities and women-owned businesses in that space?
Thank you, Dr. Osgood, for that question. And through the chair, Robert Ballou, Office of Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. I will start with first, that is in our plan, as I shared during our workshop of what you could look for EDDC in 2020. Our scheduled start time for more active outreach and inclusion in actual procurement events is next month for areas outside of procurement. What we've been doing thus far is we join some of the local chambers. We're participating in events to get the word out that we are open for business outside of construction. Because as you know, for the last couple of years, we've been, if you will, in business and construction. So we've been communicating that we're open for business outside of construction. We're pulling together a training to work with our procurement team to walk through. Now, there are areas outside of construction that are actively engaged in diversity. It's just not as robust as construction, whereas construction is has over a 30% goal. Outside of construction is less than 20. So we know that that is a critical area for our growth in the future, and we invite you to continue to challenge us because that's where we're going.
And thank you for that response. I just know as we're in this learning space and thinking about curriculum and curriculum being culturally appropriate, and we have some other items coming later that I'm going to be asking specifically how we making sure that those curriculums are culturally appropriate, because again, I don't see any minority participation when it comes to the vendor aspect of it. So it doesn't mean that it's not happening, but it's something that this board has given clear instructions on. And a lot of times when we get outreach, it talks about construction. So I am, pleased that you have a plan. You work very diligently in this area and in this space. But as we're looking to procure psychologists, psychiatrists, and I mean, I could just run a whole list of services that we procure. I just think it's just like we deal with construction, that it's very important that we look to have a diversified group of vendors that will be able to meet the needs of our diversified student and staff population. Thank you, Mr. Blue. And that ends my questions, Ms. Korn.
Those codes weren't getting reset.
Okay, if Ms. Korn is not there, and we don't have anyone else. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was on a sidebar. I apologize. All those I don't see anyone else listed and no hands up. All in favor of E1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. E1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E2?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. And Mr. Moquin, any audience input?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E2.
Thank you so much. I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you. My question is on document 3, page 1 of 2. So Advanced Roofing, Inc., their per project limit is for roofing about $6,466,000, and the aggregate limits are $150 million. And then if you go down to Golden Rule Enterprises, this roofing, their project limit is $500,000 with an aggregate limits of $500,000. So I was just wondering, why is Advanced Roofing so much higher?
So this is Maurice Woods. Good morning, board members, Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie. I'll start with the response, and then I believe Mary Coker may or may not want to add any additional comments. When we look at the limits or the project limits, that's solely based on past projects. I believe we go back a number of years. I want to say 3 years that we go back and we look at their projects. And then we take an average of their projects. So the short answer to your question is it's really related to the past history or performance of those particular vendors.
Good afternoon, Mr. Woods. Thank you for that. I just wanted to basically give an explanation. The differences on the limits, their aggregate limits are based on their bonding capacity. And that's based on their surety bond. So that's the difference of why they have more.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. I don't have any other hands up that I can see, and no one else asked for the item. All those in favor of E2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say no. E2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E4?
So moved. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
I
Dr.
guess
Osgood. All those, Mr. Moquin, do we have any audience input on E4?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E4.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moquin. All right, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth. Did we have additional feedback from staff? I'm sorry, Ms. Brinkworth, are you there? I see you. I just don't hear you. Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Levinson and then we'll come back.
Thank you. I'm really quite confused by this item. I supported it last time. I don't see any metrics, outcomes, details from the first 5 months before COVID hit. There's nothing in here to explain to us why we should be renewing it another year and what the $149,808 was spent on.
This is, I'm going to let Nadia Clark, Assistant Director of Family and Community Engagement, speak to this.
Good afternoon, Nadia Clark, Assistant Director of Family and Community Engagement. The original contract was approved in October. We started our initial onboarding with our schools in November and December. All supplies were shipped to those schools. So that is the first part of what we invoiced for. The actual workshops were scheduled to begin the week that we closed our doors due to COVID. So the hands-on part is what we're now moving forward with, and we've moved that into a virtual space. All of the workshops will be provided virtually. So if you'd like, I could definitely send you the invoice for all of the materials that were sent to schools.
Yes, I would like that included, please, in the backup when we are being asked to extend something. We need to know what has been done presently. It looks like you just changed one paragraph to add about virtual learning, and you had non-Sparks schools removed. Why was that done?
Well, looking at the interest, we at first opened it up to all of the non-Spark schools only. And we actually had 2 registration periods. Once we had exhausted that pool, we then opened it up to a number of the Spark schools that were interested in being part of the initiative.
Okay, it's remarkable to me to think that we don't have 20 Title I elementary schools that would be interested in family engagement that are not Sparks schools. There's something wrong with how we're conveying this to schools, and again, I feel we're layering the same things on, many things on in the same schools. How many Title I elementary schools do we have?
We have that met the criteria, about 151, I believe.
I mean, does anyone not see something wrong with this?
It's not, well, one thing is, I think you just said, it's not just about the interest. It is about initiative overload. Sometimes we layer a lot of things on schools and they can't get them all done. And so we do try to spread to give other schools opportunities who may not have certain interventions.
I understand, but that's not what was done here. I am expressing and have expressed in the past about the layering and how we can't tell what's working and what's not when we keep layering items on the same schools. That's exactly my comment, that we couldn't get 20 schools that are non-Spark schools out of 150 Title I schools that are interested in this. I think we have to go look at everything we're doing and come up with a comprehensive plan of how we're going to reach these other schools.
Okay, so we did multiple outreach to all of the principals, and it is, we kept it as an opt-in, and we wanted schools to have a full understanding of what it is that they were committing to. So it is the boot camps, it is creating a FACE team, which would consist of leadership teachers as well as at least one parent. So some schools felt that at that time that they were unable to make that commitment, didn't want to start and then not be able to follow through. So they opted to just, just wait and see if it would be offered again and if there would be a better time.
Okay, was the needs assessment conducted here or just the printed materials were shipped?
The needs assessment was conducted for 50% of the schools. The week of when we sheltered is when the other 50% should have been done. So the reports have been generated. In the agreement, we said that the information would be shared only with the principal so that we could use that to begin to create an action plan as needed. So I received confirmation that those assessments have been completed.
Physical walkthroughs in half of the schools?
Yes, and the other half we will do once we will work out with the principals to see what would be a good time.
Okay, I thank you for that information, but once again, just for anyone who's bringing items, there has to be information about what has happened, not just the same page reprinted with one paragraph substituted.
Okay, I will make sure that I send that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Madison. Are there any other comments on this item? Any other board members to speak?
Dr. Osgood, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Go ahead, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you.
I'm looking for hands now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have similar concerns to Ms. Rich Levinson, so thank you to my colleague for bringing those up. I just, this is a really important initiative, and having the opportunity to visit the schools, and I know we're in a very different, environment currently, switching to e-learning and navigating that. And so my question is this, because we're not going to evaluate the unless we're going to evaluate the e-learning spaces the way we would be evaluating the physical spaces. I'm just concerned that we're not going to get the end benefit that we were looking to get in bringing this important resource to our district. So if you could just help me understand, because this parent involvement, parent engagement, this opportunity to connect with our community members and our stakeholders is so critically important to the work that we do. And I know that it's an important initiative. I'm just concerned that we're not going to get the outcomes and the benefit of the work, given the fact that we're transitioning into this e-learning. And I know the training and the workshops can occur. It's more about what's actually physically happening at schools and what, that mystery shopper aspect, all of that was really important to this program.
So we were able to do the mystery shopper component again for 50% of the schools, and I am in complete agreement with you. This is an important initiative. This is a work that we as a district we've committed to do, even more so in our current climate. So now we have physical barriers where parents will not be able to come up to schools and have face-to-face meetings. What we can see preliminarily with the parent university that was hosted by the task force, we had over 40,000 either views and or at least 21,000 live participants. So to me, that demonstrates that there is a willingness and parents want to be engaged, and that we actually should take advantage of this opportunity in the virtual space. Scholastic has worked on creating new modules on how to engage families in the virtual space, as well as coaching families on creating a home learning environment. So all of that information is new. We actually surveyed a number of families and what are your major concerns? So outside of childcare and pieces that our community is going to have to come together and figure out when it comes to the actual academics is how do I support my child with all of these things, and this is a foreign language. So I believe that families will log in, will be engaged. All that we do will be recorded so parents can watch. If they're unable to join us live, they'll be able to watch and log on. And we will keep a live FAQ and host and follow-ups for all of the events that we do.
So I guess, so then for a complete understanding, we're actually shifting to an evaluation of the e-learning space rather as much as we are able to, and not really looking at the physical site space and what the experience is at a physical site. And I guess the question that I have is looking for places where there's overlap and those opportunities in the e-learning space can transition into when we go back to brick and mortar. And I know the building of the relationship is the building of the relationship, but I think where we find the opportunities are different in e-learning and different in the brick and mortar. So how, I guess I would like to see as a board member, the crosswalk of what work is being done in the e-learning space and how that applies to the brick and mortar space, and then what work further needs to occur to make sure that we are addressing the issues when we return to face-to-face learning for our students. So thank you. It's important work. I support it. I just want to make sure that we're getting the value for the dollar that we're spending and that the end goal is reached.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dr. Osgood, I believe you're on mute.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands on this item. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. All in favor of E4 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. E4 passes. May I have a motion and a second on E6?
So move, Ms. Good.
Second, Aldef.
Been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Aladav. Mr. Mokman, is there any public comment on E6?
Madam Vice Chair, we received no public comment on item E6.
Okay, I don't have any board members listed to speak on E6.
Yes, I pulled that one, Dr. Osgood.
Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. This one has an expected reduction in spending authority when the 2021 assessment is completed. When is that expected to be completed?
So, good afternoon, Board Chair. This is our Madam Vice Chair and the Board, Maurice Woods. I believe Mark Dorsett's on the line as well. So this is a new project that's coming down the pike. And if you all recall, when we did the PPO workshop back in January, we talked about developing a governance council to prioritize the work. So this is a project that would be coming through the governance council to determine the timing of the work. So as of right now, we don't have an answer for you. The teams are working to bring the item forward to the governance council, which I will say is in the early stages.
Okay, Mr. Woods, I'm very confused. Are
I'm
you
sorry.
talking about the same item that I am?
Yeah, maybe I'm sorry, ask your question again. I think I am, but ask your question.
I am on aluminum and chain link fence.
That's correct.
And in the backup, it talks about that at this time, the district is conducting the 2021 school security risk assessments for all district schools. Based on these assessments, schools with critical fencing needs will be identified for projects. So it says the assessment is being done now.
So,
Mr. Woods, I can speak to that if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Katz.
Sure. Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Levinson, yes, to your point, we are in the process of reviewing the school security risk assessments currently. That process, if you look at that time frame, I would say that we will know the final results as far as what recommendations we will make to the board and how those things will impact this particular item probably late October. because that's when those are due to the state. In the interim, we already know from the schools where they have put forward that they feel like they have fencing needs to meet their safety and security requirements. And we have already formed a working group that includes staff from my team, staff from Mr. Woods' team on the PPO side, to actually start going and doing walkthroughs of those sites to understand what the criticality is and how we will put those in line. So just to point out, Mr. Woods' team actually did a lot of diligence prior to this item, and the expectation was they were going to come with a significant reduction, trying to save some money as it related to that in a positive way. We just identified that the timing of the SSRAs and when it was going on, we didn't want to do that reduction and then come back to the board later and say, now we need more money. So we thought, go through this whole process, have a good understanding of what those expectations are, and then be able to come back with whatever the balance is to the board.
Okay, well, I will say I'm uncomfortable leaving the total spending authority in there right now. I would actually prefer the other way, that things are assessed and come to the board with what you believe is a realistic number. And then if there's an additional spend needed for safety reasons, then that is something the board would consider. But this is very large amount of a contract right here. And, it doesn't begin until October 27th, the renewal. So I would like to have it come back with some more concrete information of what you all believe the spend would be, since it's not, till 2.5 months from now.
So I'll start, Mr. Katz. So we discussed that. We did look at a couple different options. This is the one that we netted out at. The option that you're recommending was discussed. I believe that we could potentially come back with better data. I'm deferring to Katz because I'm not sure what the timeline is and how the risk assessment may affect the spending amount. But I'm comfortable with that suggestion. I just want to make sure, Katz, that I'm not creating any hardship.
And again, I think, Mr. Woods hit the nail on the head. Again, if that's the will of the board and the decision is that you want to try to do that kind of either reduction now or you want to do some portion of it, and that's the will of the board, I don't have any objection to that, sort of knowing full well that I can look at that list of projects, and I think Mr. Dorsett is taking a look at the list of projects as well. And there are significant projects that would be on that list that would have fallen under this if the risk assessment schedule was just done sort of earlier in the year, right? So I think whichever way the board goes on it, I don't have any objection as long as it's known and sort of stated that we will likely come back for much of that money based on those recommendations.
Mr. Woods,
Well, I prefer to do it that way. I'd like to hear from my colleagues what they think.
Okay, was someone else speaking?
Yes, Dr. Osgood. Good afternoon. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing. I was going to, through the chair, to make a suggestion. The importance of ensuring that this is renewed and there are no risks related to not having a bid in place. If it is the will of the board to reduce the amount, I'm prepared to make a recommendation for what would be sufficient spend authority for that 1 year that we're going to renew. And then if it is the will of the board, we could come back after and ask for the money based on the assessment results. But we would need to try to pass this item with a reduction, but ensuring that we have enough funds for the spend authority for the next year.
Okay, so Ms. Coker, would you have that amount available now that you would say should be the spend authority? Or do we need to go back through the department and figure it out?
No, I have that amount. It's a simple calculation. Basically, there's unused spend authority of $1.5 million. And based on the average monthly usage, I would say that we would have a reduction of $500,000. Just ensuring that we would leave enough funds for the time that we would have this bid and just adding a little bit of a cushion. So it would be a reduction of $500,000.
And you're using the 65,000 approximately?
Yes. So it comes up to about 800,000 and then you subtract, and again, just kind of rounding off numbers, I would recommend a reduction of 500. Again, reminding everyone, this is only spend authority, not budget.
Right. So I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the spend authority by $500,000.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
There's one dissension, and I believe, do I have everyone but Ms. Bartleman on the line still? I see Ms. Murray.
Yeah.
Ms. Worth. Yes, I see everyone. Thank you. Is there further discussion, Ms. Levinson?
No, that was it for me. Thank you.
Okay, I see no additional hands up, so all in favor of E6 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
E6 passes with one dissension. May I please have a motion and a second on E8?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Brinkworth.
Ms. Brinkworth. Thank you very much. Audience input on E8, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E8.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I know this was originally approved at February 4th meeting. I just had a quick question that you're adding one certification exam, and it is 155 versus 117 for all the others. So I just wanted an explanation why that one is higher than all the others. Hi,
Good
Ms.
afternoon. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Superintendent Runcie. Hello. Ms. Levinson, thank you for your question. This is Lucille Flynn, Health Science Supervisor at the CTAS Department. So each of the industry certification exams have their price from the National Health Career Association. So basically, those are the prices that we have negotiated with them. They're not all the same prices depending on the exam. The study guides are all the same price at $69, but for the patient care technician, it is a newer exam, and it is one that is the exam right now that the Memorial Healthcare System is looking for our students to have to create a direct pipeline. But it is just the price that has been negotiated with NHA. That is their price. Not all of their exams have the same price.
All the other health position ones are the same price. This is the only one that's higher.
Yes.
Okay, and is this the only agency that does this?
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you for your question. Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, is that all?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So all those in favor of E8, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. E8 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E9?
So move, Ms. Good.
Second by Ms. Good, second by, is that Ms. Rupert? Yes. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E9.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay, I was really trying to understand this item, and I don't really understand it. It says that this amendment's been brought forward to have the initial dual enrollment eligibility requirements for the districts to develop. Where are those requirements in this amendment?
Hello, Ms. Levinson. This is through the chair, Guy Bramoha, Director of Secondary Learning. This item is very similar to the item that you guys passed last board meeting for Broward College. The governor gave an executive order over the summer after after school closures. The governor gave an executive order to change the dual enrollment entrance criteria, since some students did not have a chance to possibly take the PSAT, SAT, or ACT. So we worked with both Broward College and FIU to recreate the entrance criteria, and this is FIU's amendment, and you can find the new FIU criteria in Appendix H.
In Appendix H, where is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
in the document?
It should be in the agreement on page 5 of 5 of the actual agreement in the backup documents.
Where are you saying, Mr. Bermoja, this is?
In the actual agreement, it's document number 4 of the backup documents. It's the agreement itself, and it's on page 5 of 5. It's the Appendix H, right before the signature, right before the emergency order is posted, right after the signature pages.
Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, thank you. When I was flipping through, I must have missed that page since it comes before I, but we have A through G in the back. Okay, got it. Thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome.
Okay, are we all set, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of E9, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E9 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E10?
So moved, Rupert. And Luna, sorry.
It's moved by Ms. Rupert and second by her dog. I think I got a second from Ms. Levinson. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, the district received no public comment on item E10.
Well, thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. Okay, I am really going to need quite a few questions answered with this and its relationship to EE13. Is there?
Okay. We're hearing.
Okay, so explain to me, we are renewing EE13, or you're bringing it forward to renew EE13, yet you're doing a pilot in E10. Is it the same for the same service?
No, ma'am. Very related. So hello, everybody. This is Ralph Aiello, Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement. It is directly related to EE13. We went to RFI to select our college career and life readiness software system, where we had a representative group of stakeholders who reviewed a total of, I don't remember exactly how many people applied, but 3 finalists. And out of the 3 finalists, Naviance, our incumbent, was one. The state system, Cooter, was a second, and then SCORE was the third. The team decided that Naviance was by far the system that we wanted to continue using in the district. However, when we saw a couple features from SCORE, which were different than the scope of work that we were looking for in college and career readiness, particularly related to like a digital wallet for students, it's really more on the academic side of things. We wanted to take a look at it and see its functionality. We wanted to help work with the vendor to develop it out and see if it would be something that we would be looking for in a different project. So even though it is a college and career readiness system, the features that we were looking at it for were really for a separate function all to itself.
And what is that? When you say a digital wallet, what is that exactly that we're looking at that's not included in the other scope?
So, Mr. Aiello, if I may, through the chair. So thank you, Ms. Fridge-Levinson. So one of the things that is going on across education, and I'm going to give you 3 examples. One is for our ESE students with access points, and others for our CTE students with industry certifications. And the third of which is for our Tier 1 academic applicants when it comes to going, whether it's through the Common App or another form of college application, is they're having to present their credentials, access points for a non-standard diploma, CTE for compliance for private sector jobs, Tier 1 applications, be it for a Stanford, a UF, or an right? They have to have a bunch of different things. Naviance is built off what I will call 20th century technologies. It's built on a centralized data storage system where the students do not have access to that without going through an application process to get their own information. There has been something that we've been working on that the higher ed institutions registrars organization called ACRO just endorsed, called a comprehensive learner record, also known as an individual learner record, that is allowing the student, or in this case called a learner, to own that in an application sitting on a mobile device. We have been building out such a service. SCORE is a $0 data sharing agreement contract that allows all three of those use cases, and in fact, it applies to all students, to actually own their data in a secure way. And it is a potentially game-changing way to bring equity of opportunity to students. This has been on our radar. It's something that we've been working in academics, SSIR, other domains on. SCORE brings that. Additionally, SCORE brings other forms of college and career readiness opportunity, which may be of interest to us in a post-renewal world a year from now. And Ralph, I'll let you speak to the committee's discussions about why the state system was not, we're now getting into E13 as opposed to E10. And I want to separate those out, but
so you can wait and do that when we get to E13. The stakeholders on this committee and on EE13, it said students, teachers, I believe. How many students, how many teachers were on this committee?
I believe there were 3 students that were from the Brace Cadets. We had a number of counselors as well as Brace advisors. We also invited district staff as well as school leaders. We also had higher education partners and some community partners that use our systems outside of the school days when they're working with our students in the after-school programs.
Okay, I think it's really important when we're talking about these items that our students are going to be using, that we have an adequate amount of students giving their input, because they are the ones who can tell us what we're missing. And it doesn't take them long to tell you what we're missing. So I hope that you'll continue to expand that and perhaps use our Brace Cadets, even more in this capacity instead of just a few of them, maybe, the entire group. So then, I see that this item, and there are other items here that are free of cost this year. That's a way to get into a system like ours, to make it free of cost the first year. So I am going to bring that up on other items as well that are being brought forward, because to me, that's not, an automatic, because we're not being charged this year. And I'm trying to understand these quantity numbers here. What are these quantities for? 1,475,000.
I'm sorry, where do you see the numbers?
I'm on page 2 of the executive summary.
Okay, 1 second, please.
The chart that has the cost chart.
I believe that we're talking about, to your point, in future years, should we continue to use the system, that it would only be utilized, we'd only be charged for certain populations of students. I believe it was for only 12th graders at non-Title I eligible schools. I know our high schools are not Title I, but non-Title I eligible schools. So when we looked at the schools that would qualify under that and how many seniors they had, would come out to the 14,000.
1,400.
1,400, yes. Thank you.
Okay, and what's the 75,000 for?
I'm still navigating to the page, so my
You can't
apologies.
see that. It says the College Guidance Management System for Title I eligible schools. So that was 75,000 for grades 9 through 12.
Okay, so these are quantity of students in each one.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the explanation.
Thank you. I don't have other hands up. I do have a couple of quick questions. I have to tell you, I didn't read this backup the way Mr. Gold, you described it. I was a little excited that we might be trending away a little bit from Naviance, having now 3 children at the high school level. Well, one now in college, but spent her whole time in high school on Naviance, and my others with a middle school and high school experience. Their feedback, and this was just last week, outdated, not engaging, boring, didn't feel like it was worth going on and spending their time. So that doesn't mean it's not effective in certain areas, and I'm by no means saying Naviance is not a worthwhile tool. What I'm saying is that I thought this was us looking to potentially do something that might be a little bit more the speed of what our students are looking for. And so with that said, as we are going down this path, I hope that if we find some real wins and opportunities, it's ones we don't shy away from. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for that. And that's really kind of where I was hoping we were going. I love that you are targeting certain, populations as well. So I don't want us to diminish that in any way, but if there's more to do than, just that population in that direction, I would appreciate your guidance and expertise on that as you go forward. So, and thank you for your questions, Ms. Levinson. With that, I see no additional questions. So all those in favor of E10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. E10 passes unanimously. If I can please have a motion and a second on EE1.
So moved.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by, I think it was Ms. Alhadeff. If I could have any public input, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, you have no public comment on item EE1.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And to my colleagues on E1, I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, EE1. I apologize.
EE1, yes. I wanted to call out that the Mind Research Institute, we received an in-kind donation of $24,000 to go to Margate Middle School students, and it's kind of a really neat program that leverages brains' innate temporal reasoning for use of challenging puzzles and non-routine problem solving. So I thought, I can't wait to get to Margate Middle and see what they're doing firsthand. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
I will be very brief, but I do want to recognize, I know these are very different times than they've been in the past, but we still have our teachers and staff and administrators doing kind of an extra lift here looking for grants. So I wanted to acknowledge them. At Glades Middle School, there's an Amazon Future Engineer First grant that has been awarded in $3,500 thanks to the efforts of Brenda Farkas, one of our teachers at Glades. Also at Heron Heights Elementary School, through the efforts of our principal, Meredith Weiss-Schnur, we have a $5,000 award for Fidelity Charitable Foundations. And at Margate Middle School, as well as Nova Middle School, through the efforts of Sabine Phillips, Rainer Gerritschum, and Stephanie Williams-Lewis, there is a $24,000 in-kind donation that has been awarded through the Mind Research Institute. And I believe those are all the ones specific to the campuses. Certainly at the district level, we are also very thankful for the efforts. And with that, all those in favor of EE1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE1 passes unanimously. We do have a time certain of JJ7. So if I could please have a motion and a second on JJ7.
So moved.
Sorry.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Good. If I could have any public comment, Mr. Moquin, I believe you have some for us.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have some people live at the KCW building, and then we also received, I believe, 7 written comments. So Dr. Neesmith will facilitate the live speakers, and then he will also read the written comments into the record.
Thank you.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 954562612 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished.
Is anybody else hearing weird stuff?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
we're Hearing someone's recording.
I'm happy that it's, you all can hear it too.
Here we go. Our first public speaker, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, our first public speaker here at KCW is Mr. Tim Ryan.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. Tim Ryan, Broward County Commissioner. I'm speaking on behalf of this item, dealing specifically with a component of it, and that is the demolition and abatement of 5 dilapidated buildings that are located on the west side of the Olson Middle School complex. So you have a contract for $13.9 million for various renovations and upgrades to the Olson Middle School. A small component of it, $700,000, is an amendment to the contract to address these 5 buildings that have been out of service for more than 20 years. They're in a dilapidated condition, and there are opportunities for the school district to really utilize this parcel for some very innovative after-school programs going forward. But of course, that's not an item for discussion today. It's just to adopt the amendment, and it'll be a complete $13.9 million package. It is a small component of it, about 5%, but it's a very important. The Dania residents have been, anxiously awaiting the demolition of these buildings, as I said, for over 20 years, and your support would be gratefully appreciated. I have been in contact with some organizations that have some interest in perhaps partnering with the school district, and I've spoken with the county administrator, Bertha Henry, on this also. Hopefully we'll be able to do something that'll be productive in this really holistic approach that you have of providing services for students in their educational needs. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present, and hope for your positive vote on the amendment to allow for the demolition and abatement for those 7 buildings. Again, thank you, school board members.
They did. Madam Chair, next we have Meredith Donnelly.
Thank you.
Okay, you're ready. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Mimi Donnelly, and I represent the many people in Dania who could not come because of COVID-19. I've lived in Dania for over 50 years. My children went to Olson. My grandchildren also went to Olson Middle School. We love Olson. By now, you've seen the pictures of old Olson as it is today. The last students to attend 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there are now in their 40s. Almost 30 years ago, when the new Olson was built, the Broward County School Board made a promise to the community that when the new school was completed, the old school would be demolished to make playing fields for the new school. The new school has never had playing fields. When my grandchildren ran track, they had to practice out on busy Sheridan Street. After a hurricane, I think it was Andrew, Hollywood Central's facility was damaged, so that school was housed at Olson for a year. The next year, New River Middle School was. Since the 1990s, the old school has sat there unused. Old Olson has remained empty and derelict ever since, more than 25 years. It is unsightly, it's dangerous, it continues to decay, it has mold and asbestos, and it would never exist in Weston, Parkland, or Rio Vista. When I read in the Sun Sentinel that other schools have just gotten state-of-the-art kitchens for their students or brand new playing fields, I could cry. Vagrants camp out there. Kids have sneaked in and discharged the fire extinguishers. Generations of raccoons and foxes have had litters there and called it home. It siphons needed funds from the operative schools as long as utilities are still on and lawns are mowed. Security guards sometimes patrol, but to do so, they are taken away from the students at the new Olson. Our residents, and particularly those around the schools, deserve better. We need help, and we need it today. Please approve the Olson Smart program. You owe it to the children, and you owe it to all the residents who have to see that rundown property every time they look out a window or step out their front door. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam Chair, next we have Anna Garcia.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Anna Garcia. I'm the city manager of the great city of Dania Beach, and I'm here before you to ask you for your support of the demolition of Olson Middle School. I've been the manager for 1.5 years, and since day one, the conversation started with my residents, with my elected officials about all the concerns, because for more than 2 decades, this school has been deteriorating, like the speakers have talked about. And our goal in Dania Beach is to be a safer and more beautiful city. And we have great, great concerns. I have toured the school, inside the school and outside. There's great opportunities post this demolition for partnerships with the city, private partnerships, but the end goal is to make sure that you support this. I ask you from the bottom of my heart, being a product of public schools, I know the importance of these partnerships. I know the importance of safe surroundings for our kids and for our families. I'm also here representing several of my residents that couldn't come. One of which, and I quote, said to me, "Manager, I hope that in my lifetime, I finally get to see the demolition of Olson School, of the old Olson School." She could not come here today because of COVID and her health is failing her. So I'm here to represent all the residents of our city, all our students. Please, please help us make Dania Beach a safer and more beautiful community. This is an eyesore. It's an attractive nuisance. This would not be happening in other cities. You would never see something like this go unaddressed for more than 2 decades. You would not see this in Weston. You would not see this in Parkland. I urge you, I plead, I beg you, please, please support this item and help us work together so Dania Beach could be a safer, more beautiful community for all those that live and work and visit that school. We're here to work with you today, tomorrow, and always. And I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you in advance for your support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Commissioner Bill Harris.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, school board members. I am Commissioner Bill Harris from the city of Dania Beach. Not only am I a commissioner in the beautiful city of Dania Beach, I am also a resident of East Dania. I live at 902 Nature's Cove Road, which is around the corner and down the block from where Olson is. So I pretty much see the school every day, and I'm thinking, like, when is the day that that is going to come down? Because I think now is the time to do the right thing. As we in Dania Beach are experiencing a somewhat of a renaissance in our city, and renaissance is good because there's new people moving into the neighborhood, they're building new homes, and seeing the renaissance, which also translate to me as part of the recovery of the city of Dania Beach and to Broward County. And I think by bringing this eyesore down, that it would let the neighborhood, the county know that, yes, we have a progressive school board. We're moving ahead. If you've driven by that place, the school on Southeast 11th Street, you can even see that building has been abandoned for so long, there are trees and vegetation growing out of the roof. So we've also had complaints about wild animals in there. In the event of a major wind episode, the projectiles could be blowing all over the place from there. So I think it's time to do the right thing. Our city wants to do the right thing. And I think by having several acres, a brand new green space in Southeast Dania, it would intensify the mission that we in the city have as far as our renaissance goes, to make the city and the school board and all the cities in Broward County a better place. And I ask you to approve the demolition, because I personally think, as I walk by there every day, it's time to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, that concludes the speakers that are here live at KCW. I have 7 comments that I'm going to read into the record that were submitted online. The first is from Hetty Hart. Please note in this COVID-19 time how hard it was to meet with residents. If I had more time, no virus, and we would have had many more respond. Please know that many more would join the demo Olsen team if it weren't for the virus, the heat, and the time frame. There are hundreds alone on Southeast 11th Terrace. Please know that we're counting on the school board to vote smartly to remove this unhealthy building. Thank you for your time. Please help. The next comment comes from many residents that combine their efforts into one response. It reads, dear school board representatives, a group of 18 of us have gotten together when we found that finally voices will be heard regarding demolition of old Olsen Middle School. We live in Meadowbrook, Southeast 11th Terrace. Our friends brought it to our attention that the school board has an opportunity to fulfill an agreement that was made more than 20 years ago. Please do for us what you would want done if you lived across the street from a building that could have been demolished. Sad to think that it takes residents to remind you what you would have done and the health concerns we all have. Best regards. And again, this also comes from a group of residents that combined their responses into one. The school board representatives, a group of 28 of us have gotten together when we found that finally voices will be heard regarding demolition of old Olsen Middle School. We live in Meadowbrook on Southeast 11th Street Terrace. Our families find it hard to believe that old Olsen has been neglected for as many years as some of us have lived here. We're growing more concerned and find it hard to believe that a building can be neglected, become a health hazard, and the school board not do anything. When a longtime resident complained about the broken windows, the large hole in the side of the building that gave more access to wildlife to another home, that is when board went up. Please do us a favor. Please do for us what you would have done if you lived across the street from a building that should have and could have been demolished. The next comment comes from James and Mary Malone. Dear Broward County School Board, I recently found that we may have a good chance in the demolition of the old Olsen Middle School. Growing up here and attending Olsen and now 73 years old, I feel that we have been neglected for far too many years. I live across the street and have to look at it many times a day. Since the foxes have moved in several years ago and now the iguanas, we are wondering what is next. Every year that we have close calls with hurricanes, I can only I can only think of the damage letting the mold loose in our air. Not only is this building a health hazard and stressful to all of us that live within walking distance, anyone walking the dog is subject to the wildlife. Please make it our time to be scheduled for demolition as soon as possible and not wait another 20 plus years, but within a year. Do something good for all of us. The next comment comes from Patty, Tom, and Tricia Hart in one response. Dear school board members, we in Dania Beach, we will finally be heard and receive respect from Broward County School Board. Promises were made 20 years ago, but not kept in regards to demolishing the decaying Olsen Middle Schools. Would this happen in Weston, Fort Lauderdale, or other cities that receive taxpayer money? Walking and driving by Old Olsen, we in Dania Beach see on a daily basis that the mold, the wildlife, and the deterioration continue to survive. The neighborhood alone also suffers in value with this unsafe structure in the middle of East Dania Beach. Some neighbors have stopped walking by. The children still have to walk in order to attend school. If this was privately owned, the city code inspectors would be violating this property continually. If this was your neighborhood, would you approve the spending to demolish this unsafe structure instead of continuing the 20 years plus that this building has been growing mold, home for wildlife, and being an unsafe structure? Let this be the day that the Dania Beach citizens are heard sincerely. The next comment comes from Caleb Shaffa. Hello, my name is Caleb Shaffa, architect, designer, and member of the Dania Beach Planning and Zoning Board, and this is my public comment. It is great to see an allocation of funds towards the betterment of the old Olson Middle School site, in addition to further improvements to the newer building. The site of the old building has been a cause of community stress for some, so many people will be glad to see changes made there. Exhibit 1 pertaining to this item offers that they, Johnson Locks Construction LLC, also provided pricing for demolition and abatement for buildings 20 through 29 of Olson Annex in the amount of $710,346. Staff will present this item to the board as an amendment to the contract for approval at a future board meeting. I share a professional opinion with some colleagues that many of the structures on the old middle school site are sound, thoughtfully designed, and even potentially very beautiful, which would lend them well to readaptation rather than demolition. In cases where this design stance is taken, the aim is often to maximize community impact, programmatic usage, and spatial quality while minimizing required resources. And ecological consequence, thus leading to beautiful and cost-effective solutions. It is widely desired by Dania Beach officials and residents alike that the design and planning process for this old middle school site be as collaborative as possible between the school board and the community. Should there be an occasion to present ideas for the future of this site, I know many people would be willing to contribute, as would all like to improve the fabric of our small community. And the last comment for JJ7 is from Patricia Chuckerman. Dear School Board, dear Broward County School Board, I am a concerned citizen of Dania Beach. I attended Olson Middle School in 1963 in the old Olson. We have come to find out that the school I attended was constructed with lead and asbestos. The school has been abandoned for greater than 30 years. The empty building is the home to foxes, coyotes, large iguanas, and other wildlife that make it dangerous for the residents to walk the dogs or just enjoy the neighborhood. For a while, there were homeless people crawling in and setting up camp. My biggest fear is that a child will crawl in, not be able to get out, or get hurt by any of the aforementioned wild animals and die. Let's skip the part about a dead child and do something about demolishing the building. With each large storm or hurricane, the building becomes even more unsafe. It is an eyesore in an otherwise nice neighborhood, and as stated, is a dangerous hazard to our residents. We have been promised that the building will be demolished for 20 plus years, and nothing has happened. It is time to stop making empty promises and tear the structure down. We're asking that the funds be allocated now for the demolition of this building. Respectfully submitted. And Madam Chair, those were the 7 comments submitted online for JJ7.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And for all of those in the community who have reached out to us today, as well as for those who have come personally to share their thoughts with us. With that said, I was going to give deference to Ms. Murray, unless Ms. Murray, you'd like your colleagues to speak first. You're on mute, Ms. Murray.
Yes, I'll speak now, and then I'd like to have an opportunity to speak after everyone else has spoken. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone from the City of Dania, residents and officials that came forward to speak up at this time. When I was elected in 2008, the demolition of this school was one of the first things thrown at me. Through this, from 2008 to 2020, I've met and collaborated with 4 mayors and various commissioners in the city, along with residents. So this has been an ongoing conversation. Each year it's been brought to the facility task force meeting when we meet as individuals to present what we feel needs to be put on the table for consideration and funding, that I've brought that forward. And every time I've been told there was no money. The price tag, the last time I spoke about this, was over $2 million. What we're looking at today is $700,000. And we have to thank facility and the contractor that's going to be there, that we're able to work this out to make it cost effective for us. The thing is, the price tag we see today is incorporated with the work that's being done at Olson Middle. The standalone project without the incorporation of the other work was $200 million. So again, we have to be fiscally responsible. This is something that has been ongoing. It's because of it's stayed there. It's deprived children of educational opportunities. They had no softball field, baseball, track. There was no room outside the building for them to participate in outside activities, flag football, soccer, and others. And this has gone on. Like I said, I've been here a board member since 2008. So again, we've moved forward with a plan that I think that we can digest, that I hope that my board members will support us at this time. It's long overdue. I think that the community has stated the facts. There's been controversy from our own people that say, no, this doesn't exist, that there weren't vagrants. Well, they're not there at night. They don't see anything. The animals, there was pictures that clearly showed that we have foxes, raccoons, and any other varmint that wants to take up residence in an empty building. So again, I hope as we have this conversation this morning that we realize that if it is not approved, and this does not get done, that the price tag on taking these buildings down in the future will continue to rise. So let's be fiscally responsible. Let's do the right thing. Let's give our children the opportunity to have the green space they need. And the other thing is that I already have had talks with the city commissioners and others, that there are opportunities for partnerships and improving that space so that we can utilize it both for our schools and the community in the southeast corner of Dania. So I'll relinquish my time, and like I said, I'd like to follow up after my other board members have spoken, Ms. Korn. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Sorry, it takes me a second. I was just confused with the way of the documents were here. I mean, on the front agenda request form, it says there's the lump sum of the 8 million and then approve demo and abatement in the amount of 710, and then approve additional funding in the amount of 3,981,315. So it gets confusing. And then you go to the next page, Exhibit 1, and it talks about the fire sprinklers, and then like other agenda items, JJs that we'll be discussing later, the chief fire official found that it was only determined that building 2 required the fire sprinklers. So the actual scope of the work was removed from the construction documents prior to bidding. And then in another section, hold on, it says that at a future time, staff will bring this item to the board as an amendment to the contract for approval at a future board meeting. And that's in the document today. So do you see where I'm confused? Is anybody there?
Yes, Madam Chair, for Mrs. Rupert's question. Hi, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins, sorry. I totally understand. This is an atypical board item for us, and we did add that extra action into the request form, the agenda request form related to the demolition, because we wanted to just make sure that it was very clear that that was in there and how much it was going to cost. The reason it says that we will bring it forth at a later date is only because this was a hard bid. Procurement had to proceed without the alternate. of the demolition at this time. But once this board item is approved and we execute the contract with the contractor, then we will basically accept the alternate. So they've given us the price. The price is not in question, that's for sure, but we'll just have to basically accept it after we do the award of the contract. So that's why it said it'll come back at a later date. It's if you guys accept it today, we're proceeding with that. And then also related to the sprinklers, although it does say that the chief fire official removed some of the buildings. In fact, the fire sprinkler square footage went up because what was in the original maps was only some few restrooms in a bunch of different buildings, just some group restrooms, not actually a whole building. And so the chief fire official agreed that building 2 required sprinklers. So that actually added 20,000 or so square feet of fire sprinkler. So that actually did increase the price.
Okay, so just building 2. So just build. Does anybody hear that?
Yeah. So can everyone please mute their microphones?
Sorry, I don't know if it's me.
Just please.
I don't think it is you, Ashley. Yeah. Okay. So the fire sprinklers are going to stay for building 2, but just the others, 12, 13, 14, blah, 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 are all going to be taken out or not done. Okay. That was what I was having difficulty understanding, and the fact that we were going to be presented back with that number. So I see it clearly now. I appreciate it. And that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues that have spoken. So, so just very quickly, so what's before us now does not include anything with the demolition, correct?
Well, actually, no, not exactly. So the additional funding that we're requesting for the project does include the amount for the demolition. So
wait, before you go on. So can you point to me what that amount that you're speaking of?
Yes. On the agenda request form where it says additional funding in the amount of $3,981,315, that if the board approves that amount today of additional funding, then we'll be able to fund the demolition within that.
Okay, so the 8.3 million does not include it.
Correct.
The 3.9 does.
Correct.
My only issue is that part of the contract that's before us, well, let me ask this, the contract that's before us does not include language for the demolition, correct?
The contract that's before you does. It was in the bid, it was an add alternate. So while procurement at the time of during the bidding, after we've received the bids or whatever, I'm not exactly sure of the terminology, I'm sorry, but when they do their posting on the internet, they have to either say it's with the add alternate or without the add alternate. And because we didn't know if the board would approve doing that work, procurement said, okay, well, what you can do is you can say it's without the add alternate right now, but because the contractor's given us a price for that, we can execute it after the award.
But the issue is that what assurance does the school board have if this gets approved today? Because essentially the alternate one is not part of the contract we're approving today. Based on what you just said,
right?
The alternate one is not part of what we're approving today. The amount of funds that are noted in the item potentially are, but not the contract itself. So what assurance does, and it may be a legal question Ms. Meyer can answer. So what assurance does the school board have that if we approve this item, that the contractor say, I don't want to do the demolition? I don't know, is this Ms. Meyer question?
Or it may be a procurement question.
No, it's definitely a legal question.
Okay.
All right, just get to me.
This is Barbara. Let me put everything on so you can see me. I believe that while I'm working, if it's not in this contract, then clearly the contractor could come back and not agree as we move forward to do it for the $700,000 or in round figures. But I mean, but it does sound like through Ashley and others that they have agreed to do this. I don't know, Tom, have you been involved in this at all? Tom Cooney is on the call. Maybe he can assist.
Yes, Thomas Cooney, Assistant General Counsel. Yeah, I did look at the agreement going forward. I did not look at the ARF prior to signing off on the agreement, but the agreement only includes the base contract. It does not include the deductive or the additive alternate for the demolition. By virtue of the requested action in the agenda request form, you would be approving the demolition ad alternate and the amount. So those are two things that the board would be approving. We would just have to have verification from the contractor in the form of a signature of this document. We can send them a document, follow up with this board item and say, please concur that you agree with this number and you're going to honor the number. It's kind of an unconventional way of doing it, but if the board, right, if we came back to you guys subsequently with an amendment, that's very clear cut. So I guess we're trying to get all the items in front of the board today.
Well, I appreciate that staff was trying to get a sense of how the board would feel before doing it, but it would have been nice to get maybe a separate item dealing with the alternate one, maybe if you didn't want to put it all together, giving yourselves an opportunity to approve it with the alternate one or without it. I appreciate you sharing that, Mr. Cooney. Is that University of Florida in the background of your screensaver?
It's actually Fenway Park in Boston.
Okay. Okay. So I'm a little weary about it not being a part of it today. So let me understand then, Ashley, when this went out for bid, the contractor did include an alternate one option. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the bidders provided a price for this work.
Okay. So, Mr. Cooney, by the fact that the alternate one was submitted, but it's not part of this item, does the vendor have? Can the vendor change the pricing on that alternate one?
It would depend on the timing. I'm not sure when the bid opening was. I'd have to look into that, but I would be surprised that they'd withdraw that, but they could. If it was inside of 90 days, let's say, I don't believe that had the right to do that.
So would we need to be presented another item in the future with the alternate one as an amendment?
Yeah, I guess you could just as a formality. But by virtue of your action today, you would actually be approving the ad alternate, which is fully specified in the bid documents. But the proper procedure would be to come back to you with a document, basically a rubber stamp document.
So shouldn't the appropriate thing be that the funds, this item should be a standalone item without the alternate one? Because right now it's kind of a convoluted hybrid, so to speak. We have funds in here that include the alternate one, yet alternate one isn't part of this item. Shouldn't this item not have alternate one in it, and then a subsequent item be presented with the additional funds required for alternate one with a document that speaks to it?
That would be a cleaner way to do it, certainly. I still think that this is legal and it would be enforceable if we wanted to go about this process with the follow-up being a different type of item. But if the board would be inclined to hold off on the alternate and come back as an amendment, that's very easy to do.
Okay. So thank you all for clarifying that. So just on the issue at hand, I don't know all the history, but I certainly appreciate all the individuals that spoke. And of course, the board member from this area. There seems to be a clear understanding that this is something that should have occurred quite a while back, and it certainly was before my time on the school board. But I think this would be a unique time to deal with the issue. I don't know that we're ever going to have a chance at clearing and cleaning up the area beyond this agreement that's before us. It is an extensive amount of funds. So I guess I wanted to understand from staff on buildings 20 and 29, how much square footage are we looking at?
Ms. Good, it's buildings, sorry, I'll let Danny handle this, but I just wanted to clarify that it's buildings 20 through 29. So there's.
That's what I said. I'm sorry,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
it didn't come across.
Okay. Okay, go
That's
ahead,
what I
Danny.
tried to say anyway. 20 through 29, correct? Okay.
Yes. Ms. Good, Danny Jardine, CBRE Erie. According to the information I have in front of me, it's approximately 60,000 square feet of the old buildings that would be demolished.
Okay. And are those buildings hooked up to any type of utilities that you're aware of? Does anyone know that question? Answer?
I believe we are, and part of the process will be to make sure all the utilities are disconnected, all the infrastructure for the utilities is removed. We're doing the abatement, the demolition, the removal of the foundations, and there's a septic tank, a grease trap. Everything will be demolished and the site will be restored to a greenfield site so that the district can use it in the future.
So it's more than just knocking the buildings down, but the abatement part, it's also any infrastructure that may be in place and bringing it back. We're not going to have another item for sod, so to speak, right?
No, ma'am. No, that's not the intention. We wanted to make sure we did this right the first time we did it.
Okay. And a question, I really don't know who the question would be to, is have we collaborated? Do we have plans for this area, the green space area that would occur once the buildings are demolished? I don't know who on staff. Have we collaborated with the city? Do we have a vision for this area?
Yeah. So Ms. Good, we've had a number of conversations with the city, nothing finalized yet, but they have a number of project opportunities in which that space could be utilized to not only benefit the school, but also the community. So I'm confident once that space becomes available, it will allow us to create some opportunities. There are a number of projects that they've had slated, but given the fact that that site was in the condition that it was in, prohibit us from being able to pursue those options with them. So I'm encouraged and would say to this board, we will be able to work with the city in good faith to get something really, really good done on that site.
And Mr. Rissy, I know I asked a question about square footage. How large of an area are we speaking of? Do we know approximately?
No, I don't, but it's a fairly, large area where the buildings are. And then there's a lot of empty free space around the building itself that we'll be able to better utilize. It's a point now because it's such a safety hazard in of itself that the area just really can't be accessed. Even the field space that's there, we can't allow our kids or others to go there. So you're looking at a really great potential asset in this county that could be used, but it's at a point where it can't. I think for this investment that's on the table to make that usable, I think that will be a big positive for the district and the community. So I think it's a win-win, really.
I agree. Does anyone know about how big it is?
Ms. Good, I just did some very rough math trying to read a 1 to 50 scale drawing. I calculate somewhere about 5 1/4 to 5 1/2 acres.
Okay, so it's a large site.
Yeah, don't hold me to that.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and that's the site it's on, not the property itself. I don't know what the square footage of the property is.
Okay. Okay. So I think this is a win-win. I would hope that there's an opportunity. I know some of the speakers spoke about playgrounds, and playgrounds have not been a part of any enhancements that we've done for quite some time. Unfortunately, the focus has been the building envelopes and the infrastructure, the HVAC systems, et cetera. I know that some of the schools have utilized their $100,000, so to speak, for some playground equipment. But I would hope that this is an opportunity, Mr. Runcie, that we can continue that collaboration effort with the city of Dania Beach. They've really done a wonderful job in really redeveloping their city. It truly is thriving. I think Commissioner Harris said that, and Bill Harris said that, and I concur. I really think that this school should be a beacon of hope in their city, and anything we can do to enhance those opportunities for the students that live and the students that attend the school. They may not live in the city. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. So all I would say is I'm supportive of the idea. I look forward to having further information with any collaboration that we can formulate with the city. My only concern is that the funds allocated within this item include an action that is not part of the item. And so I would hope that if the demolition was not included as part of the fund allocation in this item, Ms. Carpenter, what would it be? If it wouldn't be the 3.981, it would be what?
It would be that amount minus $710,000.
I know, I was hoping you'd give me the amount.
3.22 million ask approximately.
I think that's the more cleaner thing to do, the most appropriate thing to do, that it not be included in this item, with the understanding that staff bring us back a subsequent item for the alternate one, including the funding for that option. And I think that would be the most appropriate thing to do. But I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues, and when appropriate, I'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert had a brief legal question, and then we'll go to Ms. Levinson.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Korn. I was hoping that Tom or Barbara would still be on the phone, but if you flip to the back, what is this page? The procurement warehouses exhibit 2. If you flip to the back, it has rejection of bids, and then it says we're going to reject the bid from Burke Construction because they were non-responsive for failure to provide a completed document bid form for provision of labor and materials by not submitting a price for the alternate. So that sentence alone kind of messes things up here, but I'm not a lawyer. I just practice one twice a day. I'd rather hear from the attorney if they think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, this is Thomas Gooney. No, that's not a problem at all. The declaring a contractor to be non-responsible for failure to include something is completely separate from what we're considering here today.
Okay, so even if an amendment comes today that takes out that alternate figure and brings it back as a standalone item, this still doesn't affect this company?
No, it does not.
Okay, even though that was the reason they got rejected?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Thank you. I did just have a quick comment about the item, but now I would just like to know legally, I would like to take care of this item all at once. I didn't really have any confusion reading it with the alternate included. Is there a reason, Mr. Cooney, why we couldn't approve it as is today?
The only reason would be that it's cleaner to come back, as Ms. Good was mentioning before. So as I also stated, legally stated, if the requested action is approved by the board, you would in fact have approved the inclusion of the ad alternate, which is the demolition, and we could follow that up with some documentation signed by the contractor. So from a legal perspective, if you approved everything in the requested action, that would be legally sufficient.
So what we have today is legally sufficient.
It's not perfect, but it would get us ultimately where you're trying to get to if you want to do it right now.
Okay, but it's not as good as doing it the other way.
No,
That's
it's
what I'm
not.
asking you legally.
Right, it is not as good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my response, I'm just going to make this very quick. This predates when I was elected to the board. I am certainly in support of this. This is something that sounds like it is long overdue, and I believe that the schools should have their green space and be able to look at other options of collaboration on this land. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, thank you to my colleagues and thank you to Ms. Murray. I too support moving forward the demolition, having the same type of issues in District 3 where there are longstanding issues that the community has been fighting for. I appreciate Ms. Murray and the community members bringing this forth and really fighting for it. I just had a quick question on, I just want to make sure where it says the bid is 6.5% under the Atkins estimate. That is that excludes the demolition, I would assume, but I'm just asking.
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell me what does it look like if the demolition is included?
The Atkins estimate for the demolition was quite a bit higher than what the low bid came in at. It was well over $1 million. So that's why Ms. Murray mentioned it before, but we all were like, wow, this is a great price. So we should jump on this.
Okay, great, thank you. And the only question, I guess, I want to make sure it's as clean as possible legally. And so that's the only concern that I have. And so I would just ask Ms. Murray, to think about whether or not that would be, having heard the commitment from my colleagues that have already stated on the record, would it make more sense to bring it back as a separate item to have it be as clean as possible for legal purposes? So thank you again. And I look forward to supporting it in whatever form we're going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne, and I am too in full support of this item. And this board has continued to show great leadership that a lot of these things we inherited that have accumulated over the years, and various communities have waited a really, really long time for things like this to come forward. And this is a great thing that we're doing for this community to address this issue. Let me ask, we have a legal concern, and I get it too. Is it not something we can address now? Ms. Myrick, how significant is it that we need to delay the item? Can we not approve the item and direct Mr. Runcie to have staff make the wordsmith the change that needs to happen to the document?
Tom, are you still on? I think that, go Tom, can you respond to that in terms of your opinion of, I think they can approve the item as is. We still could just come back with an amendment. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, the amendment would only be coming back because we need a separate signature from the contractor with respect to the price for the demolition. The requested action already identifies that we're seeking the approval of the board to accept demo and abatement at alternate number 1 and the price associated with that. So from a legal perspective, that's all you need. All right, it's not perfect. It's not all the detail that I would typically like to see, but it will get you to the finish line.
But we will then come back with another document with the signature of the contractor, correct?
Yes, that's it. You got it.
So I think if we can approve it as it is now with us coming back with another document from the contractor approving, agreeing with the price and moving forward with that.
Okay, well, whatever's going to get us where we need as soon as possible. I just don't want to delay it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Instead, I turned off my camera. Let me ask my question, and then I'm going to go back to my colleagues that have additional questions. So, Mr. Cooney, I know you've been asked down this probably in every which direction. So I'm going to ask it in one other direction. Okay. Is there any risk in us moving forward with this item today in terms of whether there being a potential of not getting that signature?
there's always the risk that they're going to come up with a reason to not agree to abide by their alternate price. In that case, we would not have that price available to us. As I mentioned before, the timing of the bid opening and where we are now is relevant to that examination. So I'll look into it further, but I don't think that there's a risk. There's no risk of that at this point.
Okay.
I can only surmise.
And contractually, going forward, it wouldn't change the deliverable, it wouldn't change the responsibility. Nothing else is impacted by this other than it coming to us in a typical format.
That's correct.
Okay. I truly appreciate Ms. Good's input on this. From a timing perspective, and maybe Ms. Carpenter, you can address this from a timing perspective, moving it forward today rather than waiting for it to come back to us. How does that impact timing of an actual moving forward and next steps?
You mean if you were to reject the item completely today?
No. I'm just saying that we move forward with just the initial work and then come back with a clean alternate one and have that presented rather than them going back with a signature. Does that impact our timing at all?
No, it really wouldn't, because at this point, once the board approves the base bid, then we have to proceed with preparing all the paperwork and everything prior to the start of construction. So we can be preparing the amendment to bring back to the board concurrently while all of that is happening anyway. So it would have minimal impact on the timeline.
Okay. So here's my takeaway is that legal has assured us that the process as it's been brought forward to us now is one that legally we are in a strong position. It may not be the typical method in which we would have used otherwise, but we have talked all day about messaging to the community. And my concern is if we don't approve this item as it's been brought forth today, that somehow there could be some mismessaging or misunderstanding in the community that we're not in full support of it. And since we are in the same position legally, it's just a different process. I would prefer to approve it today so that the community sees the overwhelming support of myself and my colleagues that have all voiced their support today. I was, as the countywide member, able to assist Ms. Murray in one of her meetings with the community on this item. And the passion is not just a today passion. This has been a passion for many, many years, and one in which this truly is a savings to the district of more than half of what the anticipated cost is, and a commitment we have. And when I say we, I mean collectively as a district, not we as individual board members currently serving. But this district has made this commitment to the community. And I think that it is time for this board, as collectively the 9 of us, to support what we would have been wonderful to have accomplished before, but now to be doing it in a much more cost-effective way. So with that, I would prefer to move forward. If the majority of my colleagues would like to wait, I will support that. I'm not going to speak adverse to it, but those are my thoughts in terms of the timing and the process. So with that, I have Ms. Brinkworth, and then I have Ms. Good.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I forgot to lower my hand earlier. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Ms. Good.
So let me be clear. I think I said it very succinct that I'm very supportive of this. My concern is, though, we do these types of approvals without a document before us that speaks to that approval. And then there's going to be an expectation that we're going to be continuing to do these types of things in future projects and future schools. And we've really never done that in this way before. And I don't think we should start now. Clearly, I support this, and I think nothing would preclude us from just simply bringing an item. We have I believe, a workshop scheduled next Tuesday. We could have a special school board meeting, very short, succinct, take 5 seconds to bring the item back, a new item, speaking to alternate 1 with the costs, and it'd be done. I am very supportive of this. I look forward to the city's collaboration with the school district in providing an area of green space to the students that attend. this school, and I would just ask that this item be amended so that the funds in the amount of 3.981,315 be reduced to not include the demolition funds of 710,346. I think it's somewhere along the lines of 3.2 million, give or take. Is that correct, Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, it's $3,270,969.
Oh, okay. So, hello?
If I could ask everyone to please mute their microphones. We're hearing some feedback of other conversations. Thank you so much.
I think we want to do right by this community. They've waited a long time. I clearly understand it. I just think approving something without an agreement before us is not the most prudent, and puts us in a situation where we're going to be asked to do it again and again. And I don't want the board to be put in that predicament. So I'd ask that we approve it with that modification, and I request that the superintendent bring an item as a special with the assistance of the chair, an item to the next workshop to deal with the alternate one proposal.
Was that a motion through the chair?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. It's been moved in second. Is there further discussion on
Ms.
the amendment?
Warren, are you amenable to bringing a special, having a special school board meeting prior to the next workshop?
So our next sorry, I'm just looking real quick. Our next workshop is 10 a.m. on the 25th. So I am certainly amenable to it. I just need to make sure that we would be able to have a quorum. So what I will just do is look to schedule that special, and probably maybe even at 9:45. I don't think we need a full half an hour. It's been discussed. And hopefully we will monitor everybody on the board and make sure we have a quorum before we publicize it.
So,
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Sorry, I just have a question. If this comes to the board workshop next week, what, maybe Tom Cooney needs to answer this, but what kind of documentation will we need? Just something signed from the contractor that he will do the work for that price?
I'll prepare it, Ashley. We'll get together.
Yeah.
Great.
Mr. Cooney will be able to handle that. So, okay, so I think we're all set. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The amendment passes unanimously.
I think there was a no in there somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A no, somewhere.
It's a no.
Ms. Rupert said no.
No, I said yes.
Who said no?
Ms. Murray said no.
Ms. Murray said no.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So the amendment passes with one dissension, and I'm going to reiterate my point, which is that I preferred this to go forward today. At the same time, I am looking for us to collectively move forward, and I am, as the chair on behalf of my colleagues, looking for this to come. Could someone please mute their microphone? There's so much feedback. It's a little challenging. Thank you. So we will be having this at the very next time that this board meets. It's a workshop, but we will look to schedule a special school board meeting to make sure that the additional work is procured and added to this contract. And so with that said, all those in favor of the amended JJ7 item, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The item passes unanimously. So if I could please have a motion and a second on EE 2, 3, and 4.
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on EE 2, 3, and 4? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we have not received any public comment on items EE 2, 3, or 4.
Okay. Seeing that, to my colleagues, I have a comment from Ms. Murray on EE2. Ms. Murray, are you with us? Okay, Ms. Murray is trying to get back on the line, I believe, so we're.
I'm unmuted.
There you are.
What
What article was that?
We're on EE2.
EE2, let me go back. Okay. Okay, just a remark in regard to this, the agreement with the Wallace Foundation. When we started off with the Wallace Foundation and incorporating training for our administrative and principals and leaders, it was well welcomed within the system. But what we see here today is a broader extension of the opportunity for our staff to really interact with other districts throughout the country. And I think this is such a plus, especially now that we're all on the e-learning process that is going on throughout the country. So I think that it was just a positive reinforcement that as we started this program, I don't think anybody ever expected to see where it's going today. But again, we continue as a school system to be a leader in the nation. That's it. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. All right, so now I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Hold on, there's my little video thing. Okay. I wrote, this is my question. With the deadline being October 31st, 2020, will BCSB have enough time and people to implement this program?
Good afternoon. This is Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Thank you for the question, Mrs. Rupert. Yes, we will. Actually, the Wallace Foundation had contacted the superintendent very early on and was very interested in Broward participating because of our previous relationship with them. And so we actually started because we knew that this was good work and it aligned to a lot of the district's initiatives already. We started some of the work in the summer. So yes, we will definitely on target to meet the the October deadline.
Perfect. That was all I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I do not see any other hands up. So with that, all in favor of EE2, 3 and 4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE2, 3, and 4 pass unanimously. In order for us to be able to assure that we have posted for a special school board meeting before next week's meeting on the 25th, if I could please have any board members who know that they will not be able to attend at 9:45 a.m., could you please make note of it now? Otherwise, I'm going to assume we have a quorum for 9:45 on Tuesday, August 25th. Is there anyone who's not able to attend knowingly at this time? Thank you. And if staff could then take the steps necessary to publicize that, that would be greatly appreciated. I know that there is a time frame that we have to be able to put those notifications out. So we will be having a 9:45 special school board meeting on August 25th prior to our already scheduled workshop. So thank you for that. May I please have a motion and a second on EE5?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. And any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE5.
Thank you. On EE5, I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. This item has a substantial amount of money added to it for IT, for safety and security projects, some of which, for instance, the panic buttons are something new for our district. How are we ensuring that we're going to be getting the best price on these when we're adding these to an existing contract instead of bidding it?
Yeah, good afternoon. Phil Dunn, if I may, Chief Information Officer through the chair. So we're seeking additional spend authority, not budget, 1. 2, to your question directly of how we're ensuring that we're getting the best price. We're looking for services that specifically do conduits and cables. We're not looking for, to leverage this contract to do the panic buttons themselves per se. We're looking just for the wiring of the conduits and cables, and we're confident that the partners we already have are offering the best price.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any additional questions or hands up. So with that, all those in favor of EE5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE6 and 7?
So move, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on EE6 and 7? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on items EE6 or EE7.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. On EE6, some of the items 119 to 186 say that every bidder that provided a discount is awarded. There are various discounts. Why are we not giving the items to the bidder with the greatest discount?
Good afternoon. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. So we're on item EE6, which is lock, keys, and doors hardware. You've stated that on item, what number did you say?
119 to 186, it says on the bid itself, the tabulation, that items 119 through 186, every bidder that provided a discount is awarded, as opposed to what you did for the previous numbers that were not discounts, were just prices. They have varying discounts. Why would we approve all vendors with varying discounts?
So, so this is a combination of, and I don't want to use the word catalog, but this is a combination of products that have firm prices, as well as products that the vendor, the manufacturer, gives a discount, a percentage discount.
Are we starting with the same retail price before we take the discount?
So it's a yearly, yeah, it's a, I hate to say retail, but it's the price that the manufacturer provides
List
to
price. List
yes,
price.
it's the list price, correct.
Okay, so then the varying discounts, whoever gives us the greatest discount should be having those items.
Exactly. And if you look at number 119, and I'm not sure if that's who you have, Allegiant Glenn Johnson, it shows that Southern Lock gave us the biggest discount. You see?
Right. I see that on the page, that's how you've listed them, with the greatest discount. That's not what it says on the tabulation. It says that every bidder that provided a discount is awarded.
Yes, and that's because correct. That is correct. Every bidder, this is an ITB, so every bidder that meets the requirements that provides either a list price, a firm price, and or a discount is a pool of vendors, if you will, right? And then these lists that you see are the ones that have to be used because they're the ones that gave us the largest discount. You will find, and when we did the analysis here, you might have a vendor that might have a list price, a price where the discount is higher on one item versus a different manufacturer, but you're buying from that same vendor. So in order to ensure that we had enough, how can I say, leverage with those vendors, we're taking the best from each one. So some of them that specific vendor might have items through a firm price, or they might have them through a discounted price. So all the vendors are in a pool, and then they have to follow, as we do the purchasing, we have to follow and ensure that we're using the lowest bidder.
Okay, so what does that sentence mean on the tabulation page?
Hold on. Can you tell me again the sentence? I'm sorry.
Every bidder that provided a discount is awarded for items 119 through 186. That's not the same as saying the bidder that gave us the greatest discount is awarded the item.
Because it's awarded by item, and we wanted, every bidder gave us a discount. And we're choosing, if you look at the list, you could see at the right-hand side where it says results, we've identified the awarded vendor name. So if you look at item 119.
Okay, no, I see that, Ms. Coker. What I would suggest in the future is that it says the bidder that provided the highest discount is awarded
Okay.
on the
that's
page
good.
there, so it coincides with what you're telling me. I see that the pages say that, but I want to make sure that what is actually happening is said there.
Well noted. Thank you very much for the recommendation, and we will make sure that we incorporate that language moving forward.
8 hours. You have a
Okay,
call.
thank you very much, but thank you for ensuring me that the bidder with the greatest discount will have.
Can we?
I called you last night.
We all shut
I'm
off
ready to talk
our
through.
microphones, Mr. Moquin. Can you shut off everyone's microphone, please, and then we'll turn them back on? Thank you. Ms. Levinson, anything else?
So I was just trying to say thank you for ensuring that the bidders with the greatest discount will be awarded those items. Thank you.
You're
Perfect.
welcome.
I have Ms. Rupert.
It always takes me so long to hit both those. Is this 6 and 7, Ms. Korn?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I had the same comment truly for both of them. And I don't know if Judy Marte is here or if it would be appropriate for her to talk about this. But I remember the day when there was excessive P card usage. I mean, it was out of control. And we have certainly made a tremendous effort and turned around that ship to be going in the right direction. So on EE7, there's a small amount, 54,000, but in EE6, it's 609,426 on a P card. And that just kind of struck me because we've done so well in the past. And I kind of need an explanation for this because that's an exorbitant amount of money. And that is not our preferred way for commerce for us. We like to use the purchase orders because the P cards get very tricky. So, Madam Chair, I don't know who would be appropriate for that answer, but somebody.
So if I may, I can start off and I can share with you, if I may, through the chair, some of the changes that we've made. So though this item does pertain to PPO and PPO does use this item, the price stock inventory clerks are the ones that make these purchases and they report into my department in the stock room. One of the things that we've done is we've reduce the amount of purchases that are being made through the P card. And I did this analysis with the prior bids for these specific items. Same thing with item, I believe it's EE8. You can see if you were to reference the previous bid, we've reduced the P card spend approximately 50%. And these items specifically on the locks, they're not stock items. We don't have these items in inventory. So when there's a need at a school that the lock has to be replaced, the maintenance person has to put in a request, a work order, and then they put in what we call a direct out. And my staff goes and places a purchase. So what we're doing is shifting those purchases, which they call direct outs, to instead of being through a P card, but rather through a purchase order. And we have done this. We began to do this. I'm working closely with Mr. Dorsett also on ensuring that we're doing this across the board, because we find ourselves that the bids are being used correctly, but the method of payment is a P card instead of a purchase order. At the end of the day, we've got terms and conditions with these vendors. Therefore, we should not be using a P card because the P card is not making us get the items quick. So this type of purchasing has now shifted to no longer or limiting the use of P cards to emergencies.
I get it. Is Miss Marte on the phone, please? Mr. Runcie?
Excuse me, Miss Rupert, I am here.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great, thank you, ma'am.
We're discussing 6 and 7, EE6.
I've been listening.
Okay, and I'm going to have the same comment for EE8. I know that you've shared with us that, you locked down those P cards. You've been working very, very closely with Mary, and you're making a big effort. How does the $600,000 one kind of come through?
So under the direction of Mr. Woods, Mary has done a tremendous job
making sure our P cards are used appropriately. There are many situations off our, especially in PPO, quite transportation, operations that kind of have some 24/7 implications where the P card is definitely the best way to go. Staff's not on campus to approve a PO. Staff isn't in the office. Miss Coker and I speak daily. So rest assured, Miss Rupert, that anything she is concerned about, she is by me, and we are working together to make sure that the concern that you have is addressed, because we share that concern. I quite frankly am very comfortable with the direction we're going in. It's not going to be perfect overnight, and we've said that to you numerous times, but you will definitely see a shift in the use of P cards and the controls put on them. And as your CFO, I'm very, very comfortable with where we are.
Okay, and to Ms. Coker's conversation, and I know with Maurice Woods, we used to get like once a year an update on P card expenditures. I think it's been a while since we got that, and I remember Mr. Woods would as we were declining usage, he would definitely notate that. So I don't know if that's something that you all could put together, but I appreciated it because it showed us how out of control it was, and I'm sure more in control now and moving in this direction. I, as one board member, would appreciate that. But that
we can get that to follow up, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, that was my comments for 6, 7, and 8, but I know 8's not on the floor now. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on EE6 and EE7? Any other colleagues want comments?
I have EE6.
Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Allardyce.
So my question is, when we are replacing the locks and the classroom doors, are we using the storeroom locks?
I will have to defer that to Mr. Dorsett. That is an operational question. Not sure if he can respond.
Yes, we're using them where acceptable right now. We are still going through the process. Some of them are being changed to storeroom function. So we are evaluating and changing them as we go along.
Okay, so all the classroom doors or just some?
Well, it's a massive project to change all of them. So as they go bad, we're trying to change them out with the new storeroom function.
Okay, so I'm saying if they're broken and they're going to be changed, you're going to use the storeroom function. You're saying locks.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on EE6 and EE7? Okay, all in favor of EE6 and EE7 indicate by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask to move items now I'll do them separately. EE8, I'll move item EE8 to the floor, please.
So moved. Second, Alda.
Been moved by Ms. Brinkworth and second by Ms. Allardyce. Colleague input.
It was me, but it was the same as the other one. So it was just the amount and $627,000 on a P card. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rupert, did you get your question fully answered about the P card? Because I know, as you said, we have been working to decline on the P card, and as staff was explaining, I know that in COVID right now, organizations are having to do a lot of things through P cards, credit cards, and those things, but I wasn't sure if you got your question fully answered.
Well, thank you. Sort of. I was going to take it offline and get more from Ms. Marte, but I know that you remember, Madam Vice Chair, that Mr. Woods would give us that data like once a year, and he would say what departments have decreased. I truly want another one of those so we can actually see the growth, but I wouldn't be a good data-driven board member like you guys if I didn't call out a $600,000 P card purchase. So
So
Okay.
through the vice chair, if I can just comment on that, and thank you for bringing it up. I didn't piggyback on the conversation previously because I think Marte covered it well. We are very, we are open and actually do provide reports. I think it's just a matter of timing. I think with the pandemic, we may have missed our kind of annual reporting timeline, but I will get with Ms. Marte and we will provide a report to the board. I will tell you that Joris Jabowen, through some of his auditing work, has really pressed us on that. I know we've been providing the reports and talking about them at cabinet, but to your point, I don't think we provided one to the board, at least in the last 6 months. So we will take a look at that and we'll follow up with a tracking report on P-card for the board. Thank you.
And thank you through the chair, vice chair. Mr.
Sure.
Woods, if you could notate on the document, whichever you give me, when the last time the previous one was, so we could compare. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're muted still. You're muted. Okie dokie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you for that follow-up, and thank you, Ms. Rupert. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, in my mind, it wasn't completely closed. So I wanted to just completely close that conversation. Thank you so much. Is there any other colleague want to speak on item EE8?
During this pandemic already, Notre Dame, Michigan State, and UNC Chapel Hill.
Okay. I think Ms. Murray Murray was unmuted. Okay, if there are no other comments on EE8, I don't think I asked for public comment on EE8. Mr. Mokman, is there any public comment on EE8?
Vice Chair, we received no public comment on EE8.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of EE8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion on items EE9 and EE10, please?
So moved, Ms. Good.
Second, Ms. Rupert.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. Colleagues that want to speak on EE9 or EE10?
Dave, they're just the latest tools to reverse course, move online. How aggressive?
Dr. Osgood, I had EE9.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Levinson.
They're quite aggressive.
Okay, my question on EE9 was, I appreciate that procurement has made this a one-year bid because of just one response. But I'd like to know, I see the previous one was the same company. How long has the same company been doing this for our district?
So thank you, Ms. Levinson, for your question. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. That is a great question, and I asked that question myself exactly because I noticed that in the last 10 years, we've been using City Fire.
Correct.
So we were using them for an extended contract, I think about 7 years previously to the prior bid that that just expired, and now we're doing it another year. So we've done 2 1 years. We're asking for this 1 year, and the one previous to this one was another year as well. In efforts to hopefully be able to provide some explanation to this, we went and did additional due diligence, and we identified that City Fire is also the vendor for Miami-Dade and Palm Beach. Okay. In addition to that, we went out, and I believe it says it on the executive summary. Last year, I recall, which because we heard the board and some of the comments were the same based on the fact that we only had one, we did an extensive outreach campaign, and we reached out to approximately 10 different vendors locally in the Tri-County area. And we did the same thing this year. And I can give you some examples: Firemaster, Ritz Safety, Johnson Controls is one of the largest. And we also reached out to them, and they didn't want to respond to our bid. So, the only thing I can say is that this is a market that is a small. It's a small market, and there's a lot of competition. And there's these. What we noticed was that these vendors have relationship with these companies, and they do these types of services forever. And that's what we've experienced specifically with City Fire. City Fire has the Tri-County areas, they have the Tri-County schools, and they, by way, have not also increase their pricing, which you would think that that is also an added benefit to the fact that considering the times we're in, we have the same pricing. And when comparing to the different districts, our pricing is just as competitive as the others.
Okay,
So it may not be what we want to hear, but it is the reality.
Okay, my comment would be to you on this one as well as other ones, because I see you've really taken a lot of time on some of these to explain why vendors haven't responded. I know that's a lot of extra work. So I don't know that it's necessary that you do that on every one, but I think what we need to address is the comment that vendors are unable to provide the particular services represented in this ITB. I want to make sure that they are written in such a way where we will get the broadest response from people, that we are not writing them in such a way where we are locking in companies.
Agreed. And we're doing that across the board with all of our bids, just to make sure that we don't have to be rejecting bids for scope of work. Agreed.
Okay, but when you get this continuous response, it leads me to believe that that is a problem that we have, and that has been the response by many vendors since you've started asking. So I would ask that you please look at them when they're written to make sure we get the broadest response and that people are able to bid on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on EE9 and EE10? Okay, and I forgot again, any public comment, Mr. Mokman, on EE9 and EE10?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE9 or EE10.
Thank you. All in favor of EE9 and EE10 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion to move item EE11 to the floor, please?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, it's good.
Been moved by Ms. Brinkworth and second by Ms. Good. Mr. Mokman, is there any public comment on EE11?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE11.
Thank you. Board member discussion. EE11.
Ms. Murray had asked for that item.
Okay, Ms. Murray.
Somebody keeps me, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Murray, you keep coming unmuted at the wrong time, so they have to keep muting you as well.
Well, I unmuted and then, well, anyway, stop playing with me. Anyway, okay. EE11. Well, I figure there's there's somebody in my machine doing weird things. But EE11, this is very exciting news to see what's happening at Atlantic Technical College. Prior to this, we had a CNC program at Sheridan Vocational, probably about 15 or 20 years ago. But as the production of...
Excuse me, Ms. Murray, I want to make sure that you're heard clearly. I don't know if it's someone's television or I'm getting some background noise. If we
sorry.
We want to be able to hear you clearly.
That was me. I was listening to the news. Let me start over again. Probably about 15 to 20 years ago, we had a program at Sheridan Tech, the CNC entrance level training that went on. As a matter of fact, I knew the instructor at that time, but due to the fact that most of our manufacturing moved overseas, there was the course was closed. And to see this reopening is a clear indication that we recognize that manufacturing is reopening in this country. And a CNC setup as what's described here in this present in the item is just awesome. I know if people look at, they don't understand what the machinery is, but I do, because I have a family member who's involved in this. And I can't wait to see it happen. The thing is, it doesn't tell me what size the classes are, what the instruction is going to be, and I will look forward to talking with Mr. Crawford on this. But again, this is a real plus for our educational system and really opening a field that will grow in the next very rapidly in this country. So again, thank you for the foresight and intuitiveness of our technical people to get this up and running. And Mr. Crawford, kudos to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Any other board comments on item EE11? Okay. All in favor of item EE11 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item EE12?
Madam
Move
Chair,
Brinkberg.
can we go 12 through 19?
Certainly. Okay, we can take 12 through 19. Can I have a second on that?
Second, Aldef.
Okay, we're going to take items EE12 through item EE19. Mr. Moakman, is there any public comment on those items?
Vice Chair, we received no public comment on items EE12 through EE19.
Okay, board member comment.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I had comment on EE12 and EE13.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My question on EE12 is whether or not this work is occurring while sites are closed. If we have refurbishment of wood floors that is slated to occur, it would seem to me that now would be a good time to do that.
Through the chair, Mark Dorset, physical plant operations. Yes, we are performing work, resurfacing floors at this time.
Okay, and this is for the like the basketball floors and the stage floors, the hardwood floors.
Correct, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then for EE13, and I think we talked about this in the previous item, but I just wanted to understand. My question was, in my reading of this item, it appears there's a question regarding this system moving forward, and I gathered from the conversation earlier that that is accurate. So I just wanted to have a better understanding from staff. What do we think is the process for evaluating and the time frame for getting back to the board so that we can make a decision moving forward? Because I'll share, similar to my colleague, Ms. Korn, the feedback that I've gotten from my children has been different than some of the feedback that has been brought to the board around the Naviance system. And I'm not saying that it's not a good system. I'm just saying I don't think it is the right system for all of our students. And I just think we need to make sure that we're looking at what is the best for the majority of our students, and then find out if we have to have separate systems because they work better for different kids. So I just need to make sure that we're looking at that and when staff is going to get back to us on it.
Sure. Hello again, Ralph Aiello, Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement. As mentioned earlier, we did go to RFI to scan the marketplace to see which systems were out there, and that the team did decide that the Naviance system, despite some of the shortcomings that were mentioned just now, is still the system that works best for our school district. We did work with students and staff to be able to revise some of the expectations of schools, the scope and sequence. We have worked into the contract a couple of feature upgrades that we wanted to see to personalize it a little bit more for our students, and make sure that the vendor delivers on those by certain timeframes, which is pretty much within the year. We did negotiate a price discount on this contract of approximately 62%, which is around $247,000 per year saved. And since it's a one-year contract with 2 optional one-year renewals, we plan on revisiting this and making sure that we make any decisions that we can provide the vendor with sufficient notice to terminate the contract and move forward with an alternative should we do so by the end of the school year.
Okay, and then thank you for that. The other thing that is missing for me as a board member, and it's something we talk about often, is the data, the usage data, and looking at, over the period of time that we've been securing this service for our students, what does the data look like? What are the trends, and what have we seen as the results? So if as a follow-up, that data could be provided, but it's something that we as board members have asked for when the item comes before us, that the data be included with the item. And so I would just ask that in the future, that when items come before us, that the data is included.
Understood. And in our district strategic plan, we do have links to several dashboards, but we'll be sure to include that going forward when the actual items come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. I had pulled several of these. EE12, I'm just going to make a comment. This is for a renewal, but it is, I believe, the second of the renewals. I would ask that when we go out the next time, there are two vendors, a primary and an alternate. The alternate's pricing is better on several of the items, so I would ask that when we go out, we award the vendor who has the best pricing on the individual items, the award. EE13, similar comment. I had asked in the past for usage data and not just login, but the amount of time that was actually spent on. So again, ditto, I just like to have that included in this information because it's very difficult to approve this item without having it. EE15. EE15, again, this is one of these trials that I spoke about earlier today. When will they become a Clever and Canvas partner with the single sign-on? That's one of the things that's included in this item.
Good afternoon. Nordia Southland School Climate and Discipline. Thank you for your question, Board Member Levinson. The partner of Evolution Labs is currently already a partner with Canvas and Clever.
Okay, and this is a negotiated trial rate. In order for me to approve this, I need to know what would be, what it would be going forward. Again, this was not bid, correct?
That's correct. They were a single source. That's correct, ma'am.
Yes, this is a single source. There are many, many vendors who have items like this out on the market. It's a free trial, and then it doesn't tell us what it would be afterwards. And, you know, I feel compelled to support it because of what it is, but I'm very disappointed that it wasn't done another way where we looked at a variety of vendors in order to determine what the best one was. Have you looked at a variety of vendors?
I believe Mr. Aiello had conducted an RFI for the mental health mandate pieces that came out from the Florida Department of Education last year.
Yep. Hi again, Ralph Aiello, Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement. That is correct. I believe it was back in October. We had originally gone to RFI to scan the marketplace to see which vendors would meet the mental health instruction requirements. And it since has expanded to include additional state requirements such as the human trafficking, which is why we had chosen going with the current vendor because it was more comprehensive.
Through the chair,
Okay,
Ms.
and
Levinson?
what are the rates going forward?
Mr. Hickman, are you trying to speak?
I was going to speak before she asked that other question. I apologize. I just wanted to further what Ralph was saying in reference to just exploring other options. As you know, the entire work we've been focusing on for the past 6 to 9 months has been on trying to identify SEL, trying to identify a mental health software and appropriate curriculum and assessment, as well as our mindfulness as well. And so all these things we've compared a number of vendors, processes, curriculum, even with our mental health leadership team, as well as our SEL team has reviewed a number of things. So I just wanted you to know that we've done our due diligence in trying to identify a quality product that provides what it is we're looking for. Nordia, I don't know can you answer the other question in reference to the,
I mean, because if you're talking about adding back in the discounted amount, this is $500,000 a year.
For the $128,000?
Yeah, when you go forward in years afterwards, if it is something that we thought was useful, what would the amount be?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is a negotiated trial rate. What are we talking about going forward? I don't like to be sucked into something with a negotiated trial rate and then have the next year where it balloons?
The price will be held constant for Broward schools at the 128 for the renewal year if we choose to move forward.
Okay, because it does say a district negotiated trial rate. So you are saying that it would be held.
Yes, ma'am. It would be held at the 128, and it's funded out of a grant, not at general funds.
Okay, and I want to thank you all for looking for a resource that does include human trafficking in it. We know that it's very much needed, and that Broward County is one of the leading counties in the nation. So I'm happy to see that you've pursued a resource that does incorporate that.
Thank
you. Okay, EE17. What did you go through, Dr. Osgood?
All of them, EE19.
Through EE19?
Yep.
Okay, so EE17 was
construction printing service.
Okay. Construction printing service. Okay, I don't know why I had this one. I did have a comment on this. I know when I had brought up these evaluation forms, I just want to say, when we just get in one or two, it's not really helpful in us knowing the feedback from our employees and whether it was worthwhile. But if you look at this one, it does have one that's completely different from the other. So what do we do? I mean, obviously, I don't want to base it on one person's response, but the purpose of these evaluations were to see if there were any trends in vendor performance. So I see here, there's a poor one, and we still went with the same. Did we pursue to find out if that's a feeling amongst other employees who utilize this?
Yeah. So this is Maurice Wood, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. I can't speak to this specific response, but I know in the past what we would do is if we identified a vendor that was underperforming or that we were unhappy with, in a couple of instances, we would reach out to them, express that our concerns and require them to improve. And I believe there was a couple incidents where we actually went back to the vendor, and because of them not providing the service levels that we would like, that we decided not to provide additional work to them. So since we've started doing surveys, we have used them to influence our relationship with the vendors. I can't speak to this specific one, but we can offer a write-up follow-up if you would request that or prefer that.
Yes, I would like that. And again, when we just receive from one or two people, it's not very useful in providing us the feedback we're looking for. Okay, and the last item is EE18. This is another no bid. Another one, not charging this time. Or am I confusing that? This one is charging this time. I'm sorry, I have the wrong one. I was looking at the wrong. So this one is charging. I wanted to find out about the student surveys because we did discuss at length about having some sort of assessment that would be happening. Is this what this is?
Yep.
Yes, it is. This is yes. I'm sorry, Ralph. I mean to cut across you, but yes, it is. This is one of the, as far as SEL doing an SEL survey and assessment of our students, and then the Rethink also has a curriculum that ties to that. So.
Okay, because this was one of the items, Dr. Hickman, when we did that mental health allocation, you had that line item in there budgeted to start doing this.
Correct. This is one piece. So we don't want to This is SEL, and we're also going to be bringing forth a mental health screener. And we have to differentiate the difference between mental health and SEL, or social emotional learning assessments. But there are still line items on the referendum. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what will this one be doing in particular compared to the mental health one?
Mr.
Sure.
Aiello?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Ralph Aiello, Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement. Social emotional learning is more of the tier 1. So based on our CASEL competencies, that's the model that our district follows for SEL. It's assessing whether students, how students are, their self-awareness. What are my thoughts, my feelings, my dreams, my aspirations, their ability to do self-management. How can I control my behavior? It's about social awareness, about recognizing that, everybody else has thoughts and feelings and goals. It's about social management and relationships. So being able to compare and decision-making, grit, resiliency, the basics that we want all of our students to be able to know. So this assessment will give us that baseline for all students grades 3 through 12 in the district. Based on the results of that, the system also has lessons that are associated with it, which are part of our toolkit right now. So if a student is high on, grit, resiliency, things like that, we're able to target those interventions for those students. So that's what this assessment's for. The one that we're going to be coming back with at the next board meeting for the mental health screener is for a targeted population, primarily in the MSD zone and others that have experienced trauma like Deerfield Beach, where we're assessing more of a deeper mental health concern, such as depression. So we're focusing on a more targeted population because we have to be able to respond appropriately to those more significant affective concerns. So this one's the tier 1, and what we're going to bring back the next time is more of the tier 2 and tier 3 assessment.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. I think that was very important for us to understand. Although this does say that there are lessons for tier 1 and activities for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 in this.
Yep, and so the intensity level of the mental health is really was what I was referring to as the tiers. But tier 1, 2, and 3, tier 1 is really classroom, tier 2 is small group, and tier 3 is a one-on-one intervention. So not necessarily the intensity of the students presenting concern, but the intensity of the intervention within the system is tier 1, 2, and 3.
So we're utilizing the term a different way this time.
That's correct.
Just to confuse us.
Hey,
Okay.
got to keep you on your toes.
Okay, and then my last question is on the cost. I believe, if I remember correctly, that mental health allocation had about $600,000 for a screener. Was that correct?
That's approximately, yes, that's about correct. Yes, ma'am.
So is this out of that, and then the other one will also be out of that?
Yes.
And there's going to be enough?
But
because
it's going to
there's
be
only 120 left.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not to give away the item for the next time, but it's under, it's much less than that.
It fits into our cost structure.
That is correct, man.
And it fits into the structure, and we're trying to be prepared. Like again, tiers 1 and 2 are larger populations. When we get to tier 3 and the mental health screening, we want to make sure, and we'll talk about it when we bring it forward, but we just want to make sure that we're identifying a screener. We don't want to over-identify children because we don't, we got to be careful with having the resources to serve. So it's really going to be a great opportunity for us.
Okay, and actually, I just realized that I did write those comments about not charging this year, and now I realize what it was. It was for middle school.
Yeah, and if I may, so as part of our district strategic plan under the Support Services for All campaign, social emotional learning is one of the initiatives, and several of the key tactics in there are to align our resources, eliminate separate and divergent forms of curriculum, and develop a managed menu of options for schools. So we had a subcommittee that was focusing on that this past year and identified the criteria that we were looking for in a SEL program, the assessments as well as the curriculum. And we had it all put together, and we were ready to go out to RFI, and that was right when the COVID hit. So we were not able to pursue the RFI over the summer as we had intended.
And I think you explained that well in here.
Okay, perfect. And then so
But the
right now,
question is the zero cost.
yep. And so for middle grades, we have our Reimagining Middle Grades initiative, and they're currently using several other programs that have been in place for 2 to 3 years now. And we knew that many of them were going to continue to focus on those. So that's why we had told them we're not going to pay for another system when the middle schools are already using, for the most part, that program.
And even though this says 3 to 12 and surveys K to 12.
So let me look at it, but it should say that the curriculum is K to 12, but the survey should be 3 to 12. Am I inaccurate on how I wrote it?
Yeah, it says student surveys for K to 12, but irregardless of whether it's K to 12, 3 to 12, I appreciate you correcting that. We're still going to be able, even though there's no cost here, to provide that to all students.
That's correct. All students will have access to all of these resources. For the Reimagining Middle Grades that are currently using other programs, this would just be considered a supplement rather than the primary system.
And if we were to continue this, that would not change next year after the first year of implementation.
We're to stay true to our strategic plan and our project plan. We're still planning on going to RFI to ensure that we have the proper program in place and be working with the vendor going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much for that explanation. That was very helpful in explaining that item and what else is to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I wanted to just briefly on EE15 thank staff for getting this mental health human trafficking curriculum ready to go so we can meet the state requirements for it. And I'm extremely proud of our board for always standing up for this particular issue as well as others that our children suffer. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert, were those your comments on EE 12 through 19?
Yes, that's all I had.
Okay, Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray, I see your hand.
They keep turning me off. Well, I'm going to turn it on. On EE13, I just have a couple of comments. Naviance has been, I consider it one of my babies. And someone had asked the question of, do we know how many students have utilized this? And Mr. Aiello, I'm going to take a guess because I do watch the dashboard. You know, I've always kept sort of track of the numbers. But last year we had probably well over 130,000 hits or more. And that was before I didn't look at the end of the year, so I don't know, but it's being truly utilized. I have 3 questions. One was, we had hired additional counselors to assist with this program along with the brace teachers. Are they still in place?
Yes, so when it comes to the data, all students in 6 through 12 are really exposed to Naviance. We do have a scope and sequence of required activities, which we'll share that dashboard with the board in a follow-up item. So you can see exactly how many students have used it for each of those requirements. But of course, students use the system above and beyond what we program them to do. So we can provide some additional information on that as well. One thing I could say is that this school year, I am extremely excited for what we're able to do, thanks to the support that this board, our superintendent, and particularly the voters of Broward County have provided us through the millage referendum. We have just completed hiring all of the school counselors through that initiative. We now have capacity in the central office and using the tools such as Microsoft Teams that we're using today and Canvas to be able to deliver the Naviance lessons across the district from a central location. So whereas in the past schools had limited bandwidth to access students and to deliver these services, now we have the additional support necessary that we're very excited for the reach that we're going to have, not just working with students, but also to be able to do so in the evening with workshops for parents.
That's great. Now, we had initiated a program last year, was the student ambassadors. Are we going to be able to do that this year?
Absolutely, yeah. So the student ambassadors are our Brace Cadet program, which has been highly successful. In fact, it was just recognized by the National College Attainment Network as a national best practice, and it was funded through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We just completed the new cohorts training this summer of over 120 new cadets that are in our schools. Every single school is now represented with the cadets, as well as our alternative centers and even charter schools. We do have that program in place, and they are the support arm for our counselors and our Brace advisors to ensure that students focus on their post-secondary options.
Thank you for that input. I'm so happy to see that Navigance is well and healthy, and that we are initiating it. When we start at the 6th grade and preparing the students as they move into middle school, that we know by the time they hit high school that many of the students that graduated with no direction, that will no longer exist, because we're preparing these children at a much younger age to design a course, a career course at a very early age, and to be able to take the programs that will allow them either to be college bound or work bound or move into our technical schools. So thank you very much for all your hard work, and continue on with this great success. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Miss Dr. Osgood.
Great. I have Dr. Osgood next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne. I'm going to start with EE 13, and it's kind of a general question. As we continue to do software, curriculum, how are we meeting the specific needs of the students as it relates to their levels? We have level 1 and level 2 students, level 3, level 4 students, and based on where, if I'm a student, based on what level I'm on, using technology and responding to curriculum can be very different.
Yep, absolutely. And so, one of the other, great things we have in our strategic plan under, I forget exactly which campaign it is personalized pathways. And so within that personalized pathways initiative, it's about how, again, focusing on that social, emotional, and academic development framework. So as students learn about who they are and they recognize their strengths and their weaknesses, not just socially and emotionally, but academically, and they learn about what it is they want to accomplish. No matter what their post-secondary goal is, we believe that all students can attain them if given the right time, the right pathway, and the right resources and support. So it's about making sure that we provide that personalized attention, that individualized support to every child based on where they are, helping them to figure out where they want to be, and developing that pathway in order to make sure they achieve that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to move to item EE 15. I have one comment about EE 15 and then another comment about EE 15 and EE 18 together.
Dr. Osgood, I'm sorry. Have you finished EE 13?
Yes.
You did. Okay. Go right ahead.
Okay. On EE 15, we talked about the human trafficking component. I want to encourage us to reach out to the state attorney's office and the Broward Human Trafficking Coalition. I do a lot of partnerships within my district with that coalition. Just a great group of professionals that have expertise in this space, along with a lot of information and actually persons who have, experienced human trafficking. And then my final question is, as we look to the curriculum and we talk about prevention, how are we doing the intervention side of human trafficking? How are we dealing with the students that have been rescued from human trafficking?
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Dr. Osgood, for that question. And to your point, we do work very closely with the coalition, the Human Trafficking Coalition that Jamora actually heads up, and we are in collaboration with Judge Ross's Human Trafficking Court, as well as many other partners. To the specific point around the intervention pieces, with DCF conducts those staffings, we are also now going to be at the table to ensure that we are able to be aware of any youth that is involved with regards to victimization related to trafficking, so that we can ensure that as appropriate wraparound services and any additional supports that are needed for these youth as they're engaging back into our school community is provided for our children.
Okay, thank you. On items like EE 15 and 16, I alluded to this earlier. I see that we have these items. Ms. Levinson pointed out some of them that we're not bidding, they're sole source. There's some we are bidding, but they continue to have no minority inclusion with the vendors. So how do we assure that the curriculums are culturally sensitive and making sure that we're, providing diversity? We have very diverse students from an ethnic perspective. We have our phenomenal LGBTQ students. So how are we making sure that these curriculums are really meeting the needs of students from a diversity perspective?
Well, Dr. Osgood and Antoine Hickman, you definitely can feel comfortable knowing that the mental health instruction, this SEL instruction, the screeners and whatever we're bringing forward, that we go into it with equity in mind up front, instead of purchasing and then asking them to add some equity pieces. So we look across to make sure that it kind of captures all the populations that we serve, and addresses the needs of those populations that we serve. And you will see pieces, you mentioned 15 with the mental health instruction and trafficking. Well, even with the item with 18, SEL, they have modules that also have, with a focus on equity. So that's how we keep it in the forefront, knowing that that's part of our strategic plan as well as our guiding pillars for the department.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to mention, I can't find my note now, but I was able to participate recently in the training with dealing with grief. It had a very, very, very long title to the training, but I found it very helpful and had some great takeaways from it, even with just how to communicate with my own granddaughter about the pandemic and what was going on. So kudos to you guys for that training and the stuff that you continue to offer. And then my final question, Ms. Coyne, is on EE 19, in reference to this agreement with Volunteer Florida, and just some specifics around who would be our target population, or what the target population for the AmeriCorps, and how would they recruit that population?
So Dr. Gosgood, I'm glad that you pulled this item, because we worked hard to get this relationship and this agreement with Volunteer Florida, and the board recently approved the grant a few weeks ago. But I'm going to let Dr. Philip Harris, Program Manager for Recovery, who's done the work and who's worked to get the 21 AmeriCorps, and he's worked with the schools as well to identify the needs and work with OSPA. Dr. Harris?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Osgood, for allowing the opportunity to share this information. So to answer your question, the AmeriCorps members, the 21 AmeriCorps members, at minimum would be sophomores in college. So attending a four-year institution, and the universities in which we're targeting is Florida Memorial University, FIU, Florida International University, and Florida Atlantic University. Those are our three targeted universities in which we're recruiting our AmeriCorps members to participate in the program.
Okay, and now I know this is a grant, so what are our sustaining and future opportunities for, how long are we looking at this continuing for?
Okay, great question. Again, Philip Harris, for Program Manager for Recovery. And so related to that question, this is a multi-year funded grant. We do apply every year, but this grant initially will be covered for 3 years with 2 option periods. Following that, we will have an opportunity to extend for another 3 years. So when we're looking at the capacity as well as the expansion for recovery services across the district, we are in a good position for sustainability in collaboration with the federal government and Volunteer Florida to allow this grant to last up to 10 years. So it will have an opportunity to expand to more schools as well as hire more AmeriCorps members to help for our recovery efforts across the district, to help the students that are dealing with trauma and crisis, as well as needing support academically, especially during a pandemic, of additional support for tutoring one-on-one with their AmeriCorps member.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Harris. And just to go back earlier, I stated that training, I was looking for my note. It was the Helping Children, Families, and Ourselves Cope with Crisis, Supporting Grieving Children and Families During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Dr. Hickson, is there a recording of that somewhere online that someone can go and look at after the training?
Yes, all those sessions were recorded. We had more than one, and yes, they are on. You can look on our program, on our recovery page, and if that's not uploaded there, we'll definitely get on our student services page.
Okay, is there a way also that we can tweet those out? I mean, I found that training really, really helpful. And when we think about leading in this space from a community perspective, those of us that are inside the school district, we would know to just go to that page, or if we listening. But if I'm just a random person out on Twitter or Facebook and I see a parent, that I'm not as connected and engaged internally, and I see this link that's something about helping my child with the pandemic, I might just click on it and utilize it. I think it would allow us to expand the arms of the training even farther, because like I said, it was very helpful to me. I had several takeaways that I actually was able to go and talk to my 5-year-old granddaughter who's starting school in Jacksonville tomorrow. And I just found it to be really, really helpful.
Understood.
So if there's a way that we can just tweet out the link, like you guys do a lot of the Twitter stuff that you do, or post it out, I think we could see, how many people would respond and actually utilize it, beyond what we're doing with it just being on the webpage.
Will do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Corn. That ends my questions.
Thank you. And so, unfortunately, I had to step away for the press conference, so I don't want to reiterate, but I am only going to comment on one particular item, which is EE13. And this is the 3-year renewal of Naviance, and my colleagues may have already addressed this. This is a 3-year renewal. I don't know that my colleagues have any interest in supporting this, but my question first to staff is, if we only did a 1-year renewal, what impact would that have on the overall contract?
We do have a clause which allows us to terminate without cause with sufficient notice. So, and it would not impact the cost at this time, no.
So I'm asking it so that's very helpful, because I know then that we obviously have that opportunity, but that's different than a 1-year contract, because then the impetus for going beyond 1 year is us to actually take action. Whereas terminating a contract means someone has to decide in the middle of an ongoing contract that we're going to terminate it. And so I'm going to just go back and ask the question, this is a 3-year contract. Is there an ability to make it a 1-year contract?
I believe that would have to go, I'd have to check with procurement, but I believe that would have to go back for negotiation and with the vendor.
Got it. Okay.
Excuse me, good afternoon. Here's Mauricio Stradiotti. I'm the Assistant Director with Procurement and Warehousing Services. Yeah, Mr. Alfaello is correct. So we need to go back to the vendor and have discussions, in order to have 1 year instead of the 3 years agreement.
I got it. Okay. And so the date that it refers to on page 1 of 16 is the submittal date was April 30th. The effective date then of this agreement for that 3 years would commence on September 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the last day of the original 5-year contract.
Right. So we don't really have a time frame. I know when I became a board member years and years ago, we spent probably, I don't know, Miss Good and Miss Levinson, Miss Rupert probably all remember that we had multiple conversations about the fact that when contracts are brought back to us in a time frame in which we don't have an ability to do anything but accept one or renew one, it puts us kind of in a place where we have to do what has been brought forward to us, right? And today being August 19th and this expiring 1 month from now, if we as a board collectively only wanted this to be a 1-year contract, we're not really in a position to be able to do that, are we?
It would put us in a very short timeline.
The gentleman from procurement who was on, do we even have time to go back at this point and do something different? And I don't know that my colleagues have any interest, but I just want to know if it's even viable before I ask them.
It's going to be challenging. We have a short window in order to try to bring this to September 15th before the expiration of the agreement. If this is the direction that the board wants us to pursue, we can, of course, try to do that.
Okay. Again, I apologize. I wasn't here when there was any prior discussion. Did my colleagues have any concerns with this being a 3-year contract, or did everyone seem to be fine with it?
No concern, Ms. Corn.
Okay, thank you. So I will tell you, I'm going to ask that we separate this item because I would prefer not to support it based on it being a 3-year contract. And I certainly understand if my colleagues aren't interested in that. I don't want to belabor the point.
Corn?
Yes.
Ms. Corn, Mr. Aiello did say to us that this was a 3-year contract, but after 1 year would be looked at. We did have that conversation, that it would be looked at after 1 year about, correct, Mr. Aiello?
That is correct, and I think that Ms. Corn's point was that we would have to make a decision in the middle of the contract of that first year.
So thank you, Ms. Levinson. I don't have a problem with making a decision in the middle of the contract, but contract expirations require us to look at something and then make a decision and take action. But when you're in the middle of a 3-year contract, saying that we're going to look at it sometimes happens and sometimes doesn't happen, depending on circumstances and whether or not it gets overlooked or it's focused on. I mean, I'm just talking reality. Reality is this comes and goes and 3 years happens and all of a sudden we're at a renewal period. So I guess, and I don't know if this is for Mr. Gold to weigh in on ultimately, but if it was shared that we can look at it in a year, my request would be that we do look at it in a 12-month time frame, and that we look at it with an intent for an evaluation as to whether or not we would like to continue, rather than just say, yes, everything's in place and we're not having any bumps in the road. This is something that can have a dramatic impact on our students and their next steps in life. And so I'd like it to be as instrumental as possible. So with that said, I don't know internally what you do to initiate that it will occur a year from now, but I would like that to happen. I think Ms. Levinson had previously shared, and I don't want to speak for her, but at least some of my colleagues had shared some interest in some evaluation of this. So if staff could possibly speak to that as either a commitment or a...
I would like to start, if you don't mind. We'd like to commit to that. And if you can remember earlier in the day, one of the items, it may have been E10. And so part of that evaluation and part of that piloting of that particular resource in our ideas, like, okay, so there are some gaps that Naviance has been great. It has some, some great pieces, but SCORE does have some great things as well. So we want to pretty much do an evaluation of both. We can commit, we want to say that in a year, by the end of the year, we want to make another decision or make the best decision based on what we have. So that is the commitment. That's where we were headed.
So thank you, Dr. Hickman. And that is, I guess, where I'm looking. I'm looking for staff to say there is a decision to be made a year from now. That means that someone on staff will be designated to be the point person. That means that there's going to be an actual evaluation and a decision will be made. We continue, we modify, we change. rather than if we remember to do it a year from now. So as long as you all are committing to do that, I would greatly appreciate it. And for that, then I will not separate it. And let me just see to my colleagues if there are any other hands up. I do appreciate, by the way, several of the other items in this collection. I'm just not going to speak to them because I don't want to be redundant. And I did hear some of my colleagues address a couple of the things that I wanted to bring up. With that said, all those in favor of EE 12 through EE 19, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Are those opposed? EE 12 through EE 19 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second? Thank you all very much for EE 20.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, a second by Ms. Murray. Is there any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received one written comment. The comment is from Carolee Doherty from Coconut Creek, and her comments are as follows. To the school board, the present contract with College Board allows for 4 free submissions of your results to your choice of colleges. However, these free submissions must be used prior to getting your results. Most students do not want to send results not knowing their scores. I would like to see us write into the contract that students are allowed 4 free submissions to send anytime they want in a 1-year period, or at least for a time period after they find out their results. Then it puts the choice into the students' hands when they want their results sent. This would still give them the option to send their results prior to knowing if they choose, but does not put them into a position where they must pay College Board more money if they choose to send their results after they find out their scores. For all the money that the district pays College Board with this contract, College Board can make this simple change to benefit our students. Madam Chair, that completes all the comments we received on item EE 20.
Thank you very much. So I will now go to my colleagues and I will start with Ms. Murray.
Yes. Thank you. On the SAT, ACT tests, this past year, the colleges and universities, in many cases, waived the test results because of the corona situation. As we move into this school year, we're still in the same position of e-learning and the likes. How are we going to handle the Saturday classes, the testing, and have we had an indication from the college and universities what their posture is going to be for the SAT, ACT tests for this year?
So through the chair, thank you, Ms. Murray, for the question. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I'd like to separate out responding to your question from the item before you today. So at first, your first point is how are we as a district handling the leasing of our school spaces for the administration of these exams by ACT Inc. or College Board for the SAT. We, until August of this year, had determined that it was not possible to administer these exams on site. We did have one exception to that, which was for the Florida Bright Future Scholars that we administered to seniors under very controlled conditions in July. We have approved the leasing based of school facilities beginning in September, compliant with CDC guidelines that the board approved as part of our reopening plan. It is important to remember that these private corporations do submit contracts to our principals to lease the spaces. We are working closely with all of them and monitoring the numbers that are being registered to be compliant with our spaces. The contract today is a little different. It does involve the services just from the College Board. I do want to assure the community through the board that should the pandemic conditions persist and we be unable to administer the exams, there will not be a fee. So we are asking for the budgetary approval, the contractual approval, the spending authority approval to prepare as if we can offer these exams prior to the conclusion of the 2021 school year. And we have built into the contract several gating features as to when the windows for possible administration are.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. I have Ms. Olivet.
Thank you. So my question was sort of the same as Ms. Murray. Thank you for asking that question. So to clarify, that window of when we will be leasing our spaces is at the beginning of September?
We have opened September up. The dates of administration are provided by the vendors. I know Mr. Baum is on. I've been relying very heavily on our Director of Student Assessment and Research. Richie, is it September 24th? It's the end of September, I believe, is the first one, but we did have to open up a window for the vendors to be allowed to lease spaces.
And did we open up the lease spaces pre-COVID the same amount, or are we opening up less spaces in COVID?
At this point, we have not put a limitation, as it's not the number of sites, it's the behavior at each site. So at each site, there must be, people need to be informed that they have to wear PPE from getting out of their car to going into the space. The school needs to have the hand sanitizers, the face masks. Test takers are to bring their own masks, but no one is allowed to enter the facility without a mask. And so there's a whole series of things. We anticipate, in theory, we'll see how this bears out, that we will not have a reduction in the number of sites, but that we may have a reduction in the number of students who are able to fit into the testing sites because of social distancing. But we are working with the vendors and the host sites to work through that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important that we have the availability for the students to get tested for their SATs and ACT testing, and that we have as many opportunities available for them and to not limit it, because the students are stressing about it and not being able to get into those into the sites to take the test. So
well, I want to thank you for your advocacy, Ms. Holiday. You and several of your colleagues on the board have been rightfully questioning when we could have established procedures to allow this to occur. We now believe we have done sufficient preparation to allow this to occur. We've opened it up. We will continue to apprise the board of our progress.
Okay, and if you could just follow up and let the board know what are the dates for the SAT and ACT and where they're located, because we get asked that all the time.
Yeah, so I always encourage people to go straight to ACT.org and the College Board website. They have the most current information, but we will continue to provide the board with all the district-specific locations.
Okay, and then to Ms. Murray's question, though, I don't know if you answered it. Last year, the state was giving free testing for SAT and ACT. Is that, I thought I remember reading something about that. Are they still doing that?
So a couple of things here. One, the state for many years has paid for the PSAT for our sophomores. As part of the BEST legislation, there was the component that the state would consider paying for the SAT for juniors. Last week, we did receive confirmation that that will be occurring. I've been working with Ms. Marte so that the cost of this contract would be offset by forthcoming state funding. And that's good news, right? And that's part of the BEST legislation that got passed. It is still in the governor's budget, so he did sign that piece into effect, and that money we have been notified that that money will begin to flow. That will offset it for juniors on the SAT.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gold.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aladaff. I have Ms. Rupert next on the list.
I'm sorry, what item again was it?
EE20.
EE20, Rupert, about the.
Yep. I actually wanted to address what the, I almost said the reader, I'm so funny. The woman who wrote to us from Coconut Creek, if Mr. Gall can comment on what she was asking and if it's possible.
This is concerning the possibility of allowing students to choose whether or not to submit their test scores to institutions of higher learning after the student has seen their test results, correct?
Yes,
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we're
at least
talking the
that was
same.
my take on it,
Yep,
so.
yes. So we will approach the College Board about this. And what I'll say is their contract, which is a standard contract as part of the SAT school day, does say that at the time you sign up for the exam, you can send up to 4 copies of your score results to colleges you identify at the time of registration. We will approach them to see if they can separate or decouple that. Now, that would involve extra work on the part of College Board, because rather than having one processing of a form, they would need to bank those credits, right? So we'll work with them to see it. I will very briefly just say this is the exact kind of student control of their own information that is causing us to re-examine the college and career contract with Naviance, to explore the item E10 with SCORE. Students should own those test results on their own in a digitally secured wallet, hopefully stored in blockchain for maximum security. That's the direction we are trying to head with all student records moving forward. We're starting with our ESE, with our CTE students, and then moving into college readiness scores as well. But there is a monopoly by these private companies where students have to go to them for their own data. And we're trying to change that.
Right, well, I'm not giving you direction as one board member. I would certainly want you to check with my other colleagues here. I thought it sounded feasible and something to check out, but you know, I defer to, you know, at least a couple more people if we would have a quorum or, you know, majority.
Well, we will certainly approach them regardless on this topic. Hopefully the board will approve this item, that we brought it forward. We think it's a good one, but one way or the other, it's a powerful empowerment of students that we're after.
Okay, so it's a good thing, not to, you're loving it. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm with Madam Vice Chair or Madam Chair. Thank you both.
Okay, Ms. Rupert, thank you for your questions. I have Ms. Brinkworth next.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. And thank you, Ms. Rupert, for asking that question. As a parent of a senior this year, that issue about scores and the 4 free reporting that you determine at the time that you take the assessment, I've heard a lot of feedback about that. And so I think that if it's something that we can approach College Board about, we should do that. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to do that. And then I just need some clarity around Ms. Murray and Mrs. Aladeff had asked some questions with regard to administration of SAT. There was one scheduled for August 29th, and you've said our facility leases are beginning in September. So can you confirm what is happening with the August 29th? Because I know I've gotten a lot of phone calls and emails about people who have received that your test site has been canceled because of something that we did. So I just want to get clarification on that.
So Mr. Baum, are you still on? I know that we've been talking with the,
Yes. Hi, this is Richard Baum, Director of Student Assessment and Research. Good afternoon, board members. So unfortunately, we did send a notification out to our schools about the August 29th cancellation. We told them that that we did not approve for them to administer the SAT August 29th. We think that schools should be prepared for the September, and we feel that hopefully they can administer it safely then. But we didn't feel that August 29th that schools would be ready. And we thought that we should ask all of our schools to, to kind of be in the same boat with that. And so we did send a memo out asking them to not administer for the August 29th.
And Ms. Brinkworth, I want to follow up on Mr. Baum's remark. This actually extends more beyond than just SAT facility usage. I've been working with Mr. Sullivan in Portfolio Services, our task assigned chief. This is about the use of our facilities overall. We had made the decision to not allow the use of facilities for things such as community events, church services, and everything else. Unfortunately, with all good intent, some of our school administrators did not make the connection, and I put that blame on the central office and not having emphasized sufficiently that no such leases should be allowed to occur. They made fair, reasonable assumptions of wanting to support students, but we cannot, until we begin with these student-based facilities utilization plans, have others on our campuses. We are in e-learning because of a pandemic, and we need to continue to emphasize social distancing and proper PPE as the only way to contain it.
Thank you. I think the difficulty, and I'll just leave it at this, and maybe we need to work on communication, but the difficulty is that it needs to be very clearly and explicitly stated what is occurring for August 29th, that whether or not any school locations that are housed, Broward County Public Schools that would host are going to be administering SAT, because I'm hearing that that is the case, that none will. Is that the case?
That is, we had closed in March and we have not reopened until September. And it's actually the end of September. So August 29th should not be occurring.
Okay, and then when is what, I guess where I'm having difficulty is so cabinet level staff is making a decision about whether or not facilities will be leased. The superintendent is making the decision. Is it a board decision? Whose ultimate decision is it whether or not our spaces can or cannot be leased?
So I have been working with several other cabinet members to examine this. Superintendent, do you want to speak?
Yeah, so Ms. Brinkworth, typically what we do have is the board sets policy on how and when we can lease facility, what those terms are, and anytime we, for example, run into situations where we can't lease it or there's something unusual about it, we bring it back to the board if there's some exception. But typically we use the policies you set for us, and schools go and lease properties. We end up leasing, we work with organizations, so we never bring those individual things back. You set the policy and guidelines, and it's only when we run into some problem with that we would come back. Obviously, we try to, do these things in a way that's in the best interest of students and what we believe is the understanding of the district. The conversation I had around this particular topic with the staff is, given where we were, we probably couldn't make the August 29th at the time. And we have to give notice well in advance because they can't just do this in a week. But I said, hey, look, we got to go for the next available date. And I believe, Dan, that's in September or so when that is. So that's kind of how we came at it. We couldn't commit 2 or 3 weeks ago to the end of August, given how things were moving. They're actually looking a little better now, and we hope that continues, but we are planning at that time for September.
Okay, so again, I just think it's really important that it's because I will tell you, my own child is signed up for the August administration, and she is still confused about whether or not she has been relocated to another site at a Broward County Public School or whether or not her administration has been canceled. And so that level of fear and anxiety for our students, I can tell you it's very real and present, especially because they're very concerned about what are they going to be able to do before November. And so just very clear communication, making sure that it's very clear to College Board, that College Board is making very clear communication back to the students. And then again, the policy is within the purview of the board. The day-to-day operations are in the purview of the superintendent. So I appreciate, you saying that you're making a decision to College Board based on the information that you have at the time. And as information changes, you'll make the best decision in the best interest of the district.
Yes, and from a communication standpoint, I think what you're pointing out, and we need to do it this week, I think we need to send out another set of clear communications on the timing and when we expect the next availability to occur. So Mr. Gold, I'm directing you and Dr. Wanza to work together to make sure that we get this information out by the end of the week to all of our families in our secondary schools who need to plan around it.
And I think most importantly, though, Mr. Renzi and Mr. Gold and Mr. Baum, I think it's communication to College Board for College Board to give the direct and clear communication back to the students as well, because that's where their registration is sitting right now. And I will tell you, I've gotten contacted by administrators at schools and by students and by parents. And so there is confusion, and we just need to make sure it's very clear because the date is quickly approaching.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. We have a good relationship with the College Board. I know the CEO personally for a number of years. If we need to, I'll call him. So I'm directing staff to take care of it. If there's a problem, let me know, and I'll call the CEO then.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then going forward, as many administrations as we can permit, I would like to ask that we encourage our schools to do that between now and November for those rising seniors who have really been impacted by the pandemic.
All right, so I think you're suggesting if we could even add an extra one, which we would normally have, we try to find a way to do that. Okay.
If there's that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. And I just want to give a disclaimer. It is lightning really hard and raining where I am. So Ms. Coyne had to take an emergency. If you lose me for a moment, I will try to get back on if lightning permits. Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. And I thank my colleagues for addressing the general SAT administrations. We've all received a lot of contact about that. It's creating a lot of anxiety in our students, as mentioned. So thank you for covering that. I'm going to stick to the EE20 item. Have a couple of questions, and I'm not going to belabor the point that I do every year, but is the pricing the same as last year?
Mr. Baum, do you want to?
I believe there was a slight increase. The pricing does fluctuate year to year, but the previous contract was a 2-year contract, and we were able to lock in pricing for 2 years. And then so this is a renewal, but we're only renewing as a 1 year instead of another 2-year renewal, just because of the fluctuating situation. So we thought it would be prudent to just do 1 year. So there was a slight increase. I can look that up for you.
If you could please, and in the future, could you please include it in the executive summary of the item so we know whether it went up? Okay. My other comment is going to be on just the outcomes so far. And again, it's going to lead me back to the 8-9 administration, which I'm going to want to separate for myself to vote on, like I do each year. Each year, I'm told that the 8-9 is critical. We're going to follow our kids, map out what's best for them, et cetera, et cetera. The overall average scores in 11th grade have declined from 2018 to 2020 for reading and writing and math for 11th graders. For 12th graders, it's very similar. The reading and writing has remained steady and the math has declined. I value the 12th grade administration because of the meeting the concordance score, which I believe is very necessary, and we have quite a few 12th graders who meet that through this administration. And I will support the 11th grade one due to access, because I feel it is very important that everyone has access to the SAT. I cannot support, once again, the 8-9 when I'm not seeing any results coming from that. In fact, we're going down, we're declining in our SAT in 11th grade. So could someone, I really would like to get a follow-up. I don't want to have an extended discussion because you're going to tell me how it's being used, et cetera, et cetera. And I still don't see how it's being used.
So I will very briefly describe and then do a more lengthy follow-up with Mr. Baum and our high school cadre directors. So one, the analysis will show that in addition to the decreases that you have referred to, we have an increasing pool of juniors who are participating. So we're broadening the students who are taking it, and we're capturing more of that class, right? So that is
Yeah,
associated.
but they should be progressing from having taken it, the 8-9.
But our 8-9 students have only had access to it for 2 years. So this will be the first year in which the students in the 8-9 will be part of the junior cohort. So I'm not going to stand either in agreement nor disagreement with your assertion. It's simply too early to tell on that connection.
Okay, so I would really like to get a thorough follow-up on how the 8-9 is being used, because it's costing us a lot of money to administer it, and I feel that we can get much bigger bang for our buck in other ways to support our students. So is anyone else going to speak, Dr. Osgood, or shall I make a motion now?
Okay, let me look. I didn't see any other hands. I don't see any other hands.
Mr. Baum, did you want to
Yes.
say something?
Sorry, I did want to just say, so another thing to consider in terms of pricing and costs that I looked at was if you do take out the PSAT 8-9, the way that College Board does their discounting,
Yes.
they do it based on the number of products that are used and not the number of it's based on FRL.
You have that on page 9.
Right.
You have that on page 9, yes.
Right. So if we actually, what's crazy is that if we actually took out the 8-9 assessment, the total price would actually increase about 22,000. I don't have that in the paperwork, but when we were doing negotiations, I had asked about that. It was more advantageous to include, in terms of pricing, to include the PSAT 8-9 because we then get a discount on the SAT, more of a discount on the SAT than we would normally get without it.
Okay, well, that's obviously to lock us into the 8-9. So I appreciate the feedback. And I'd like to make a motion to separate the 8-9 exam from the 11th and 12th grade SAT days.
I second.
Okay, who was the second?
Sorry, that was me, Dr. Osgood.
Okay,
Donna
Ms.
Horn.
Horn, you're back and you second the motion. Is there any public input on the motion to separate 8 and 9 exam from the 11th and 12th exam?
Madam Vice Chair, there is no public comment.
Okay, any board discussion? Okay, I don't see any hands up. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay.
No.
No. No.
No. Okay, can we have a roll call, please? I'm sorry.
This is to separate the item?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask to clarify. That was just to separate it.
The item, correct?
Sorry.
Yes,
Apologies.
It's not to vote on it.
No, but EE 20,
Apologies, Ms. Levinson.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The item is separated. EE 20 is on its own. So
she's trying to separate the 8th and 9th exam from 11th and 12th exam, Ms. Corn.
yes. So, but we're just separating. You're not at this point doing anything different with those. You're just separating and then we're going to vote separately as to whether or not to support them.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, so all in
This was
favor
just
of
to vote on the
separating,
separation.
all in favor of separating indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Corn, it's back in your hands for the item.
Okay, so they've been separated, but they're in one contract. So I'm not, how do we, that's why I guess I was looking for a little more direction. How do we separate a contract and then take 2 votes on the same contract? Don't we just modify the contract? We don't separate the contract. Mr. Gold, can you help me a little?
So I'm hoping, I was trying to text our friends over in procurement, but 2 items here. One is, it is one contract, so I believe you would have to make a motion to strike through the component of the contract dealing with the SAT 8-9. The other component is that we would need to increase the spending authority on the contract should we remove that product based on Mr. Baum's research, which he reported on today, by $22,000. Is that correct, Mr. Baum?
Yes.
Ms. Korn,
Yes.
I'm not anticipating this item is going to pass. I brought this up every year. I don't remember how I did it last year, but I know it wasn't this confusing last year.
I think what we did last year, if you don't mind, Ms. Levinson, was
Yes.
that you just asked to remove that component from the item.
Okay, so let's do it that way then.
Okay, so right now, we're going to, if someone on the prevailing side, we need to remove the last amendment, sorry, the separation that was made, because I'm not sure we can handle it that way. Can someone please ask to remove that separation so that it's all one item?
I move to remove that separation and bring it back as presented.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Perfect. Ms. Levinson, I'm going to give it back to you now so you can make the motion to remove that provision from the contract.
Okay, so I don't think that's how we've done it, but I think that'll suffice. Okay, I'll make a motion to remove the PSAT 8-9 from the contract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert, I believe. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of removing the 8-9 PSAT, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, so the motion fails. Ms. Levinson, would you like to follow up any further?
How does it fail? How many? I know
There
you
were
said
two.
no.
Yeah,
No.
so there were 6 opposed and 2 in favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe it was
And
5.
yes, that's my only follow-up would be, Mr. Gold, I would really like a thorough explanation to the board of how we are using this PSAT 8-9 to help our students.
Acknowledged, and we will work with our colleagues at the high school principal level, OSPA, and under Mr. Baum's direction to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, this is Jeff. I just want to correct that the vote was 5-3 in opposition. Ms. Bartleman is not participating in the meeting.
Right, but I thought there were only 2 that opposed it. Ms. Levinson and myself, and that
Ms.
would
Rupert,
be
I believe Ms. Rupert opposed it as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. So thank you for that correction, Mr. Moquin. With that, I don't see any additional hands up. So all those in favor of EE 20, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say no. Okay, the item passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on F1?
So move, Ms. Good.
Second.
Wait a minute. I need to vote against the item because now you left it in the item.
Correct.
So now I have to vote against the whole item. That's why we didn't do it that way, but.
Well, that's why, yeah, so, and I know what you're saying, Ms. Levinson. Unfortunately, we've never been able to separate a contract before.
Okay, I don't know how we did it last year, but I would like it recorded that I voted against it.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, through the chair. Again, Mauricio Stradiotti, Task Assigned Assistant Director with Procurement and Warehousing Services. I believe that we would ask if Ms. Merrick or somebody from the legal counsel is in the meeting to ask for direction, because I don't believe we can just separate, or strike through the agreement without the agreement from the other party.
Right.
Usually we don't do that.
Correct. So we did not do that effectively. We took that off and we removed that. So thank you for following up. So this was either a vote for or against as it was presented. The motion, if it had failed, we could have then sent it back and asked for it to have been renegotiated. But in this case, it was brought forward to us. So we either had to support or oppose. So, but Ms. Levinson did ask that her vote be reflected that she was not supporting it. And I will just share that, Ms. Levinson, I fully support your position. And I I honestly think that what you've asked for this year is what we collectively asked for last year. To me, that's not a new request. So it coming before us And I'm very challenged myself to have supported it because of the fact that I'm adamantly against that provision of the contract. But it does continue to come back to us as staff continues to take the same position without giving us the additional information that we had asked for. So I'm disappointed, but I do understand that they're asking that you reflect your vote in opposition. So with that,
Thank you.
we're moving on to item F1. So motion and a second, please.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, Alda.
By Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item F1.
Thank you so much. And now I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Yes, and I actually got a, sorry, I'm hitting the video thing, it's not coming off. I got a response from staff that this was like a form account, and let me just tell you what my question was, I guess, start from there. On the English language development standards special notes section, it emphasizes accommodations really for the English language learners, but I didn't see anywhere where they had accommodations for our children with IEPs or 504 plans. And I think it was Susie Cantrick who wrote me back and said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Goll, that since this was a form, of course they would have a plan to do it. I would actually like to make sure that you guys will be emphasizing that. To me, why was the element English language learners and not our IEP and 504 learners? I don't even understand.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Ms. Rupert, to the chair. Thank you for the opportunity to reiterate to our community that whatever the designations for students are in terms of the learning supports that they need, we are to deliver. And we are not only statutorily bound, but we have personally committed ethically to make sure that's done. I'll say that one of the things we checked this morning was to ensure that all programmatic participation and needed accommodations for students were available in Canvas through the CPAP. We wanted to make sure that on day one, teachers had that access. And we've talked about our work on that previously. The enhancements we promised you were seen by teachers this morning. As part of this item, we are responding to a standard form from the state in terms of issuing a formal course code. We respond to what they ask us. We are not limited to what they ask us. You have our assurance that the IEPs, the 504 plans, the RTI plans will be delivered to students regardless of the courses they are in. Excuse me, including these new courses. So yes, while it's asked by the state for that subpopulation, that does not exonerate us from meeting it for all students.
No, and I 100% agree, but as you and I both know, and me being a mom of 3 ESE children, that sometimes they get left when we do new initiatives, and it's happened, and I didn't want it to happen in something this wonderful, so I wanted to give you all the opportunity to clarify that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any additional hands up, so at this time, all in favor of F1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. F1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ1?
So moved. Rupert?
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Any audience input on JJ1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item JJ1.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. My question, I'm trying to find it here. I can't talk today. All right, my question is on the bottom of the page, and it says 212, but it's not really 212 because that would be a much bigger packet. But it's Exhibit 3 at the bottom. And what kind of caught my attention was the note box, and it says, fire sprinkler budget remains in the project, though scope is not required. And looking through JJ 2, 3, 4, they all have that money when the fire marshal says it's not needed. They have that money taken out of the scope. So I guess my question is, why would we want to leave that in the scope when we've got tremendous amount of other buildings that that truly need this plan to get done? So I couldn't understand it, and wouldn't be something I would want to keep in there, especially since they took the time to note that the scope wasn't required and we're leaving the money, and it just kind of sat wrong with me. Anybody want to answer?
Ms. Rupert, this is Danny Jardine, CBR.
Danny.
I'll be glad to. This is a practice we've been doing for several years now, where when fire sprinkler scope may be removed from the projects are still significantly over budget. So the practice has been leave the funds inside the project because we know we're going to use them within the overall project budget. And so that's why we've been doing that for the last several years.
So keeping the fire sprinkler budget money in the project.
We keep the funds within the project. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but several items that we're going to be discussing in like minutes now, the money goes back or goes to the reserve funds.
Some of those we're using the funds. We are actually doing sprinkler scope. We may not be doing the full scope that was identified in maps, but that we are doing some sprinkling scope.
Right, and this one, I believe it says that only building, hold on. Fire scope, blah, 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 was reviewed, blah, 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 and they were all removed away.
Right.
Building 2, 5, 7, and 9.
Yes, ma'am. So the scope was removed, therefore we wouldn't be spending the money, but we're leaving the funds within the project budget.
And Ms. Rupert, maybe I can add to this. This is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. The monies set aside for fire sprinkler at the school was a very small amount of money. Again, I think it was just some restrooms that were called to be sprinklered and were deemed not required by the chief fire official. But I think what Danny's tried to say is just that the money is not being saved for fire sprinkler for later, but it's being spent on roofing, you know. It's part of the project budget. It's going to be spent on roofing. It was only, a small amount of money anyway.
Okay, because the next couple items,
1 minute.
I'm sorry? Okay, I'm hearing weird things. I'll just take them one item at a time. I don't really understand what you said, even though you explained it twice. It could just be that it's a long end of a day and there's lightning going crazy out here. So, I personally think that note on the bottom makes it even harder to understand, and maybe you should put an asterisk to add to it, or maybe I'm just the only one that has trouble with why that's still in there. Of all the JJs that we're going through and fire sprinklers are being discussed, they've got the only note is on that one.
Noted. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert. Is there any additional comments? I don't see any of their hands up. With that, all those in favor of JJ1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
JJ1 passes unanimously. I'm sorry, with one dissension. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I'm so quick to say that. May I have a motion in a second, please, on JJ2 and 3?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Al-Hadaf. Any public input on JJ2 and 3? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on items JJ2 or JJ3.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, you must be on mute. Madam Chair, I show that Mrs. Levinson must have gotten bumped off. I'm not seeing her in the participants list right now.
Yeah, no, she did mention to me she needed to step away. I just wasn't sure her timing, but so she must have. So on that note, all those in favor of JJ2 and JJ3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ2 and 3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ4?
So
Move
moved.
Brinkford.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on JJ4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item JJ4.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had questions that I spoke to staff already about, but I let them know that I was going to be asking these questions again in the public meeting. So this is a concern that I have, and I know that, you know, we as a board moved forward with a disparity study, and we have policy that has a goal setting committee that removes us as board members from that process. And I don't want to be involved at all or influence that process, but I do have a question about some of the information that was brought forth with regard to this item, because the item indicates in the third from the bottom paragraph on the executive summary, the delta in the bid amount received from, and forgive me if I say the name wrong, Kasugas LLC, and the bid amount received from Lego Construction Company is approximately $140,000. And so when I had a conversation with staff about that question, they provided some information about what occurred, and then some additional information. I asked for them to look at, you know, where else has this occurred and how much has it cost the district. And so I want to make sure that we maybe need to revisit, the goal setting committee maybe needs to go back and revisit how they're setting their goals and whether or not we can meet in one area or over exceed in one area, but not in another. And I think it might be impacting our results. And I'm very concerned about making sure that we reach the goals that we as a district set. And we as a board have been very clear about what we would like to see happen through the way we set policy and the questions that we ask. So I'm just asking staff if you could please address the concerns that were shared. And there's very bad lightning here, so I apologize if my computer goes out.
Sure, Mrs. Brinkworth. I'm certain that Robert Ballou is on the line to be able to explain how the goals worked. But yes, we did speak about Coral Park in particular. And JJ3 Larkdale Elementary was another one where the responsive bidder was not the lowest bidder by cost, but was the lowest responsive bidder. So Mr. Ballou can maybe explain a little bit about how that worked.
Yeah, this is Robert Ballou through the chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Robert Ballou, Officer, Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. To shorten the conversation, my team reviews for responsiveness, and then we measure the responsiveness of the bidder. I wasn't part of the conversations that you had, but I will get with Ashley and get the information. The goal setting committee meets later this month on August 27th. And I will get with Ashley and get your comments and work with the goal setting committee to make sure that we address any concerns that you have.
Okay, and so specifically, I would just like to ask you, because if this particular entity, Kasugas, was was deemed non-responsive because of the segmented subcontracting goal, right? But there might have been a higher number in one of the segments, maybe double in one of the segments, then what does that look like as far as how it impacts our numbers? So let's say, and I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I was told that that it was a 16% or higher African American participation, but maybe a 0 in the women for this particular contract. And so my question as a board member is, are we missing the opportunity to do business with African American businesses because of the subcontracting goals, right? The the subcontracting segmented goals.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't extrapolate to being it doesn't blow out that way, if you will.
Okay.
So that not the issue here. So the issue here was we just had segmented goals of 8% African American, 8% women as a way to, if you look at the latest SMART report, the two categories that we have the lowest spend in is African American and women. So the if you will, the direction that we started moving in 6 months ago is what can we do to address those those spend areas. So this goal is a way to, this segmented goal is a way to address those spend areas. But having these two as real life examples and taking them back to the goal setting committee, we can review them and we can talk real world examples as opposed to hypothetical situations, bring these real world situations together, readdress it, and perhaps change the goal setting committee recommendations that the compliance team uses when they write the APIs.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And for me, the conversation is twofold, right? How do we address meeting the goals and also not spend more money as, you know, the stewards of the taxpayers' dollars? And so if we were able to accomplish meeting a goal at a higher rate in one subcategory and save money, that's a win-win for the district. And so I just want to make sure that it is looked at. And so, you know, I would also ask that if staff could provide, you know, if there are other instances where this has occurred, so it's a good example, like you said, real world examples to be laid out for the goal setting committee so they can see opportunities for the district to save money coupled with the opportunities to boost some of those percentages, that is really important.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. I have Ms. Rupert.
Which item again?
JJ 4.
There we go. Okay. Hold on. Yep. All right. Just a question. To go back to the task assigned fire official. Looking through all those buildings, she found that only building 4 needed it. And then if you follow the line, go toward the bottom, it says that they're going to take the positive financial impact to the project in the amount of $348,000 and change, which is going back to the SMART program reserve. So I guess my question is to Ashley, is there a certain amount of financial ceiling that we decide if it stays with the project or it goes back to reserves? Because when I'd asked about the other one, I think it was JJ1, you had said it was very small, so it stayed there. So that's why I ask if it's how does that, yeah.
Right. Okay, so thank you for the question. The saying it was very small, I guess that was more anecdotal. There isn't really a ceiling or a threshold with which we look at the money, but when we look at the other scopes within the project, South Broward High, JJ1 was a bigger project. So actually with the roofing and everything, that one was going to be way over budget, no matter how you look at it. So the fact that the sprinkler scope was removed didn't really even hardly impact the budget. With Coral Park, this is a much smaller project, and the fact that the fire sprinkler scope was removed had a big impact on the project budget, or had a more significant impact on the project budget, I should say. So that really did help to reduce the amount of money that we needed to build the project. And in fact, we end up being able to execute the project for less than what was originally allocated in the funding in the DEFP. So that's why in this case, money is going back into Smart Reserve, because there aren't other scopes within the project that need the money.
Right, I guess I get it. I didn't realize that. I guess that somebody besides I thought it would have been brought to us about that idea, but I guess that's what you're doing with the information now. My only concern is when other schools are like, hey, I had this amount taken out and we didn't get it put, you know, ours went to reserves. How do we as board members be able to say that we have parity. So when I was asking those questions on JJ1 and on the rest of them, I think there's like 3 more I'm going to mention. It makes it very difficult when we can't point our finger to policy and be able to say, this is what we do, or this is what Mr. Runcie and his operation team have decided, and then it's all across the board. So for me, I would certainly like more conversation on this aspect, and I don't want to take more time up for today. Just put it out there that I would like to have that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I have Dr. Osgood.
Yes, certainly. I need a little help. I need to understand the segmented subtracting goals, subcontracting goals requirement, because it is my understanding that as I've been constantly asking about the data, we were getting statistics around small and minority business ownership. And I was constantly saying, break it out. Tell me how many African Americans. And we found a lot of times that the small businesses were women owners. So I began to ask specifically about Black people, African American. So now the way that I'm reading this, and I'm really, really hoping that I'm just misunderstanding, that we're rejecting this because it had 8% African American, but it did not have the 8% women. If that's what this is saying to me, then I have major concerns, because now I see us putting another layer where we have an opportunity to do business with an African American firm, but we've added something to it now to not allow that to happen. So I need a lot of help right here.
Okay. So it wasn't a either or, it was an and. We were looking at the firms that submitted, and in order to make it to the next stage, if you will, you had to be responsive to the district's requirements. And the district has many requirements, the MWB inclusion only being one of them, right? So, and then of the firms that submitted, when we were looking at the firms that submitted, there were 2 firms that submitted inclusive of all the goals, and then 2 other firms that did not submit with the goals as required. And that is how the decision went forward. So, so it's not, and keep in mind that it wasn't a if you will, Consultus is not, or Consulgus, the firm that that is in question here, is not an African-American firm. So it wasn't that an African-American firm was removed from consideration. So I want to belay that thought, because that's not what happened here.
Okay, so I'm reading here in this paragraph, and it says, rejected as non-responsive for failure to meet the segmented subcontracting goal requirement of 8% African American and 8% women-owned business participation as required by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. And it goes on and it says, was also rejected as non-responsive for failure to meet the segment subcontracted goal requirements of 8% women-owned business participation as required. So what you're saying is that because it did not meet both of them, it was rejected. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And you had 2 other suppliers that met both of them.
And you had 2 other suppliers that did meet both of them.
Yes, or one other. In this one, I'm thinking of item G, but one other supplier that did meet both. So all elements of the bid solicitation were met by the contractor that was awarded is being proposed to award the business.
Okay, now that's thank you for that response, and allow me to take a real deep breath right here. So the award ended up going to a firm that had both, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth. I have hands up still, but I have hands up from the same people who have spoken. So I just want to make sure that, Ms. Brinkworth, is your hand still up?
It is. I put it back up for a second time.
Okay, your turn.
And thank you, Dr. Osgood, for asking for the clarification. And I'm just going to push back a little further. And I'm going to say, while if the difficulty that I have is I understood from my conversation with staff that the firm that was $140,000 less was able to meet the African-American goal at 16%, but not able to meet the women goal. And what I'm trying to communicate is that if we are trying to raise the numbers for African-American subcontractors, if we're trying to do that, we need to seriously look at, do we have to have both at 8% on a particular contract, or is there another way to achieve that which we are trying to achieve, and at the same time save money for the district? So I just want to make sure, I agree with Dr. Osgood, what she said. We need to make sure that we're meeting our goals, and we can't be so narrowly focused in the way that we meet them. If it had come back, let me just say, if it had come back 50% subcontractors African-American and 0 women, that still would have been rejected because it wasn't the 8%. It wasn't a requirement of both being met, right? So it's saving money and it's giving us more participation. I just want to be clear that we're going to look at that and make sure that we're thinking about how are we going to achieve the goals that are being set through what we got as a disparity study, as a board, what we said in policy, and what we are looking to achieve.
And the answer to your question is yes. Like I said, I wasn't privy to the conversation. I will get privy to that conversation. I will take that information back to the goal setting committee when we meet literally on August 27th. We'll review this specific example on both J3 and 4 with the goal setting committee. And more than likely, there'll be a recommendation of an and or instead of an and solid based on this conversation.
Okay, and so my challenge to Mr. Runcie then is that we need to have a process that doesn't require a board member asking a question, that will permit a review of what we're doing and a conversation of what we're doing. That's my point.
Well, but as a point of information, there's more to this than the papers show on this contract. The contractor that we're talking about was the lowest bidder by far, was lower than any of the recommendations of the estimates, of the cost estimates. The other 2 bidders were in line with the cost estimate. So there is some question on whether or not the price that we're talking about is really a valid supported contract price. When you look at the logistics of the procurement conversation. So there is a little more to it than what is shown on this report.
Okay, and so I'm going to push back one more time, and I'm going to say that we have seen consistently in the items that have come before us that the costs are coming back in lower than the projections that Atkins has given us. And I think that is a result of the current market conditions. And so I just want to make sure that the conversations are being had, that they don't have to be prompted by a board member question. That is all I'm saying. Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you're on. Mr. Moquin, maybe if you can deliver the message back to Mr. Runcie.
No, I'm hearing you loud and clear and have a good sense of what you're getting at. At the end of the day, we're always trying to balance these 2 things, right? Making sure that we're providing the opportunities that I know the board values and we've codified in policy, and then also making sure that we get the best pricing and best value for what we put out. It's always going to be a challenge. And, I think that the point about looking at the overall goal is what we should be looking at in the different areas. If we try to satisfy that on every single contract, you're not going to be able to do it that way, right? I'm not sure that staff is doing it that way, but we definitely need to go back and continue to look at it, especially, given this conversation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I was going to say through the chair.
I have Dr. Osgood.
Yeah, I hear Mr. Runcie's comment, but I want to just be clear. Our disparity study speaks to itself. And we have to level up with these procurement processes and doing business with Black people. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. I don't see any additional comments at this time. So all of those in favor of JJ4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
JJ4 passes with all but one dissenting vote. If I could please have a motion and a second on JJ5.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Mr. Moquin, is there any public input?
Madam Chair, we have no public comment on item JJ5.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Of course. JJ5, all right, I'm still on, right? Same comment that I've been saying. You know, this time it's $1,400,000 being placed in the SMART program reserve. So just saying, this seems like a good process of having that money go back into reserves. So that's all I'm saying on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
I just want to take a moment for this item to really thank the staff that has been working for months with myself and a group of us from the school, the community, just trying to make sure that we address this long outstanding issue. The community has been very upset about all of these buildings that should have been demolished years ago as a part of a custodial study. And I just thank the staff for thinking and working and using collective expertise that we now have the phases laid out with a timeline and a matrix. It's just been a lot of work that they put into it, Mr. Runcie, and I just wanted to publicly commend them for that work and for the joint efforts and all of the meetings with all the different departments to make sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of the community, as well as maximizing and utilizing the dollars in the best possible way and not just patching up something that's going to cost us more in the long run. So I just want to take a moment to celebrate this work and to thank the staff for all of the due diligence that they've done.
Dr. Osgood, I think you were talking about JJ17. Thank you for those comments. But yeah, we're on JJ5.
Deerfield Beach High School, Dr. Osgood.
That is my mistake. As you can see, I was extremely disturbed by the previous item. So I was talking about JJ17. So we'll just take those comments and put them over there. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I'm not seeing any additional comments. All those in favor of JJ5, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ6?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alladef. I have public comment, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we have no public comment on JJ6.
Thank you so much. And I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes. Okay, so what is the amount that's going to go to reserves on this one? Ashley, are you looking, hon, or isn't?
There's nothing going to reserves on this one. We're asking for additional funding on this one.
That's what it is. Okay.
And the sprinkler, if you're thinking about the sprinkler square footage increased on this one.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see additional hands. Dr. Osgood, your hand is up for 17, correct?
No, I never took it down from before. It's down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of JJ6, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ6 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ8, 9, 10, and 11?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Olive. Mr. Moquin, is there any public comment on JJ 8, 9, 10, and 11?
Madam Chair, there's no public comment on JJ 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Thank you so much. And to my colleagues, Ms. Levinson had asked to speak to JJ 8. I don't think she's been able to join us again. So with that, all those in favor of JJ 8, 9, 10, and 11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on items JJ 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16?
So moved. Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. I have Ms. Brinkworth on JJ 12.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I spoke to staff about this, but I just wanted to, again, reiterate my concerns publicly. When we have a plan review process and design items are missing, something like chiller balancing valves, I just want to make sure that we're keeping a running list of what are some of the things that had been missing on design documents that perhaps were or were not checked by plan review or caught by plan review, because this in the long run ends up costing us more money. And I just want to make sure we're keeping that list so that we can make sure that our plan reviewers are looking for those items.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. It's an excellent comment. And yes, we are doing that. We will continue to inform architects and engineers on the things that are being missed and how they can improve their plan sets.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. So this one, was it the issue that the breaker had an amp that was too low and the plans now require it to be an increased ampage?
Yes, ma'am. It was tripping off. I'm sorry,
Right.
Ms. Danny Jardine, CBRE Heary. Yes, ma'am. When it was changed out, the existing breaker was utilized originally and
Right.
it kept tripping out. So they ended up having to replace it. That is correct.
So was it the original amp breaker? Or was it that the plans required a 200 amp and you all figured out that it wasn't sufficient and had to change now the design for a 300?
They're changing it out because it was tripping. So they've upsized the breaker. They left the original breaker in place and they thought it would be able to operate with the new loads and the new chillers. But when it keeps tripping off. And so we had to upsize it.
So moving forward, you've made that change. So
we encourage them to go out and do, we can't say exhaustive site surveys and analysis, because some of this, I don't want to say is not findable, but how much time we keep asking them to please do your due diligence and try to identify those issues that they can, and making sure that the right pumps and the starters and the motors consistently align. It'll be a functional system at the end of the day. We do these are human beings and they do make mistakes, and we tried to make sure we minimize it as much as we can.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I don't see any of my other colleagues with their hands up. So all those in favor of JJ 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye.
JJ 12 through 16 passes unanimously. I just need to recapture the vote on JJ 6. I had that as a unanimous yes. Can we just, the JJ 6, was there anyone in opposition to JJ 6?
I don't think so.
Thank you very much. So JJ 6 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second?
Ms. Korn, I was not there for that item. Did you reflect that?
JJ 6, you were not here for that item. So Ms. Levinson would not have.
I was not here for any of those JJs. I just got back on.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Oakland.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, did you move JJ 6 and 7 together?
7 was already done previously. That was the time certain.
You're correct. My bad. I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. So may I have a motion and a second on JJ 17?
So moved. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by,
Ms. Brinkworth, Madam Chair, you could take 18 together. I got my question answered.
okay, thank you so much. Move 17 and 18, motion by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth, and I have discussion with Ms. Rupert.
Yep. I'm sorry. Got to flip my page over. I guess you know what? I'm good. I'll talk to staff. I'll talk to staff about it afterwards. So I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Osgood?
I'm not going to repeat all my comments again, but I just want to thank the staff for all the work that you've done and kind of giving me a breath to get me out of the previous item. But just thank you for all the meetings. I know we've had constant meetings, constant conversations, just trying to make sure we're spending the dollars correctly, making some bold decisions to really give that community what they deserve and address the Constaldi report that was many years ago with all of these buildings that are just kind of there lingering around on the campus. So I'm looking forward to phase 1 and moving on to phase 2 of this project, and so is the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osgood. I do not see any other hands up, so at this time, all those in favor of JJ 17 and JJ 18, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ 17 and 18 passed unanimously. I believe, Mr. Moquin, if you could check for me, but I believe we have disposed of all of the agenda items.
That is correct, Madam Chair. My notes reflect that all of the agenda has been completely disposed of.
Thank you. With that, at this time, are there any specific requests or reports from my colleagues before we adjourn the meeting? Ms. Rupert?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Runste if he's still on the phone here. When will we be having at a workshop the Coconut Creek policy question about their dog? That they sent us all a letter. I know it was supposed to go to the workshop next week, but then it got withdrawn. So just a little bit of clarification so I know what to say to them and my colleagues when they hear from Coconut Creek as well.
Yes, so I don't have a date on that, but I don't know if Mr. Katz or Mr. Moquin can speak on that one. If not, I'll certainly get back to you and revisit that item.
So actually, I'll give an answer and then Barbara may want to weigh in as well. So we were initially planning to do a workshop based on sort of the draft of where we were working with. But what we actually decided to do is we went out to the individual municipalities, to the agencies, and we're sharing it with them ahead of time, trying to get their feedback ahead of doing the first workshop. So that gave us a little bit of a delay because I wanted to give them a week or 10 days for them to at least review it and get back to us. So that's where we are in the process. And as soon as we get that feedback back, then we'll schedule the first workshop to be able to talk through it. But I didn't want a day where, you know, all the municipalities show up and say, you know, how come we weren't part of this discussion and how come, you know, we weren't able to give the feedback. So I wanted to make sure we got that feedback ahead of time.
Okay, so there were other municipalities that were looking to do what Coconut Creek is.
Yeah, so I mean, this will be a district-wide policy as it relates to canine. So we want to make sure that, again, there are other municipalities and actually a number of them that would technically want to utilize canines. And so we wanted to make sure that we included a larger group in the discussion.
And I appreciate that. And I don't know if Mr. Moquin is going to say anything, but Mr. Runcie, as soon as you can get a date or even a response for me to share with them, I'd appreciate that. Like we'll be putting into in September's workshop or something. Just
okay. We'll kind of give a range around a month or so. Like, you know, anytime we try to hit specific dates, we run into issues because folks kind of narrow in on that. So I'll work with Mr. Katz and we'll get some anticipated timetable and we'll try to get that to you within a few days.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I know I brought this up in one of our previous workshops, but I would like to know when we're going to be having the discussion about how we're measuring student achievement in this virtual world, the metrics, the outcomes, and when our checkpoints are going to be, when it's going to be reported to the board, our whole plan on that. Mr. Runcie.
Yeah, typically we try to do that somewhere around the close of the first marking period when we've got some data. So I think we're looking at some point in October to be able to come back to the board with some data on what's happened during the first marking period.
Okay, I mean, I think that's late.
Well,
To get back to us with data as a checkpoint, that's great. But I think as a board, we need to have a formal conversation about how we are measuring our students in this virtual world, whether they have student achievement and growth.
I understand that, but we also said that we need to understand the fact that staff and students have been going through a lot of challenges. We're going to spend the first few days, yes, on some academics, but we're going to try to make sure that we build a solid foundation for social emotional learning and mental health. And, so we're trying to do that, then take a sense of where the kids are. So, I mean, we'll try to do that as soon as we can in terms of coming back to the board. But I hear.
I mean, I guess maybe I'm not stating it clearly. First of all, the two aren't mutually exclusive. We are expected to do both. But what I'm talking about is not where they are right now and where they're going to be after the first marking period, but a general discussion on how we're going to measure.
Oh, you want a general sense of how we're going to determine what they. Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Yes.
I thought you were asking something else.
I think strategically as a board, we need to work together with you to put that, to know what that is.
Yeah, no, we can do that. And I think we've outlined some of what the components of that framework would be, even in the piece of the plan that we submitted to the state, as well as our more comprehensive reopening plan. So we'll start there, work with, Mr. Gold and his team in particular, OSPA as well. And have a conversation with the board around that whole framework of how we're going to measure that.
That would be great. Thank you. I would appreciate that. And if my colleagues agree, I think we'd all be on the same page about that.
Agree.
So thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Dr. Osgood.
Certainly. I want to just give a shout out to all of the schools and their very creative ways that they started the school year and welcoming the students. When you look on your Twitter feed, your Facebook line, you just see a lot of creativity as to our schools and things that they did today to create a very positive environment. I actually do have two that I will highlight, and one is Principal Marie Honigan at Piper. She's known for her, what we call bizarre morning announcements. They are always very motivating. And Ms. Brinkworth in her TikTok video, particularly wearing the Flying L shirt. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Okay, so we can't hear you, Ms. Brinkworth.
Keep on mute.
You're on mute, Ms. Brinkworth. You have to say it again.
You're still on mute, Ms. Brinkworth.
There.
Now
you're off mute.
Now you're
like
on.
You are having a hard time with the mute button.
I will just say, I saved the best for last. My dragon shirt was last. Once a dragon, always a dragon.
It was very creative. It was very creative. So I would ask, though, Mr. Runcie and I, on behalf of yourselves on the board, did have a chance to do a brief press conference in the middle of today's meeting. And he has some points that I think would be fantastic for him to share with the rest of the board, as well as obviously the public watching. So Mr. Runcie is going to wrap up for us. So Mr. Runcie.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So just some data points. What I did today with the chair is to cover a number of areas for the public: enrollment, technology, food service, what we did for safety and security, sports, transportation, HR, and just a quick financial update. As far as attendance is concerned, we have a total overall decrease for the district. That's traditional schools as well as the charter schools decrease enrollment from last year by 6,971, so almost 7,000. But it's also noteworthy that the charter schools increased their first day from last year by 1,600, almost 1,700, 1,679. And if we just issued you a memo that has detailed breakdown on all of that, so the net decrease, I believe, across, I don't have it in front of me, our traditional schools is somewhere around close to, yeah, it's about 8,000 students. So I asked Mr. Sullivan to just do some, informal survey, reach out to some parents to see where they are. Just some disaggregation of data. The largest drop was in kindergarten, almost 1,900 students there. That was about 14% of the decline from last year, and it represents about a little over 22% of the total decline from district schools. And so we're primarily seeing this in the elementary grades. Overall, it was pretty steady in our high schools. In fact, grades 10 and 11 actually increased. So that's where we are for enrollment. The second piece on technology. So we had actually a very good day with technology. There was a period of time from 8:30 to 8:50 where students, when high school started, they were having some challenges logging on just because there were just so many at that time. And at that moment, we had already had 107,000 students logged on the system. It wasn't a Canvas issue. It was really the folks trying to go into single sign-on in such large numbers. We quickly rectified that issue. And during the day, we had over 212,000 students and staff members logged into our virtual learning environment. Somewhere around 190, over 190,000 of those were actually students. So it was a pretty good day for what we were able to do there, and we hadn't reached numbers like that before. So got a lot of good feedback from teachers and actually even some of our committees about their personal experiences with their kids. I've gotten texts and things all day. I've seen things on social media. I've actually shared some of those with the chair. Just some real good positive experiences out there. We know that there were still some folks who had challenges with either with their equipment or access, but folks were contacting their schools and those issues were being addressed. I think the OSPA office had somewhere between, I think around 150, 175 calls in today, which would be pretty typical for this start of the school year. They were almost all issues folks were having with, kind of logging in or connected to the system. We are continuing to make sure that we provide laptop computers to our students, as well as internet connectivity discounted, as you know, that all of that is still available. We're making sure parents and everyone get that information out. As Ms. Korn had mentioned earlier today, she went down to the school with her son and got a laptop for today to address some concern that she had. Let's see, food services. So we don't have any specific numbers on that. We'll probably have some within the hour or two. But what we did was just did an estimate that was about, we said, what do we normally do on the first day of school? And we just reduced that by 50%. So that means we would have served breakfast meals, around 15,000 of those, lunches, another 55,000, and total just somewhere around 75,000 meals today. we're doing grab and go service. That will start. We did that today, but we're going to start the formal program again tomorrow because our distribution days are going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays with 2 times during the day from 11 to 1 and 3 to 5. So there will be grab and go meals. The next topic covered was safety and security. We had all of our school resource officers and school safety staff and our guardians and school-based security staff report to district sites today. So I'll make sure that occurred. For sports, we covered that. So sports, we're still continuing to monitor that. So we don't have any athletics starting. We're doing planning, field preparation. As we discussed earlier, there's some mentoring and things that coaches are doing with students. But that's a situation we're monitoring weekly. There's some encouraging signs in terms of where the trends look in terms of the most recent data we've been getting from our public health officials. Transportation, what we've been doing is taking advantage of the moment and working to make sure that we conduct all annual and mandated training, doing that virtually. So our bus operators and aides and others, they've been taking training virtually today, so they were focused on that activity. Vacancies, we had a total of just only 106 total instructional vacancies, and only 61 of those were classroom related. The other 45 were outside of the classroom, and we covered those 61 positions. On the financial side, just to let you know, the state, I think it was yesterday or day before, announced they were going to allocate $30 million to districts to cover PPE and sanitation related expenses, which turns out to be about $7,700 per school building. Broward County Public Schools allocation, including charters, is $2.6 million. So that should be helpful, just to let you know about that. The state has also projected that they'll have revenue shortfalls about $3.4 billion for the 2021 school year, and probably another $2 billion in addition to that, projecting into the next year. So those were the updates. I also was able to talk about our parent university, which I think has been enormous success. So we spoke to Good Morning America, so they may do a segment on our parent university tomorrow. I'm sorry, on Friday. So with that said, those are the main points and benchmarks that I wanted to get out there today. And of course, we're going to get back to the board every couple weeks, let you know what the trend lines look like, because I know all of you and the administration and staff and our teachers and administrators want to get our schools open as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. So with that, our scheduled order of business for the regular school board meeting today has been completed, and seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening. Bye.
Stay well.